That's right, folks. Hello, 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 and welcome to the Intel World Open. We have ourselves 21 closed qualifiers ahead of us in 1 week of action. You thought last week was packed. This week is absolutely stacked. I am James T. Irely Kirk, and I'm going to be joined today by the wonderful Corey Digital Bacon Dyer. And today, Corey, it's all about Africa. It's a region not often seen at the higher echelons of Rocket League, but here we are, a chance for them to shine under the spotlight.
It definitely is. Of course, when we're looking at Africa, you've got to look at infrastructure of the country. We know we've seen tons and tons of mobile gaming starting to boom over there, but Rocket League, whilst it's been out for, 5-6 years nearly now, it's started on the PS4, on the consoles, but now we're starting to see it boom, what with the strong community that is coming out from the region.
It's a long day. It's a long day. Understandably so. We have a lot of Rocket League to pack into our week. But let's take a little look at the schedule for today. We've got ourselves a number of best of fives. We have ourselves all South African teams. It's going to be a great time. I'm sure we're going to be learning plenty about all of them as we go on. It's certainly a region that we haven't had much chance to commentate on, both of us. But it's also a chance to audition Bacon, isn't it? Because certainly when it comes to African players in Rocket League, at RLCS level, there is one that stands out. His name is Atachi. He's pretty good, and if anyone impresses here, then what's not to say that we can't see similar stories to his in the future?
That's it. We saw Itachi all the way back in RLCS Season 3 make it on through, but unfortunately, due to being from Morocco, was not able to play in it, as the rules state he has to be within Europe. So he had to take a little sideline, wait for many seasons, but once he got a call up, he was ready and was continuously grinded in European tournaments. But that's what we're talking about here. He had the chance, being from Morocco, to play in those European tournaments. Now we're looking at South Africa, and we're just going to be, closing on in. We had some fantastic teams from, Kenya, Ghana, Reunion Island, which is part of France, of course, like one of the, territories out there. And you think of South Africa, you think, oh, they've got to be playing up against each other. But no, if they want to get competitive Rocket League, they go play against EU. Now, we're used to the Middle East, playing on the EU servers with like 80 to 120 ping. But the South Africans, they play on the EU servers with 160 plus ping. It's not uncommon to be playing on 300 ping, and they still get the job done.
Plenty more to analyse, plenty more to scrutinise, but there'll be many of you here saying, well, what was the story of the Open Qualifiers? What is happening? Well, we've got a lovely video to help you out.
The Intel World Open is fully underway, and the winning teams from the Open Qualifiers in each region have been locked in. Let's take a look at what's in store for the next phase: the closed qualifiers and the regional finals. Taking place from June 21st to 27th, the winning teams from the Open Qualifiers advance to one of 21 regional closed qualifier tournaments to compete in a double elimination best-of-5 bracket. Each bracket consists of the 4 teams, with the finalists from each closed qualifier advancing to the final stage of the Intel World Open. The regional finals are going down on July 11th to 14th and are broken up into 4 regions, where the 8 best teams from each country or territory will compete once more in a best-of-5 double elimination bracket for the chance to become the first ever Intel World Open champions. For further information, brackets, and more, head over to intelworldopen.gg.
There is a long week ahead of us. As if I haven't repeated myself enough, we've not just got Africa today, of course, we're also featuring Europe East. We're already featuring the USA as well. Lots of great Rocket League on the way, but let's focus in then on our region of the moment. South Africa represent. You've got 4 teams in this region, and let's take a look at how they'll be lining up today. So you've got Pirates XD then at the top of our bracket. They were the first team to make it through in first place. They're heading up against Atomic, who made it into the top 4 in both qualifiers, were only able to make it through at the second time of asking. We've also got Met versus Mist Esports. More on them later, but let's focus in then, Bacon, on this first match, and in particular Pirates XD. To say that this team are the favourites going into this particular region, a bit of an understatement, right?
Yeah, they're the Titans of South Africa, and by extension, the Titans of Africa. They're the true Goliaths sitting atop that mountain. You've got Snowy, Darth, and CP Zebra now. Whilst Darth and CP Zebra might not have the same amount of status about themselves, they, of course, do have Snowy on there. We've seen him hop on Johnny Boy's stream, really have prowess in 1v1s, a top 20 player in the world, which is absolutely crazy there. And it also stems from back in 2019, Snowy and CP Zebra came over to the UK for 3 months to have that crack at trying to break on into the international scene, having some great results, coming 7th to 8th at Insomnia I-64, I do believe it was. Might have been 65 off the top of my head. But, when you look at the teams that beat them on now, they're able to take that trophy above them. All RLCS now, they were going up against some really hot young talent. And so you look at that now and go, oh, that's understandable. But what's happened in those last 2 years?
What has happened, and speaking of years, by the way, CP Zebra, worth mentioning, 30 years of age, practically a granddad by the standard of RLCS. Usually you get to 23, 24, and then it's coaching or casting for you. No, this guy's still going, and good on him as well, because he's got a chance to stand up for his region here, going up against Atomic now, Bacon. As I've already mentioned, they managed to get into the top 4 both times of asking in the Open Qualifiers, I should say. What chance do they actually have against this team now? I mean, you've already highlighted Snowy, arguably the best player coming out of this region, next to Itachi, who's already made it to RLCS. Is it too steep a climb for them on this occasion, or especially considering the stage that we're on? I mean, it's by far and away the biggest stage that any of these players are playing on right now in a competitive setting. Might that get to any of these players? Might the underdog be better served?
So that's it. The underdog story is coming on through, but they've got no real pressure about themselves. You look at them and go, this is just their chance to perform. They're going up against the toughest team, the team with the most status, notoriety about themselves. They've just got to be looking at it and go, we want to get game wins. We want to get, a series would be excellent here, but our choice, realistically, with momentum, because we always talk about momentum in Rocket League, if they drop into that lower bracket, it's not over. And that's when they got to just try and get the feel-good vibes going on through and build that confidence, because this is truly a brand new experience for them.
Yeah, 100%. And it's worth highlighting, actually, that you'll notice in and amongst Asia, you've got Asia mainland, rest of Asia mainland, I should say, rest of Asia, Oceania, Maritime as well. They get 3 slots each. Apart from them, every other region, in the close qualifiers at least, only 1 spot. And so, yeah, it's a double elimination. Yeah, you can fall through the trapdoor, you can dust yourself off and get back on the horse, so to speak. But once you've lost that second life, if you get to the finals, if you crack under the pressure, which players can do, we've seen it at the very top level in the championships this past week, that can get to you, and we could see a surprise sprung.
That is true, and then you're on to the big stage. You're going up against EMEA. That is the biggest stage. I don't want to take it away from the North American region and the South Americans, but, we're EU boys. We're always going to be going up against UK, Germany, France. We've got massive teams playing in this region, and Africa have got the chance to near enough show themselves up against some of the biggest teams in the world.
And so there was a great interview, actually, that I was reading where they were talking a lot about load shedding. I think that you mentioned previously there are some difficulties. I mean, the South African guys, in order just to scrim, they've been getting together in real life, scenarios, almost like boot camping, I guess. So, I mean, that on top of it is another huge element as to why this region, I guess, has struggled to a certain extent to break out of its own mold. But again, this is a real chance to say, hey, we're also here. Please pick us up and please give us a chance.
That's what I'm talking about with the infrastructure in Africa, of course, and why mobile gaming we see quite a lot of. But here, these guys are using the LAN feature built into Rocket League to get together, connect their PCs, connect the consoles up to each other, and then get that sort of near enough perfect connection. And that's why you're getting these little LAN parties. It is very grassroots esports, and I absolutely adore it. Because that's not only where you make rivalries, but friendships together. And so when you're looking at Pirates XD, when you're looking at Mare, Mist, and Atomic, these aren't guys that are competing with each other. They're just having a good time on the pitch, and that's the best thing ever.
And I think certainly if there was one word which I would describe the Rocket League esports community in general, it would be family. You know, everyone kind of knows each other in a certain way, and we all put arms around the shoulders. It's not a haha, you lost or anything. It's a commiserations. You know, you gave it your best, and what a time to give your best as well. I previously mentioned $250,000 prize pool across all regions for the EMEA. $80,000 on the line for the winning team in the regional. I mean, that's massive money to talk about.
Essentially, when you're looking at a lot of these South African teams, they haven't even been able to bust the $1,000 cap.
Yeah.
So knowing that one of these teams is going to now be the highest earners in Africa is a crazy thought. Okay, maybe not in the whole of Africa, because yes, you've got Itachi there, but he's a little bit like, we count him as an EU boy these days, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, we look at Turbo Pulsar as well, another great example about moving from Sweden to the United States to compete in United States Rocket League. Again, for a chance, I mean, especially I think we're looking at Snowy in particular, where this guy is genuinely talented. As Bacon has rightly pointed out, top 20 1v1 players. Now, of course, one player doth not a team make, but if you can stand up in front of talent scouts on this huge stage, show that you are made of metal when it comes to those big plays, leading your teams through, again, you might not necessarily get straight into the big leagues necessary, but you're putting yourself on the map, more people talking about you, and for the region overall, I mean, these individual performances as well, people are going to be talking about the region, and that's how we see growth.
And that's it. Rocket League is becoming an international game. Whilst we're, playing through this international festival of fun that includes Rocket League and Street Fighter, of course.
Yes.
Like, we're going to be able to see some of these talents, which maybe you might get regions like in EU, where we're expanding the whole scene, might just go, hey, that guy's quite good. We can pick him up, put him over here. We've seen it in the past, like you said, Turbo Pulsar moving over to NA, Drippy from OCE moving to NA as well on the Evil Geniuses roster right on back. And now sort of like, whilst we're coming into a whole new world, so many new possibilities. And I love that the Intel World Open is giving us the opportunity to see these guys in action and potentially find brand new stars.
100%. Well, the stars of tomorrow are very much born today. XD Pirates going up against Atomic. Listen, it wouldn't be a death segment without predicting, right? I mean, that's kind of why we're here. It's part of the fun of it, right? So it's hard to see Atomic getting by XD Pirates, at least for my money. I think the safe bet would be a 3-0 sweep, most likely. Of course, all best of fives today, worth mentioning that as well. But I at least hope for Atomic, especially given their consistency. As I say, they got into the top 4 in both open qualifiers. They've clearly got something about them. I would hope for at least close games, if not one game win in the series.
You've got to look at the open qualifiers as well, and they're all best of threes, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this now with the experience, going away, prepping. You know beforehand with these close qualifiers who you're coming up against. You know this matchup. So I reckon Atomic could surprise us. Yes, I still think I'm going to go 3-1 in favor to Pirates XD, but I think Atomic are going to come in and make this a closer game than maybe statisticians out there would think it to be.
Well, I'm gonna try and summon up the wonderful words of Murray Walker when he said that anything is possible. Well, maybe it will be. Let's head on over to our casters. It is Craftman and Tylacto with all the action.
Thank you very much, EuroLeague. I'm glad to be here with you and Bacon on what is set to be an epic week and a celebration of Rocket League here at the Intel World Open. What a way to start things off. Me and Tylacto joining you for the early morning sessions here throughout the week, and what a way to kick things off. We have the region of Africa, and Tylacto, me and you, we've been waiting for this for a long time.
Oh, we certainly have, but we've not been waiting as long as the players, I think it's fair to say. I am so excited for these guys. As EuroLeague and Bacon were saying, such limited chances to represent themselves on the world stage have Africa had, and in particular this case South Africa, who took all 4 spots as well. And you just think about the prize pools, the difference, and sure, we'd probably be fooling ourselves if we're going to believe that they're going to go all the way to win the EMEA region. Of course, that's Europe, Middle East, and Africa. But 4 teams enter today. Only 1 will make them regional finals. But even by making it, that's at minimum $4,000.
And that's a lot of money just in the context of Africa. I know Bacon was touching on the sort of prize pools you usually get in this region, maybe $50 here, $100 here, no more than really $1,000. But for one of these teams to get through the bracket today and guarantee themselves at least $4,000, maybe even going up to $6,500 if they can get higher than 6th place, it is just going to be an epic week for these guys. And for Pirates XD and MLGC Atomic, we were talking just off air, Tylato, about these teams. I know the guys in the desk are saying, yeah, it's a bit of a family, especially in Africa, where the region's still developing. But these are two teams who are in a real grudge match today with each other.
Yeah, I really do believe it is. And you say it's like a real family because it is spot on. Everybody knows each other. And sometimes that's not for the best. These two teams will be desperate to beat each other and get a good start to the day. As we say, all best of fives, double elimination. You do have 2 lives, but getting off on the right foot under this amount of pressure is so important. And when you can just get that just deserves and really be like, yeah, that's right, we put you down to the lower bracket, that's the sort of morale boost that can carry you through the day.
And to go down to the lower bracket early in the day, like this one, I think we were all expecting Pirates XD with Snowy to really just smash through this bracket. They only lost one single game in the open qualifiers, and that was to Meh, who they might even take on in the upper bracket final a little bit later on. But as we get into this game, Pirates XD obviously the favourites, but for MLGC Atomic, they actually took out what we would probably consider the second best team in the region, who didn't actually make it through to the main event here.
No, they certainly did. It was an upset, unfortunate for Socks Up as we join here in game 1. Yeah, Socks Up, many would have picked to probably be the second strongest team in the region. They couldn't, that's a close chance. They couldn't get through, couldn't play in the first qualifier, and in the second one, you're right, Atomic did take them down. If they can pull up an upset like that, then what's to say they can't pull off another?
As Irleak said, anything can and will happen. And right off the gate here is Pirates XD with most of the attack right now. Darth coming in, trying to put the pressure on wee Casper there. Now Snowy, the man we've been talking so much about, big whiff from him. CP Zebra will take the shot instead, but blocked out by Yopi. And right back into the Pirates' half, but no capitalization from MLGC Atomic, just sort of working into their playstyle and not up to full speed, you would say, right now.
No, certainly not. And wee Casper is going to be controlling in the corner. You do want to get that early possession, just time on the ball, just really ease them nerves. And the nerves, like we say, this is pressure of which all of the players here will not be entirely used to. CP Zebra nearly opening us up with the first goal, and he showed up big in that upper bracket series in their qualifier against Meh. He got 2 huge equalizers in game 2 and 3. They actually lost game 1, and you feel like that's just the sort of experience that he can bring. As we were saying, 30 years of age, turning 31 as well. CP Zebra, you have to respect that man.
They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but CP Zebra is trying to learn the ropes of this new breed of Rocket League, and he's opened the door for Snowy here. Echo will slam the door shut, though, 2 minutes into this game, and still nothing on the board for either team. But it is Pirates XD with all of the possession, all of the attacking force. MLGC Atomic really have not been given any chance down the blue half as Snowy goes towards the backboard yet again.
Yeah, it really is the possessioners. Pirates XD just slowly making glacial progress towards the Atomic net. You feel like a goal is brewing in the works, but credit to Atomic. The defense is holding for now, and if they can keep it up and maybe strike on the counter here, we Casper with the flip reset. That's just a flash of what the players here can pull off, and that could easily have gone differently.
It really could have, and the first chance for the side of Atomic comes from the wheels of wee Casper going for that flip reset. And it's good to see them getting a couple of chances. Here comes Echo, empty net, and it's going to be the underdogs taking the first point on the boards.
Yeah, they were turtled up under a lot of pressure for the first 3 minutes or so here, but able to strike first. A huge morale boost, and suddenly Pirates XD, you know they wanted to get off on the right foot, and that has just doubled down on the pressure on their shoulders right now.
Certainly putting their best foot forward right out of the gate here. Putting all the pressure on Pirates XD. They had, like we said, all of the shots, all of the attacking pressure. Just that one lapse in concentration and defense just opened the door, and it could open up again as Yopi goes right over the top, blocked away by the defense. Echo from the left-hand side, looking for that rebound off the back. Here comes Yopi again, and just a big whiff will allow Snowy to clear back upfield. CP Zebra in attack. Here comes Snowy on net and ties things up.
That's huge. We talked about Snowy, his 1v1 prowess. He'll have converted many an open net, but not many under this sort of pressure. He's going to finish there at the near post. And a quick equalizer at that. The fact it's quick as well, so good for calming those nerves.
And it's a big exhale from Pirates XD. You really feel like they should have been maybe 2, maybe 3-0 up at this moment. But a 1-1 game has them humbled in the early stages of this one. Still plenty of time left on the clock, and of course overtime to come. Oh, that's a interesting back pass there from Yopi, and Casper, who the recipient of that back pass gets demoed, opens the door for Pirates, but no shot on target. At least the possession retained by the blue team. That it's just those little mistakes that could. And Pirates XD, I've seen them capitalize on a lot of the MLG mistakes so far.
And they really can. Snowy will certainly feel like he should have got a second there as we're headed for the final minute of game 1, and just one goal could decide it. Darth trying to get a double touch there, but Yopi Go going to deny that one on the backboard. Darth, of course, a new pickup for Snowy.
Oh, what a dribble! Oh!
Nearly forcing it through the whole team. That's a saviour medal for Darth, who I was just speaking about there. It's certainly strong in the mechanical department, but mechanics don't mean anything unless you've got the confidence to back it up, and you can guarantee the players are terrified of potentially making that crucial mistake here. But on the contrary, what it would be to make that play that wins the game.
And how good would it feel if it is MLGC Atomic that takes the opening play here and takes the opening game, because we've been hyping up Pirates XD thinking, oh, they'll just sweep their way through the bracket, get to the regionals without much issue. But as mentioned, MLGC Atomic, they took down the second best team in the region who didn't actually make it here, as we said before. They've got all the potential. Here, Casper again, the goal scorer for MLGC. Dribble that. Snowy maybe
last chance opportunity. CP Zebra, the old man. Oh, he couldn't get on target. Just clips the post, and we have our first OT in our first game of the day. Indeed, straight off the back, a close court contest. Sorry, there is the backboard bounces. Dangerous, it's dangerous again, and somehow Pirates XD are not gonna convert again. We can look back after this game and wonder how they only have one goal at this point. Darth, no boost for the double touch, but the defenders are falling. They can't reach it, and CP Zebra, after 20 seconds of overtime, is gonna win game 1. Yeah, and it's the miss off the back wall for Casper. Just doesn't read where this ball's landing. And CP Zebra will scoop that one up and say, thank you very much, sir. He is the one to take the first game.
For Pirates XD. An expected result, but we didn't get here in the expected way, Tylacto.
No, certainly not. It was bizarre and messy at times, and we expect that when the nerves are coming through as well. And it's always hard, certainly for us as well, to assess the ability of how well these players will be able to hold up on the regional and world stage. And it's even harder for them to practice to get up to that level as well, when we were talking about the fact that they sort of have to just queue EU servers on 160 plus ping, and just practicing that, it is so damn difficult. Of course, they're on their home server right now and we're pulling them off their mechanics already, but you have to feel that even when they're trying to get practice against the highest caliber of opposition, it's just so tough for them.
And a couple of chances in that game as well for MLGC. You see on the replays here, Echo had the chance, and CP Zebra could have put it home at the 0 seconds, but clips that one off the post, and we end up in the overtime. But he is the one to seal the deal, as it were. But you talked in the early stages of that one, Tylacto, about the Atomic defense, and they were just blocking everything that that Pirates XD were trying to just shoot towards that orange net. Do you think they broke down in the late stages?
Yeah, I think that once they got pegged back so quickly with the equalizer, the confidence, the adrenaline shot that they got straight from that suddenly got put on pause, and it was like, oh, yeah, it's not going to be that easy. And suddenly it's a similar sense in the sense of the series. They're now 1 down. The tables have turned, and whilst they still got time, and it is a best of 5 as we enter into game 2, they're going to have to buck up their ideas quickly.
Certainly so, and capitalizing on Pirates XD, the chances that they're giving up in the midfield. I know it's been difficult for MLGC Atomic to break out, but they got the breakout here in the early stages of game 2. Echo takes the first.
Yeah, and the first took nearly 3 minutes that time, but this is just over 20 seconds. And once again, Echo is the passage. A lovely infield pass. And Darth, he ain't back in time and isn't able to keep that one out the back of the net.
Hot start for Atomic. Like an atom bomb. And 20 seconds in, Pirates XD humbled yet again. We've seen it so often, especially lately in Rocket League. Tylacto, we saw at the weekend BDS being absolutely dominated by Vitality. The team expected to win, just struggling on their feet. I know we can't really equate that in this early stage because this is the first game of the Open Qualifiers, but you've got to have the sort of context of that as well, and we Casper really keep putting it to Pirates XD right now.
Yeah, that whiff from Snowy on the wall, trying to keep up the high tempo pressure. CP Zebra clearly pushing as well to try and match his teammate, assuming that the hit was going to come through, but that just left a gap that was perfect enough to bait him in. And as you say, we Casper punish him with what ends up looking like a really simple routine goal. And suddenly it's 2 inside the first minute, and Pirates XD will not be comfortable right now. You see Snowy down himself, backing off there. He's happy because he's got the back boost and is going to make the save relatively easily, but suddenly the team that was so massively on the front foot for almost all of game 1 look a little bit shaken right now.
What do you think that's down to, though, Tylacto? Is it just nerves being on the one of the biggest stages for this moment in time, or is it just try to get themselves settled in, or really underestimating their opponents?
And you realise that the entire world is watching in terms of the Rocket League world, and the fact that this is the first major feature that Africa has got in a major tournament in Rocket League, and you're representing not just yourselves, but effectively an entire continent. It's pretty damn hard not to get nervous.
Yeah, fighting for the right to represent not just South Africa, but Africa as a whole when it gets to the regional competition. And I think that's going to be the sentiment for a lot of the teams that we're going to see, not just today, but throughout this week, fighting for the right to represent their country and their region on the big stage. And Darth trying to battle back and get a point on the board for Pirates. But the MLGC defense holding up yet again.
Really nice cushioned pass down the line by Snowy. Waited so that Darth could shoot it across the net towards the bottom corner. But like you say, Atomic, very comfortable sitting back and defending that lead now. And they look like they've got a bit more swagger about them with a 2-goal lead to sit on. You know, absolutely why not as we approach halftime here. And Pirates, their quick turnaround that we saw last time is nowhere to be seen. But you see the players stacked up around the orange net. They're going to clear it deep downfield, and Darth has to pick it up from the back. Again, he's allowed to get it off the ball. The midfield is given up completely again, but no direct shot. Not able to catch up to the ball was Snowy that time. And once again, the Pirates are pushed back.
The thing is, Atomic are just sitting so far back when they know Pirates XD are going to get the ball into the orange half. They're just completely leaving the midfield, focusing entirely on their defense. And Pirates XD, they've not been able to account for that. They don't know how to get past this essentially 3-man defense. Again, you see 2 men back. Echo hits that one up high, but it's an awkward angle for Snowy with no boost coming down. They have to retreat.
Yeah, certainly they do, as the time is still ticking off the clock, though. The loose ball is there. The shot is a clanger, but it's going to be just over the crossbar and running down the other end of the field. Casper is going to convert again, and game 2 is turning into an absolute mountain right now for the Pirates.
And like I said, the defense for Atomic, the way that they're sitting back, they're drawing Pirates in, and then they can just bang it downfield for this counter-attack goal. And I think that's essentially how all 3 goals in this game number 2 have gone in for MLGC Atomic. It's a surprising result here with just under 90 seconds to go. If Pirates XD don't want to drop a game here, they want to show themselves as the dominant force in this region, they need to act fast.
Yeah, it's just so frustrating as well to be so offensive and then get caught on the counter multiple times, because you sort of know you're doing it to yourself. It's like, we want to get back in business. We want to storm out the door. And just before they're managing to get there, they're stepping on a Lego and it's just all going wrong. But maybe it's not going to go wrong here. Darth is going to rise up, win the race to the ball and get a much needed goal. But you have to say, it's still a long way.
It's a long way, but that's a little bit of hope in the Pirates' heart. Minute 1 left to go. 2 goals still to find. Could find them pretty easily. But Pirates XD, I think when they have been going downfield, the passing plays have just been getting broken up a little bit. And I talked about the three-man defense that Atomic have been putting up in their half, and it's slowly starting to break down. No, Echo now, he has been the standout player for me on this Atomic team. He's been meeting Pirates XD at the pass, cutting off those passing plays that they want to pull off, and really putting Atomic in position to win. And they certainly looks like they've got this one wrapped up, unless Pirates XD have a little bit of a late flutter. But with that clear down to Yopi, and Echo picking this one back up in the midfield towards the backboard. 30 seconds left. It's all looking a bit bleak for the Pirates, but that one was travelling towards net. Casper puts it to the side.
Yeah, it really does. You feel like that previous backboard bounce couldn't be allowed to just be unmet, and the time is simply out at this point. The momentum from bringing a 3-goal comeback would have been incredible, and practically, in my opinion, almost ended the series there if they got that. But it looks like we're going to have an even series on our hands. Casper trying the ceiling shot for his hat-trick, but it's not going to come through. It's going to be a tied-up series, and what a series it could end up being.
Well. We all thought it was going to go one way for sure, but MLGC Atomic proving that they belong here in the closed qualifiers of the Intel World Open. And just looking towards who they could potentially face in the next round, Tylat. So we'll talk a bit more about this later on, but we've got Mist and Meh. Meh is probably considered the second best team here. So anything that either of these teams, really, either Pirates or MLGC, have been putting up in these two games so far that could rival what Mist and Meh have to offer.
It certainly could. It's just really difficult until we get to see how they play on this actual stage. It's like we're expecting Pirates XD, given their ability on paper, to put up more of a dominant performance. But with that added expectation, it's clear to see, and I kind of expect it, that all four of our teams are going to be quite painfully closely matched today. I mean, it's going to be painful for them with the nerves. It's going to be fantastic for us to be able to watch. And I mean, I don't want to write off Mist Esports as well. I mean, Biscuit Galaxy is just a very fantastic up-and-coming player alongside Daisy as well.
Fantastic name as well.
It is a fantastic name, but of course, we compete. Speaking of fantastic names, we've got Happy Meal on there, so our next series up is going to be fantastic as well, you can bet. And I mean, speaking of this series, the pressure that now comes onto, I mean, I'm saying pressure so much because we cannot emphasize enough how much it is on these players' shoulders right now. You think of it, and well, to go 2-1 down and be one game away from dropping to the lower bracket, that is not comfortable in the slightest.
And for a team who I mentioned in Pirates XD, only losing a single game, they swept their way, well, they won every single one of their series in the Open Qualifier a few weeks ago. But for a team who only lost one game, and not to this Atomic team, that's got to sting, because all the hype has been surrounding them. And to be quite honest, they're not living up to the hype right now.
No, and it's so stagnating as well for your own confidence and momentum when you try and push forward. You try and put your stamp on the series, and you're just conceding cheap counterattack after cheap counterattack. And that frustrating playstyle from Atomic, I think, is absolutely the way to go. And at least in the last game, they pulled it off to great effect. As maybe not so nice. Casper's going to make an important save on the back line. Snowy's not going to get the connection he was looking for. It was soft and all not very handsome. And still the pressure will be kept up, but not going to be the case for too long. Darth will rescue it and scoop it around the corner. But that man, once again, Casper putting in a performance at both ends right now.
I said Echo was my man to watch. Casper as well. He's been putting in a shift on the MLGC side as well. And just a little bit of a defensive recovery here right now for MLGC. Cover and boost before they can move downfield. And Snowy, it's at pass 1. Can he get it past 2? No, Yopi Goated is there. Now Darth try and move out of their own half as Pirates XD, but this is a little bit more of aggressive MLGC Atomic side, meeting this ball in midfield and forcing their way through for opportunities.
Yeah, it really is. They're actually trying to put up some offense of their own. As I will make a quick note to those watching, if you are unable to hear game sound, do not fear. Production are working on the fix. You just have to put up with our fantastically lovely voices for now until then, as somehow Pirates, a great shot towards the top short corner, but it is not going to find the mark as a 50 is forced out by Yopi Go again. But you feel like that many clean-cut chances might not come as the series goes on.
No, Casper trying to Create an opportunity for himself. Half tank a boost, but he does miss that one. Now Snowy bring that down the left-hand side. You'll be goated. He's had a couple of good blocks in the middle of the field, and I think that's what MLGC have started to realize. They know Pirates XD are going to be aggressive, so try and cut it off in the middle of the field to stop them from creating those opportunities. But that's a great touch off the backboard for Darth, and CP Zebra sends it home.
Yeah, it was absolute ticking time bomb of a goal twice off the backboard. Echo can't keep his composure, and a costly backflip as that CP Zebra. You knew he was not missing the target from there. Absolutely slams it down the middle.
And I said in game number 1 when Pirates XD were down 1-0, getting that one back to 1-1, it was a little bit of a breath of fresh air. Now not scoring a significant goal since that. That's a little bit of a tension relieved, you would say. Now they have the lead for the first time in this series. But Atomic aren't going anywhere. Snowy will try and cut that off, but no boost. He won't be able to follow up that one. And I think it's a lot of the boost game, a lot of the try to conserve this energy as you're going downfield for Pirates XD, because every time they go in the attack, it seems that they don't have the boost to follow up, and Atomic have easy enough saves.
Yeah, and it's not just about being able to follow it up. It's also about not leaving yourself vulnerable to the counter-attack. But like you say, hopefully more at ease now, given that they have their first opener. As CP Zebra is going to look for the double touch. He's not going to find the contact. The contact is there from Snowy, but it's off the post, and Darth cannot get around the ball. The lead will stay at 1, but speak of the counter, Echo is there, scoops it inside, and immediately strikes again.
3 big missed opportunities for Pirates XD, and we talked about the dangerous counter-attacking style of MLGC Atomic, and it comes to fruition there. Echo with a brilliant dribble downfield, sends it home himself, and they've tied this one back up, and Pirates XD, egg on their face right now, as the one of the best players in the region just cannot get a shot on target.
Yeah, really couldn't, as Darth had a great chance off that kickoff as well, but the contact, again, not what he was looking for as a demo, is going to come through. Atomic could be struggling here. They look like they're down to 2 players right now. Is Darth going to be able to punish? Nope, he is not. A CP Zebra going to send it back into the corner, try and get it back into the mix of the players, of course, having to play on as it's deep into this third game and nearly into the final minute. Yopi Goated going to make a big save. That's his savior medal as well. Darth, surely he'll be able to punish eventually. You feel like every missed opportunity just dents that confidence more and more.
And it certainly is. And for a team who had the best run of things so far, MLGC Atomic now feeling the pressure for the first time since the opening of game number 1. Snowy finally gets a shot on target. It feels like he's just been hitting the woodwork over and over again, but the first one he gets on target really is saved easily enough. Now the touch from that left-hand side from Snowy gets demoed for his efforts. No one in the middle to back that one up, so Darth takes it right back into the midfield. And now MLGC, I think they just want overtime in this case. Yeah. they want to reset everything, get back to midfield, because Pirates have had the lion's share of the offense for really the last minute or so.
They really have. You've got to give credit to Atomic right now. They've got the 2-man wall. Poor Echo is nowhere to be seen right now, and they're having to hold up the defense. I mean, credit to Pirates XD. They also need to keep up some of their own as it's trickling dangerously towards the net. That could have been... imagine 2 men ending up scoring a 0-second winner. I doubt that's ever been done before.
It's the craziness of Africa. I mean, we've not really seen Africa before, as we keep going on about, but for something that we've not really seen before. To come out of the Africa region would be a great start to the Intel World Open closed qualifiers. As Snowy yet again hits it off the post, and MLGC Atomic run with their tail between their legs back downfield, but it's not over yet. Pirates XD on the attack once more. Now Casper picking this up on the right hand side for him. CP Zebra. It finally feels like Pirates XD have some momentum behind them. They are starting to be more aggressive in this midfield.
Yeah, and you certainly would hope so, given the fact they have the outnumber. Surely the backball bounce is going to be there. Snowy is going to convert it to go on to match and series point. Of course, it won't feel the same there with the disconnect happening, and it's just unfortunate, but rightly so, we should say that, players responsible for their own setups, and sometimes, in fact, interestingly to the teams here today, that's a bit out of their hands. As I do indeed remember, I believe it was Happy Meal doing an interview with Sam Wright, was mentioning about the fact that that due to the power grid in South Africa, they were load shedding during one of the qualifiers, and that means with about 4 hours notice they had to sort out their own setups. 2 of them did, to be able to just to play the qualifiers, and they had about 30 minutes left by the time they actually got it done and set up. So reliability also a test as well. As you can see, Echo back in the game now, but especially for MLGC Atomic, that's going to leave a sour taste in the mouth.
And for Echo, for him to get back in now is crucial. As you see in the replays here, Echo with that brilliant dribble down the middle of the field on the counter-attacking play. And Pirates XD, they've been so susceptible to that. They've been over-aggressing. And when MLGC Atomic have recognised that at the very least, they know they can push the ball downfield and they're probably going to get a goal out of it.
Yeah, it really is. You cannot underestimate the counter-attacking potential. It's obviously helpful to the fact that they were outnumbering. That was a whole 19 shots that Pirates XD put up in that third game. Obviously, slightly inflated by that. Echo was the only member to actually take shots in that third game for Atomic, and they're going to have to put up some more right here. And just for the sake of us getting a Game 5 to open the day, I'd love to see them throw a spanner in the works and get the opening goal again.
It would be huge for MLGC Atomic to push this to 5 games, because the guys in the desk, I know Ireleak and Bacon said, we're expecting maybe an easy 3-0, maybe a 3-1, maybe MLGC Atomic could come and shock them in game 1. They've not just shocked them in game 1 here, Tylacto. They have shocked them from the opening bell to now round 4. Ding ding, seconds out. Pirates XD 1 game away from going through to the upper bracket final. MLGC Atomic need to win this one to stay in contention, and boy, have they earned the right to stay in contention of this one.
Yeah, they really have. What a story it would be to come back from that Game 3 as well. They have nothing to lose right now. I'm expecting their best performance of the series right now, as again, an uncharacteristically weak shot from Snowy there, as they're trying to get into that upper finals just by winning this game, get it done with sooner rather than later. But that impatience could end up working against them, as we've already seen so during this series, as they're going to be aggressing into the corner. But Yopi Go going to win that one out. It's sent in field by Darth. He's going to have to try and get another 50 there, but that he does.
Now Echo bring this one down. Not a lot of boost, and CP Zebra recognises that and just pounds it away, punts it downfield, and Snowy's going to have a chance to pass over to Darth here. Slow play, could have the defense come out and meet that, but Wee Casper just holds his line on that backboard, knows exactly where it's going. These aerial plays now starting to come into effect really for both teams. The passing plays are so crucial in Rocket League, and not just in this region. And I think there's a lot of emphasis I've seen on passing plays and making sure everyone really gets a touch on the ball before a shot is taken. Is that generally the play style in not just in South Africa, but Africa as a whole, would you say?
I mean, certainly they'll be looking to emulate the top playing regions as well. And if you're not playing well as a team, then what's the point in playing well as individual players? As you talk about it under pressure as well, you see in big level games, even in the Euros as such, teams love to have the opening possession to get everyone, a feel for the ball, get the easing of the nerves, get some nice possession time. And it's the exact same in Rocket League, and why it's so effective to restrict that from your opponents. As it's a brilliant dribble from him as he flicks it over to, but Echo with a good response on the defense here now that he's actually in the game and able to do that. As Yopi Go is going to send it towards the net, hopefully, and CP Zebra will not be happy with that attempt of a save. And once again, Atomic are the ones who strike first.
I'm not 100% sure how CP Zebra didn't touch this one. I think he might have just been out of boost and jumped a little bit too early. Yeah, you see that in the replay there. Unfortunate for him, and unfortunate timing. And yet again, MLGC Atomic take the opening goal in this game and could be on their way to a 5th and decider here in the opening game of the Intel World Open closed qualifiers for Africa. As Echo will demo out Snowy and just relieve the pressure for the moment. But really, I know we talked about Snowy coming into this one a lot, but really Darth and especially CP Zebra, they have shone here in this one for Pirates XD.
Yeah, a lot of huge clutch winners coming through from CP Zebra already there. Clearly a big game player as Darth. Oh, the deny from Wee Casper. It looked as if he'd made them look silly, but Wee Casper comes to save the day there with a save from behind, forcing that ball over the crossbar, and how important that save could be.
It saves their bacon for the moment, but Darth is going to have another crack at the weapon. Wee Casper again, save in his column yet again. He has been a defensive rock for MLGC Atomic, but here comes Snowy, no boost, and again, the boost game comes into play. Pirates XD just have nothing in the tank when they go to take their final shot, and they're paying the price for it.
Yeah, but they're a team that needs a goal in the remaining 90 seconds, and they're gonna get it right here at the time of asking. He may have made a mistake on the defensive end, but he only took one touch there to have to scoop it up over the opponent, and that sinks satisfyingly into the bottom corner.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of a miscommunication there. Wee Casper expecting Yopigo to be right back at the net, so he went for it in the middle of the field, but Yopigo couldn't get back in the nick of time. And a pass down from Snowy to Darth finds the target, but again, finds Wee Casper. 3 saves in his basket so far, and Atomic still in this one.
Huge final minute approaching here in game 4 here. Could write the history of the South African scene right here as we open up the day. A huge shot from Yopigo. He's turned on that, literally on a 5p pay coin there, and he's going to strike under the crossbar. Darth was so close, but he couldn't keep it out.
I don't know how he kept his momentum through that. Like you said, just turning on a dime, flipping his momentum round and putting Atomic back in the lead with just over a minute left here in game number 4. Snowy will try to rectify this wrongdoing by the MLGC Atomic side. Echo now looking towards that backboard. Plenty of time, plenty of space. Well, not plenty of space, plenty of boost. He gets cut out by Darth. And now CP Zebra bringing that up the left-hand side, looking to tie things back up head to a third overtime. They have won both overtimes. Have Pirates XD. They'd love to get a third here in game number 4.
Yeah, and Pirates are running out of time once again. The control, though, from Snowy, he's whisked it past 2, but he's not got a great dish on that one. So, unfortunately, Casper, the man of the moment, again, is going to save the bacon. That bacon sure tastes nice right now for Atomic, but the defense has to come up again. And there it is. Yopigo is going to touch it lightly away to the side. CP Zebra tries to get the demo, but Echo just beats him past and gets the much-needed block on the ball. Wee Casper is going to run this one downfield as time is ticking out. Less than 5 seconds now. The double commit. Could it be costly? It's kept up by Darth, but nobody is in the midfield, and we will have in our very first series of the Intel World Open closed qualifiers a game 5.
Well, this is certainly a great start to the Intel World Open, a series going all the way to the 5th and deciding game, and rightfully so, because MLGC Atomic have just been playing out of their minds. But for me, I think so far it's the underperformance from Pirates XD. We expected them to come out here and dominate, but they have just been really humbled in the opening 4 games, and now going to a 5th and deciding one. They could end up in that lower bracket, and they would have to win 4 best of 5s in a row if they want to go through to the regional finals.
Yeah, the moment that stuck out to me personally in that game 4, it was soon before they got their equalizer, but still chasing a goal, and it was a touch out to the midfield from Snowy, and yet when your team that needs a goal in a game like that with less and less to lose as each second ticks past, you'd almost certainly expect someone to be there just to threaten a challenge in the midfield, because you're looking for a goal much sooner rather than later. And yet both Darth and CP Zebra way back downfield, and I have to think that's the massive punch in the gut they got from conceding so many counter-attack goals from overcommitting.
I'll just remind you as well, Wee Casper on the back line for MLGC Atomic, 4 saves in that match. He was just dominant there. He was a brick wall, and Pirates XD just had no answer for him. When you see on the field a player who's mainly just focusing on defense like that with his 4 saves, what counter do you have for that, if any?
Take him out. Demolition.
Just demo. Get him gone.
Exactly.
Also it.
Spot on there. It was exactly. But, you know, that seeing if that strategy is going to come out is going to be yet to be seen, because we did see CP Zebra go for a demolition late on in that game, but he couldn't quite reach it. The question is, will those attempts keep coming through, as Snowy is once again going to have the opening note as an aggressive one for Pirates XD? It's been quite a defining match by each and every opening goal. It just gives Atomic something to park behind if they get that opener. And that's why Pirates XD, they're immediately on this front foot. But Echo, the clears, the structure, the rotations are incredibly clean, of course, from both teams. But the defense right now, as the teams have warmed up into it, is getting more and more impressive.
It's certainly been quite impressive for MLGC Atomic. Like you said, the opening goals have defined this series. 3 of the 4 opening goals have came from the bonnets of the MLGC Atomic cars. And now Echo trying to echo that sentiment. He's got Wee Casper there as well, but he can't beat Darth. A little bit too slow on that one. It was a quick ball, but Darth a little bit too quick to it. And now he tries to hold his line on his own. CP Zebra is there and will get it to the corner. But the thing is, I said it before as well, we keep talking about CP Zebra and Darth, but Snowy, he's been nowhere and he lets that one through.
Flies up there, that angle. It's like a cheese grater, that yellow car, and just down that dunk goes into the net. And once again, this frustrating opening goal goes the way of Atomic, and they're playing this so well.
It has been clinical at times for MLGC Atomic. The less of that could be said for Pirates XD. Shocker. In the opening game of the Intel World Open Close Qualifiers, Wee Casper now trying to put the shock and keep that for the next 3 minutes or so and send Pirates XD into that lower bracket. He's been great on defense as Wee Casper, but now trying to flourish into offense as well. Echo right back downfield. Who's following this one up? It is going to be Wee Casper, but wisely stays out of the way of Snowy and gets back to defense instead.
It's been an electrifying series, though, and we could just have under 3 minutes left of it as once again Darth looking to clean up, but Yopi goaded so deep in the back of that orange net is just unable to be demoed as he's going to find Echo on the counter. Echo looking for a double touch there. Won't find the contact he was looking for, but you can guarantee he was very, very close. And now Darth is the one to pick it up. A mistouched, uncharacteristic from Wee Casper this time as the pressure ramps back up, and it's a slammer from Snowy.
And Snowy finally gets himself on the board. The defense is just caught flat-footed here. I think Echo was maybe trying to follow this one down. Wasn't expecting Snowy to make the shot from that range. And Echo just a hair away from making the save. Just on over 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go. And it's tied up. Two games apiece, 1 apiece in game number 5, but it could be 2-1 and CP Zebra will be denied by Yopi Goated. Snowy now from that left-hand side corner will keep it deep in orange territory with Darth following, but no boost to the tank like we keep going on about. The boost game has not been strong for Pirates XD.
Dangerous.
They're undoing at times, but the undoing right now is MLGC Atomic's defense is crumbling to ashes.
That's so smart from Snowy to drop that one low, though. Yopi Goated made an incredible goal line save just seconds earlier, but he's going to be caught out going early to the backboard there, misreading the bounce, and that is so easy to do. And Pirates XD have come from behind, and they're now 2-1 up, and they're looking for more. They smell blood in the water here, but once again, the counterattack, but the flick, they're just going to find back into Snowy's hands again, or should I say wheels, or tyres? I'm going to say tyres as Wee Casper does go up that backboard and tries to control it round, wants to keep that ball close, but the 50 is forced again. Patient on Echo's hit is Darth, and he's just going to accept the donation of the ball, go for the flip reset, gets it past one, but only committing one at a time are Pirates XD, and this time the defense is still going to hold.
You do feel that recently, especially in this game number 5, Pirates XD have felt more like a team. They've felt more gelled than they have in the opening 4 games. As CP Zebra can't squeeze that one under the crossbar to make it a comfortable lead. Still 2-1 as we approach the final 60 seconds. Echo, he's been so dominant for MLGC Atomic. Can he get a goal here? No deny by Snowy. Right back into the orange half. And as we get into the final minute, MLGC Atomic, they've been creating chances out of nothing. They've not been able to create any chances here in Game 5.
No, they haven't, as that could still be costly, though. CP Zebra didn't realize how much time he had for that close range, tight angled shot, but the lead is still intact for now, but it only takes one chance as time continues to tick down, and Snowy is going to control it once again into the corner, boxing them in, and straight out of the corner, and into the back of the net.
Well, that should just about do it. And from a man who's been quiet all series long, hyping him up for this occasion, he has come to life here in the final game of the series. 3-1 now for Pirates XD, and Snowy is starting to become this player that we've expected him to be, making those tough shots and putting Pirates XD in positions to win, and they are only 25 seconds away from doing just that.
And we were wondering where he was, weren't we? Is he going to show up? Mod check, where's Snowy at? And Game 5 is exactly where he finds his home, and what a difference he has made here, as it looks as if Pirates XD are going to see off the scare here in the first series of the day, but a long day it will be, and you can guarantee after that Game 3 disconnect, Atomic are going to want to be bouncing back in that lower bracket.
And I think we picked maybe MLGC Atomic to be the fourth place team. They were the fourth qualifier out of the open qualifiers to the closed qualifier, but they have proved their worth and they are here to play today. Tylacto, we're going to see a lot more of them. We'll be following every single game throughout the closed qualifier today. It was the right result, Tylacto, but we got the long way round there. What do you rate Pirates XD chances going forward?
Yeah, I have to say, they look strong towards the end, but I'm just curious to see how they play in the rest of the day. Our next series will, of course, be Mist Esports up against Meh, and we'll have that with you after the break.
Well, the seas be stormy out there, but Pirates XD have done it. They have overcome the odds. They are through in the upper bracket. Welcome back to the Intel World Open. IRLeague joined by my good friend Digital Bacon. And well, for strong favourites in the region, they sure made hard work of it, didn't they? Ultimately ending 3-2, so they've got the job done, Bacon. They got the W in the bag. But goodness me, that was a bit more harder work than they were expecting, probably.
Yeah, definitely not smooth sailing out there, was it? Now, a 3-2 series, we're like, we give Atomic a game, like, just because we don't know enough, but on paper, from what we can, dredge on up, it was a 3-1 game at best, but Atomic, now that is a talking point. And I mean, underdog story coming on through, it's hard not to support them now, isn't it?
100%. Well, I mean, we were talking about their consistency again. They managed to get into the top 4 in both open qualifiers. And so you're thinking, okay, well, there is something there. I love their defensive play. I loved their decision making. More on that in a bit. But more crucially, they went down to 2 men in one of those games and just held the line wonderfully.
Goal, the buzzer beater. And you're just there going, where's the man? Where's the man? We're over there behind watching it. Just screaming and shouting, and I'm sure you guys at home were as well. But I think the big talking point for everyone was Snowy only showing up in Game 5. What happened for 1 through to 4?
Yeah, what did happen in games 1 through to 4? Because I was looking at CP Zebra as well, somebody that you look at with a lot of experience on board. Again, a reminder, if you just joined us, 30 years old, one of the oldest players in the competition. And actually, out of all 3 of those guys, it was more of the unknown guy, Darth, who was standing out for me. Nice mechanical plays, was really the only person who was consistently showing through on net for them. But thankfully for them, at least, in game number 5, Snowy does turn up. Do we think that is nerves coming into play? Because especially with so much pressure on you as the favorite in the region in this particular close qualifier. I mean, are the cracks starting to show?
So it can't be denied. A lot of not only South Africa's weight, but Africa as a whole's weight sort of feels like it's going onto Pirates XD and then by de facto onto Snowy's shoulders. You're going to have anxiety. You're going to have nerves coming into this. But what you need to do, and it's what we saw come on out from Atomic, is take those nerves that are balling up in your stomach and then just let them out with passion. You've got to use that, make it your energy, make it fuel, and then just let it explode onto the pitch, which we've got to give it to Atomic. Definitely did. By way, largely of Echo, that lad was popping.
Gotta say, Echo impressing me in particularly, and we've actually got a play featuring Echo, haven't we, that we're going to be breaking down in a little bit more detail, and it came after a barrage of shots against his own team's net.
That's it. We've got a nice little analysis clip which I can just throw on the screen right here and now. A little bit in slow-mo whilst we get into it, whilst we get up to the point there, Arlie. But you're right, attack after attack coming on out from Pirates XD, and this is not an uncommon feature. These guys were continuously putting shots on, but just ever so wide of target. But here we go, the runaway underway, and look at Echo just so clean in that one-on-one scenario. Just taking it on past CP Zebra, who quite honestly overstepped his mark, and this is shown by a beautiful camera in net. And I can near enough go into a little bit of Coach Bacon mode, and I will drop a pause right now. Let's actually take it back just a little step to the start of net. Right, CP Zebra is cutting across because he fully expects Echo to be dragging that to that bottom right-hand corner. Right hand for us, of course, as Echo approaches it, it's on the left-hand side. So Echo seeing that, sees Zebra come across like that, and well, right behind him, he has got a beautiful amount of open space, which CP Zebra is not going to be able to reach. So, lo and behold, where does he go?
Into the back of the net. I love it. I've got my own Gary Neville. It's wonderful. and it just goes to show as well, honestly, that the game plan of counter-attacking really does work. If you think that you're going to be setting up against the odds, you don't have to go all-out attack. Again, it was the defense, and more importantly for me, the actual decision-making that was the making of how good Atomic was. I mean, there was another wonderful goal, a turn on a dime from Yo, which won them game number 4, took them to game number 5 in the first place. So, honestly, just such a promising display, I think. And although they drop into the lower bracket, of course, they do have that one life left. And I would not want to be the other team joining them there. That will consist of one of either Meh or Mist Esports. And Mist Esports, Bacon, possibly holding the player with the best name in the entire tournament in Biscuit Galaxy. What I mean, I know Tylacto pointed out, but what a fantastic name. I don't even care how good he is at this point. It's just like, you got the name, you've got my respect.
That's it. I mean, Biscuit Galaxy is a great name there. I mean, I quite like Wee Casper, like, just especially with Craftman
voice,
on it. That was just music to my ears. Happy Meal's also a great name, and MT for Meh, like, used to go by MT Promise. We're sort of looking at it going, Mount Promise. I love that name as well. But I mean, whilst we're talking about, should we get into the next game?
Why don't we? So we got Meh and we got Mist. Mist, of course, winning Open Qualifier 2. Meh going through with Pirates XD. This is my match of the day. I think this is going to be super close. I wonder what our casters think. Crafters, Tylacto, back to you, lads.
I'm expecting this one to be an absolute banger as well, Iroleak. And just for you, Bacon, I'll say it again. Wee Casper is probably one of my favourite guys so far here for MLGC Atomic. We'll see them a little bit later on, but Tylacto is down to Mist and Meh. The two teams, I think, we expect, well, coming into today, I think we were expecting this one to be a little bit closer than the Pirates XD Atomic game, but based on how that first series went, what are you expecting for this one?
Yeah, certainly, and it's good to be back here as floating heads, I need to say. And show us what you got is the question to Mist Esports and man. Yeah, I'm excited, especially for Mist Esports, just because I know there was doubt after they lost, you know, what... I was going to say in the upper bracket of the qualifiers also, there was upper bracket qualifier matchup for Meh when they played against Pirates XD. The very first qualifier, that went all the way to game 3. We mentioned it in our previous series, but you have to think, if you're Meh, in that case, to get that rematch in the upper bracket finals now with Pirates XD, you got to be wanting that real badly.
Certainly so, and I know we've got the best player name in Biscuit Galaxy on Mist Esports, but we've probably got the second best player overall in this one, and that is Werty on the side of Meh. Compared to Snowy, how does he measure up to the standard that we were at least expecting from Snowy today? He didn't really show up. Hopefully he plays a little bit better later on, but what does Werty bring to the table here?
He's certainly expected to be another standout player as well. The question is, on the note of Snowy, will he show up before Game 5, and will we see immediate effect coming into play here in Game 1, as I can feel and hear the game audio, and I am very happy about that. You saw immediate mechanical play, strongly so from Biscuit Galaxy. They're popping it up and trying to take it past MT. Like you say, MT Promises, former name. He shortened it down now, but talk about him a little bit more, because he's a new pickup from Meh, if my information's correct. He, previously, Meh used to be playing with Thalassa, a star player for them as well, a standout one, a 0, hit it off the inside of the post, but losing him, there was question marks over how well Meh would perform, and the answers are they're performing pretty damn well.
Well, that's the thing about this entire Intel World Open. You're going to see a lot of, more so for like the European and maybe Oceanic regions, and certainly for North America as well. You're going to see a lot of players that you're familiar with, but might be playing with people you're not quite expecting. So for roster changes and all that, that's going to be something for mainly EU to worry about. But here in Africa, a lot of the players come from South Africa anyway, so a lot of these teams are sticking together, and MT making a name for himself here on the big stage. First goal.
And the player we were just talking about is taking a lovely control under one defender and just flicks it down low past another. Beautiful play there, and Zero couldn't quite reach it. And Zero, I believe, coming into the team, maybe previously Mist Esports have been playing with a player called Bread, a long-term veteran of the South African team. I'm not sure if he's in a coaching role for them now, but interestingly, Bread used to be MT's teammate. In fact, they made an incredible run in a tournament way back in 2018, so we could have had his historic teammate matchup here, but Zero is the man who's playing now, and he's looking to make a difference, and need to is what they're going to have to do, because Meh, they've struck first.
Yeah, back foot for Mist Esports. And Meh looking fairly comfortable in this one so far, but I think we said that about Pirates XD. The only difference is that Meh did get the first goal after all the pressure. Now Mist Daisy on this side of the field, and MT will easily get that one away. And I feel that Meh is going to start reading these plays a little bit more. I think they do have a little bit more speed behind them, that are faster paced, and when it comes to Rocket League, the faster the pace, the better you're going to play.
Yeah, certainly if you can knock that pace out of your opponents as well, and just the fact that you beat them to consecutive balls after one another, you're going to naturally get more control of the boost and resources on the field of players. Yep, Mist Esports, they're well compact here. They are under the cosh though, and the question is, how long can they keep this up for?
Well, they've at least kept it up for the first half of this game. Biscuit Galaxy has the first shot for him, I believe. Now Zero. We talked about Bread and Zero, the obviously the two subs, or the two third people on this team. Zero is actually officially listed as the Mist sub. Bread, I don't know if he's not able to play today, or if they just decided that Zero is the best man for the job here.
Yeah, I think Zero was playing in the qualifiers. I think it may just be an eventual permanent change, but good to get that information as well, as it's once again Meh on the offense here. They nearly linked up for a second there, with Werty providing the nice, slow, patient infield. He's going to have to do the work at the other end here and flick it out and away he will do. Zero, talk about that man, he's going to lose the 50 on the midway line. Will it prove to be costly, as another pass there from Werty? He's playing very unselfishly right now, and he's making players commit, and it's proving to be effective. Even if they're not getting the second goal right now, you can guarantee as another pass comes through, it's not going to be struck on target though. The amount of chances being created is absurd.
They are a machine right now, are Meh, just manufacturing all the chances, and Mist, but credit to them, they are keeping them out of net for the moment now. Maybe one chance for the orange team right here. Biscuit Galaxy trying to squeeze that one under the crossbar. Will not be able to, as MT takes it to the corner. Now Daisy following this one up, and Happy Meal will just send it back long. And I think Meh is really in a position where they can afford to just to send it long, because Mist are really struggling to get out of their own half right now. Kind of what we saw with MLGC Atomic most of the time. Do you think they're holding back and just waiting for this counter-attack?
I'm not really sure. I mean, they're certainly hoping for the counter-attack. That's exactly not a doubt at all. The question is whether they're actually going to get it here as they're linking up, but patience from Happy Meal is going to pay with his life, but the touch is made. It's a dangerous infield, though. Zero is going to strike, but strike the crossbar is exactly what he's going to do. 2 players were beaten, and a huge chance, the chance that Mist had been waiting for. Unfortunately for them, it just doesn't quite get taken.
Bit of a missed opportunity there for Mist Esports, but Zero won't miss this one. Oh, unless Verti has something to say about it, and it's doinked all the way back for an own goal. Verti will get credit, but 10 seconds to go. Mist on the attack, and Biscuit Galaxy just doinks it into his own net. Oh dear, not the start they wanted here.
That is absolute pain to be so close. That's the second time that Mist have hit the woodwork this game, and they'll know as much as they control possession in the aggressive half, there was chances for Mist Esports, and if they start to hit the target, just angle them shots by inches different, this game could have gone so differently.
It really could have, and you saw it in the last series as well, Tylacto, where MLGC Atomic, they just took every opportunity they were afforded by Pirates XD, and they did end up pushing them to game number 5. But here, Mist really didn't. The chances they got were few and far between, and even the ones they did were either hitting the woodwork, or you saw right at the end there, just that one little mistake by Biscuit Galaxy, and he doinks it into his own net.
I mean, you talk there about clinicality, the ratio in which you're converting your chances, and it's such a huge deal at the offensive and top level, really. It sounds obvious, you've got to take your chances, but also from a mindset point of view, if the opponents continue to see you missing shot after shot, eventually they're not going to be as scared of you, as that was so damn close indeed, you're right. And it's similar to the fact that if Atomic weren't so clinical in their series, I don't think Pirates would have been so scared when they were on the counter-attack. But when you're hitting the post twice and then own-goaling from the halfway line, that's got to put a lot of fuel in the tank. It really does.
I just realised on the final goal there during the replay, Verti actually, he didn't get a proper touch on it. He just got the touch to save it, but hit off the post and then went in off Biscuit Galaxy. Not the start they were wanting, but hopefully they can turn it around here for game number 2. But just looking at this one, I think this is now going the way we expected. This is back on script. I know we don't have Gibbs on this broadcast until he's not writing the scripts. I don't know who is in the studio. Maybe is Jam writing the scripts? I imagine he's our Gibbs in this case, or I suppose Bacon's for this broadcast at the very least. But it's going according to plan right now for at least for Met. But Zero has other ideas. He follow up from Biscuit Galaxy. Oh, saved again by Happy Meal. But the follow up from Daisy is finally there, and Mist finally have one on the board.
And that's an opening goal at that as well. A slapper from Biscuit Galaxy could have been better placed. Happy Meal does a great job to keep it out the first time. But you talk about the inside of the post. The previous game, it was kind to Met. This game, it was not, and Mist get exactly what they needed.
Well, fiery start from Mist Esports, making up for all their lost chances in game number 1. MT trying to put a dampener in their spirits right out of the gate. It's a fast and furious start to this one, and I think for me, just looking at the Africa region in general, out of the couple of series that we've seen so far, they do want to be pacey with this ball. Oh, Happy Meal, is he going to get back in time for this? Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he just trickles past and missed 2-0.
Zero's just absolutely ratioed them in the midfield here. The dunk completely catching Happy Meal off guard, and Zero's just going to happily walk on by as that ball finds the back of the net. It's 2 well inside the first minute.
Oh, dearie me. I'm not sure where MT was in that play, but he really should have been getting back. And I suppose he was expecting Verti to win that challenge and not let it trickle past Happy Meal, but as well as Happy Meal, he should have got a better touch to that ball. No boost, so you can't really blame him too much, but in a position like that, ball going slowly, you got to make the play.
Yeah, really do, as we saw a similar thing in the first series as well after Pirates took game 1. A little bit of a switch off, an immediate punish. That this time it's Mist Esports who have just done a fantastic job of taking the possession that they so far probably hadn't been that used to actually getting. But what a performance it has been in this second game, as Happy Meal is trying to put a dent in the armor. But there's going to be another chance that MT is back in time for it. He gets it past Biscuit Galaxy as one, and he's scooped it inside. But the big dunk from Daisy, a big block and a big demo. Can Biscuit Galaxy get it towards the midfield? The pass is there. Zero is there, and it is 3.
This huge demo in the midfield from Biscuit Galaxy. Happy Meal just tail between his legs, nowhere to go. He just has to accept his fate that he's going to the Shadow Realm. Missed Esports after a lackluster start in game number 1. They are coming out here, a house on fire, 3-0 within the first 90 seconds of this second game. We said that it was going to be a lot closer. It's certainly looking like a closer series here in the second game of the day than the Pirates XD and MLG Atomic one was, because Pirates XD, they didn't really come alive until really game number 5, where you had Snowy firing all cylinders towards the end of that. Both these teams having their moment in the sun, you would say, and Mist Esports, they're having the sunshine on them bright right now.
I mean, you talked about Shadow Realm. I think Meh might have accidentally opened up and activated their trap card. I mean, they're going to get a donation here from Happy Meal, who literally gets it given to him with the plastic toy included. That is a cheap one to give up.
Where's the rest? I see Zero is going for the challenge. Biscuit Galaxy was clumped in that corner. Where was Daisy in all this?
It's like you say, they just went for a nice place in the sun. They went on holiday. They got their vaccines. No problem. They just left. And unfortunately, they've conceded and they've been brought back to reality.
Not back to reality. And there goes Gravity. I don't know how I was going to work that one.
I don't know the lyrics well enough.
No, not really. 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go. Missed Esports still in the lead, 3-1. All to do for Meh after a dominant performance in game number 1. Now Biscuit Galaxy and Mist Esports starting to show a little bit of defensive prowess. We've seen mainly in this series and in the 2 games that we've had so far today, Ty Lacto. Defense is really secondary when it comes to these African teams. They like their offense, but I suppose we saw Wee Casper for MLGC Atomic earlier on being the rock in defense. There's not really anyone on either of these teams taking a real defensive role right now.
Yeah, but you do see the mechanical play as well coming out. I saw Daisy just not too long ago trying the wall wave dash there to get up to the ball on the wall faster when he had no boost. And to be fair, it completely failed and he fell off the wall and looked silly. But the confidence to attempt that in a game of this magnitude is really good to see, as that is a high-level mechanical play of the very top echelon indeed. And it's going to help them be killing the time off the clock here. Is still a 2-goal deficit they're working with here, as we've seen the hastiness from Mist Esports on offense really help them out. Sometimes it's led to double commits on the defense, but right there in that moment, the speed to the ball was very much needed.
And they are starting to ramp up the speed here. Bit of a miss there. Maybe a fake from, I believe that was Verti. He leaves it for MT and he just beans it into the net right off the backboard to bring it within 1.
He pops it over 1, threatens the flip reset. It didn't even need it. Zero couldn't get up in time. Biscuit Galaxy couldn't get back in time. And that 3-goal lead is evaporating rapidly. Meh, if they could pull this comeback off. In fact, it was a 3-goal deficit game 2 of our previous series. That didn't get overturned. But will history be different this time, as Meh are still looking to keep the possession? The 50 in the midfield is going to spill to Happy Meal, who pops it back inside past 2, but Zero. This time, the defense comes through strong, and maybe he turns it into offense. He's going to pay with his life. Worthy back is getting bumped. Daisy, the 50, it's high, it's floating, but Mist Esports, they have just parked themselves in their own half. Like, no. We are not going to throw this lead. You can absolutely bet that is their thought process right now, but they're panicking, double committing. The 50 is out in front of the net, but Zero is back in time again. My goodness, Craftman, this is tense.
It is very tense. Edge of your seat stuff. Game teetering on a knife edge, and Meh just need 1 more. They could have needed 2 more if Biscuit Galaxy was able to turn that shot in a little bit earlier on, but 15 seconds left. It is all Meh right now, and the goal scorer for them, MT, bringing this one into possession. Happy Meal finds Verti in the middle. Zero picks it out of mid-air and trickles it down into the Meh half. That might be all she wrote here in game number 2, and it will be. Mist will tie the series up at 1 apiece. Oh boy, this is close.
Oh, I can't believe it. A 3-goal lead. Mist looked incredible in them opening 2 minutes, but you're damn well right. Met ended up pulling piece by piece out of that Jenga stack, and it nearly ended up crumbling all the way down. Huge that they managed to hold on to that here as we see some of the highlights from that game. So many goal line saves there. That was the opener. That set the note for the first half of the game. But the question is, can Mist come out with that same level of confidence with how close that just ended up being?
I really don't think that should have been that close in the end. Honestly, that was Mist's game to lose. Thankfully for them, they did end up winning it, but to go 3-0 up within the first minute and a half of a game, and for it to come down to the final play with a 1-goal difference. Oh, you don't want to be blowing leads like that here in the Intel World Open, especially because we saw Snowy starting to feel like, or like seem like himself towards the end of that series. Obviously, whoever wins this will go on and play Pirates XD in the winners' final here in the upper bracket. The loser will head out down to face a team that I don't think anyone wants to face right now in MLGC Atomic. We'll see that game a little bit later on. But for Mist, what would you say? Is it just down to a lackluster defense that they just let Meg get back in, or were they getting complacent in themselves, thinking they had it won in the first half?
Just they played game 2 so differently to game 1. They were much more cautious, much more reserved in game 1. Game 2, they started to think, oh damn, we need to do something. The nerves set in and the haste was there, and initially that shot of adrenaline really kicked them into gear, and they struck completely, catching Met unawares with 3 goals. But that hastiness and that nerves, they were not gone by the time that Met started getting themselves the goals in. And if that keeps up, I do worry for Mist, but I would absolutely love to see them break what is currently 2 unanswered goals.
So for Mist, would you say it's more of a case of get a big lead early, sort of like they did in game number 2, or can they afford to hold off and maybe get a goal towards the end? What do you think? What style do you think favours each team in that case?
Certainly, it favours them to play quick, but I have to give credit to Zero in that.
Oh, what a save!
Daisy here off the inside of the goal. As Zero did make a lovely patient fake, and it's not going to matter there as they're all turtled up, and Happy Meal just slams it straight through the armour.
I don't think Daisy had a lot of boost, if any, when they came out of the top of the goal, and Med just recognising that two men in goal, no chance of getting that one saved. And Meh will take the lead here in game number 3, looking to go 2-1 up in the series. Still a long way to go in this one, however. Although Meh just firing back on all cylinders in that game number 2, they are all so close to making that 3-goal sweep back in a single game.
Well,
very rarely happens at the upper echelons of Rocket League.
It really doesn't, as you were talking about, Mr. The contrast between game 1 and game 2. The question is, with such a knockout punch delivered at the start of game 2, surely Meh aren't going to let their guard down again. But speak of letting the guard down, Mist, they're an absolute addicts to going on holiday right now. They've completely vacated their half, and Wordy is going to link up with MT, and they're like, yep, it's open, and yep, damn right, we'll take it.
Yeah, Mistal just had all 3 players the wrong side of the ball. They were the opposite side. They were the blue side of the ball, essentially. And that just gives a free shot to Met. You cannot afford to make those mistakes if you're Mist Esports. Just judge it. We know these players have earned the right to be here. The 4 best teams in Africa making it through to represent not just South Africa, but Africa as a whole as well. Can't be making those mistakes here in the Intel World Open, otherwise you will be finding yourself out of this tournament in very, very quick fashion.
That's the most painful thing to think about as well. If the EMEA, Europe, Middle East and Africa regional finals are held on European servers, then you talk about not making mistakes. How harder is that going to have to be if the players are on 160, 200 ping as well? That's almost unplayable. I personally would say practically unplayable, but these South African players are almost used to it at this point. You could say the server situation favoured them in the actual African qualifiers, given that the servers are in South Africa, which is why it was so difficult for teams from Egypt, from Morocco, from Algeria, such great teams that were understandably frustrated, but nothing could really be done about that situation. And so whilst it worked for South Africa in the open qualifiers as such, it could end up backfiring them when it comes to the regional finals.
Oh, and the defense for Mist almost backfiring. Zero just playing the patient waiting game with that shot to get on the line, and he makes the save. Another one from him off the shot of Happy Meal. And Zero starting to step up a little bit, tried to maybe carry this Mist side on his back. Biscuit Galaxy just hits that one to the side. You've got, if you're Mist Esports in those situations, you've got to start putting the shots on net and putting pressure onto Meh, because Biscuit Galaxy had a one-on-one opportunity there and he just could not turn it towards target.
And every single one of them chances that ends up being passed up, you start to doubt yourself that little bit more, and you just cannot afford that when we're now into the business end of Game 3, deciding which one of these two teams will be moving on to Series Point. And you talked about going on to face the Pirates in the upper finals, and the scare that is facing right now Atomic in that lower round 1, which is, of course, an elimination match to make it all the way to this close qualifier and then go home immediately would be so painful, as painfully close Meh were to getting their third goal of the game. Will that end up coming back to bite them?
We saw nearly a 3-goal comeback in game number 2. 2 goals back in favour of Meh. Let's see if Mist can pull off the same fate and go to overtime here in game number 3. Daisy from the midfield will block it. There's just not enough for me from Mist Esports that's really showing them. But Daisy, he finds a gap around the left-hand side of the defender and at least puts them in contention to tie this thing up.
That was absolute peach of a goal, that one. Just stretching so far to get it past not one player, but two. Biscuit Galaxy couldn't get back. Not Biscuit Galaxy, apologies. That's Happy Meal, who ended up just not being able to keep it out of the Meh net. And suddenly, it's 1 minute remaining and just 1 goal remaining in order to force this overtime. Mist Esports, it's do or die right now. As Biscuit isn't going to find the contact he was looking for there. Just snatches at the shot and ends up getting a whole handful of just fresh air.
It's certainly game on for Mist Esports at this moment in time. Biscuit Galaxy, he's had a couple of blunders, but here comes Zero to try and make amends. Daisy, the goal scorer here for Mist Esports. Couldn't find the target there, we'll hit it to the corner. 30 seconds now. Mist need to make some kind of offensive play, but MT might just shut the door on that one. Hits the post instead, and now Biscuit Galaxy has a chance to make amends. He hits it off the post, right back to the right-hand side. Zero now sets up Daisy. Happy Meal is there to cut things away. Now just try to slow things down to avoid a last-second goal from Mist Esports to send it to that overtime that they so won, but MT will put an end to all of that. Daisy could full court carry this, and it will be required for Mist Esports if they want to get the second game on the board for themselves, but they will not. Meh go 2-1 up in the series.
And it was 2-1 in the game as well. That was close, and so close it was, but only 2 shots on the board for Mist Esports. And we talked about clinicality. If that's not there to back that up, then you can't be surprised when you only score, well, you probably consider yourself almost lucky to have scored the 1 goal here, as we can see the highlights from that game. As I wanted to talk a bit more about Wordycraft, man. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard in that game, to be fair, but we talked about him, and the players know he's one of the highest respected players in the region, certainly in South Africa as well. Players, when he's on form, are certainly going to be fearing him, and yet every time I watch him play on the ball and he's got time, he's finding a teammate and using that against the opponents, drawing one in, and by bringing his teammates into the play as well, he makes them play better. I think he's playing so well right now.
Yeah, and I know we talked about Snowy not making really too much of an impression in the first few games for Pirates XD. Werty hasn't had all the goals yet. It's mainly just been up to MT and Happy Meal put it in the back of the net. But like you say, Werty has been outstanding in the middle of the field, making those opportunities, like you say, for MT and Happy Meal. But one player I want to highlight on Mist Esports, and I know it's I don't really like doing this, but I'm going to pick on him a little bit. We've hyped his name coming into this one, but he's not shown us a lot on the field. Biscuit Galaxy has had a few, shall we say, not pog moments on the field. Not a pog moment. I don't. That's what the kids say these days.
Man kicked off the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen.
Get me off.
Get him off.
You can agree, Biscuit Galaxy has not been performing like we expected.
Now, the cookie has been crumbling, I think it's fair to say, in a non-favourable way more often than not, as it's going to be Wordy immediately picking up the possession again. Will he look for the pass? Yes, he will fish it past one and nearly create the chance. What a save on the goal line from Daisy. How has he kept that one out from there? The muscles on this man's car, but it's not going to end up, is it?
How is that not gone in?
It is. The post. Wordy couldn't read the post bounce, and somehow it's 0-0.
I don't understand how that one didn't go in. Oh, Psionics, please. The post. How did the post keep that one? I'm just baffled by that. That should have been 1-0 straight up. But Mist get away with murder here. And a minute in, Daisy's going to try and take this one downfield. Daisy has been the player for me on Mist Esports to watch. Him and Zero have been an outstanding duo. It's just the same shame Biscuit Galaxy hasn't been in shooting form, shall we say. I think all the blunders that I've seen from Biscuit Galaxy have came in key offensive moments, especially when going for target. But he has been there in the middle of the field creating chances. He did create the chance for Daisy in that last game to get their 1 goal on the board. But for Mist Esports, the defense has to step up right now. And they are certainly keeping Met at bay for the moment.
And it was dangerous bounces off the backboard at both ends there, but still we are goalless in this potentially series deciding game 4. And I was worried we were going to get another own goal there, but Happy Meal has been mostly on point during the series, and it's going to be an important touch made there under pressure, as now it's MT touching the ball down to Murty. A bit of a reverse of roles there, and it's going to pay off for Meh, but unfortunately the ball is loose in the midfield, and Biscuit Galaxy going to do a great job of winning the race to that one. But the second ball is all Wurties, and Daisy's required to come across, and no boost in the tank now is going to make this one difficult, as the 50 could be dangerous. The whiff from Zero is even more so. MT can't really get around the ball, though. It was an awkward ball to take, but the boost is stolen and the pressure keeps on coming. Happy Meal is going to be there to finish it off.
And the pressure builds and builds and builds and just barges that door down. Mist, as you were seeing, they were just running out of boost towards the end of those plays, and it was only a matter of time before Meh was able to just keep the pressure on and keep the stranglehold on the defense, and they eventually crumble. Mist Esports 1-0 down. And now Happy Meal looking to put them 2-0 down. Biscuit Galaxy, no chance to save that, and 2 goals on the board for Happy Meal.
Happy Meal, that. He is a clinical man at the moment, but he's also an assassin. Demo's one player and just completely mentally destroys Biscuit Galaxy here. The confidence is flowing from there, and the count has started because Mist Esports, they are down, and if this keeps up, soon to be out.
Who's boxing B, standing 8 count right now. Have no chance to get back into this one, and this Mist Esports can't find their feet, and Biscuit Galaxy finally gets a shot on target and a shot in the back of the net.
Beautiful pass from Daisy to bait in Happy Meal, and upside down. The power is there on the shot, and MT potentially overconfident now. They're gonna leave that one open, and the door, it was ajar, and are Mist Esports about to kick the whole thing down?
Certainly could be, and I think we were counting, like you said, counting Mist Esports out for the standing 8, but 2.5, just coming up for 2 minutes left, excuse me. We are showing some life here. We could potentially see in our second series of the day, we could see another game 5, but not if Meh and especially Happy Meal have anything to say about it. I'd love to see Happy Meal getting his hat trick, because he has been outstanding for this team so far. MT in tow, and I know we talked about Verti coming into this one, but the headline story right now is Happy Meal with those 2 goals, and 2 outstanding goals at that.
Yeah, they really are. The question is, can Happy Meal get the hat trick? As maybe a chance there following the whiff from Daisy, but Happy Meal not expecting it, maybe giving too much respect, as it's going to be a loose ball once more in the midfield, as Wurty has been doing a good clean-up job on and continues to do so here. Happy Meal gets 2 players committed, beats both of them. The bump comes through, but the shot is crossbar. It's crossbar again. MT has to choose to be patient and not commit, and there's a couple big dents in that woodwork of the missed goal, and if this keeps up, there could be a few more coming.
Have to send the repairman out to fix that crossbar after. There's going to be a massive bend in it. Happy Meal touches it back to Verti. Oh, he can't make the touch. Is anyone following from Mist Esports? No, they are not. Oh, yeah, that was a good chance for Mist Esports to pounce on that ball if they just had the speed to get to it. And now they find themselves in the Meh half, 50 seconds left. Got to make something happen, and it's got to happen quickly if they want to at least get to overtime in this one before they go down to the lower bracket to face off against MLGC Atomic.
Such a good play from MT in the corner there, patiently holding his ground. He controlled it and popped it out past another, not just basically effectively committing 2 players, but also buying so much time for his team to rotate back in the moment. And time is something that Mist Esports do not have right now, and Happy Meal is again stalking his prey, wanting to finish the game, wanting to finish the series, because that's exactly what Meh are looking to do here. Is look at him, he's up again, winning the race to the ball. It's loose, it's bouncing, but Wordy chooses not to go. He's backwards, but ends up making that block anyway. Biscuit Galaxy, this has to be it. MT is gonna make a big clear again, though. Zero has an impossible play to make. He's popped it, and he has somehow kept it with an incredible 50 as he puts it out into the midfield. But the challenge is there, as Happy Meal always there when Mist Esports did not want to be him, because it felt like he was everywhere. And 3-1 will be the scoreline here.
I was really rooting for Zero and the rest of Mist Esports to keep that one right up at the end. It would have been a fantastic play to at least get us towards game number 5. But I think this one went a little bit more as expected. Xylacto. Meh will go through to face off against Pirates XD in the next round of the upper bracket. We'll get the guys on the desk to break it down after this.
Well, Open Qualifier 1 crew. Looking pretty good for you, huh? That is Meh with a 3-1 victory over Mist Esports, progressing into the upper bracket finals. Not to be confused with the grand finals, mind. IRLeague joined by Digital Bacon for the rest of the Africa region today. And ultimately, the biggest scoreline that we've seen in the Intel World Open. Not that that's particularly special at this point. We'll wait and see as the rest of the week progresses. But I would say a very special match, Bacon.
Ooh, yeah.
As close as we were probably expecting. But Mist surely going to be disappointed with that one.
Yeah, definitely, because like Mist, we saw them really banging out some incredible plays throughout the whole of it. But at the end of the day, when you're looking over towards Meh, they just had a lot more consistency and the comeback factor. I mean, that game, what was it, 3? Where they were able to come back and just bring it so close. They were just constantly looking, constantly being a threat, and Mist every now and then needed a bit of a break, it felt like.
Yeah, a break which I know Crafters was particularly hard on the one that supposedly quote-unquote crumbled in Biscuit Galaxy, but it definitely felt like there were moments for all of those players where we saw them. They did very well, and a particular shout out to Zero, by the way, who is classified as the sub for this team, coming in for Bred. You never really know how the sub situation is going to work out, but I was very impressed by him. Daisy as well looked pretty great, but it was the synergy of Meh for me, not so Meh ultimately, that won the day.
Yeah, definitely there. When you're looking at Werty, Happy Meal, and MT, the 3 of them just bounced off each other brilliantly. MT, for me, I was very like, I'm like, ooh, he's actually got a lot of caliber to him, so I'm super excited to see how he's going to develop throughout the rest of the day. But like you said, for Mist, it's not the end of their journey. They're moving into that lower bracket. They go up against Atomic. That's going to be a stacked match. Let's just straight up say that. Whilst it's a lower bracket game, both those 2 teams are well and truly still in with a chance to make it on through to the next stage.
And it's going to be an interesting matchup as well. One team with a definitively defensive rotation. Do they try and prey on the problems, on the flaws that we saw with Mist Esports? Is Mist Esports looking at that more defensive rotation, maybe going to find a bit more confidence in themselves? That's all to come later, but next up, we do have that upper bracket final. We do have the return of XD Pirates. We do have, for a second consecutive series, Meh. And when you have a break in these sort of tournament runs, it can go one of 2 ways, can't it? Because we saw it was a pretty slow start for Pirates XD in that first game. Snowy particularly, finally getting up to speed at Game 5, and you might think, well, okay, we've now got a nice little break, we can reset, we can, chill out, see what we did wrong, come back in the upper bracket finals, and finally get back onto form. Or alternatively, you have that break, and any momentum which you did pick up has all of a sudden evaporated.
Yeah, so again, when we're looking back to those nerves, again, looking at Snowy here, don't want to be mean to the lad, but yeah, it came in a bit late. I mean, you could look at Biscuit Galaxy and argue the same thing. The only difference is that Pirates XD were just able to edge it on out.
Sure.
Unfortunately, Miss not able to. But when you're looking at this, it's just going to be that case of, don't worry, go away, take that break, use it to calm yourselves down, get back into your game, play a couple of games of ranked, just make sure that you're in the right place, because clearly by the end of the first series of the day, Snowy was in a good place. Now he's got to make sure that he's in a good place in game one this time around.
Yeah, and I think that game one's going to be particularly, again, if you're just joining us, it's best of 5 throughout the entire day, and so you're not really switching up, you're not bracing yourselves for any best of 7s or anything. Maybe a bracket reset at the death if we do have that lower bracket run fully successful in the grand final as well. Again, that's a little bit later on down the line, and I think with these sorts of runs, you've got to think short term. You've only got to look at the team that's ahead of you. For Pirates XD, for Snowy, that is Meh, and Meh, it's all like the opposite equation, isn't it, where you've kind of got this situation where, yes, they are now playing 2 consecutive series, but at the same time, they're coming in hot, and usually that's always a boon for teams.
Yeah, and again, like you're talking about that coming in hot, that's why that lower bracket run can be very dangerous there, James, is that instantly you're going one game after the other into next. It can lead to fatigue, but for a lot of teams, I mean, historically, we'll just shout out Flipside Tactics, right?
Sure.
Where they needed that pressure put upon them. I'm looking down my notes, I'm looking there going, you know, Atomic, I think that little bit of extra pressure where they were coming into that first match with a lot of freedom, then realizing, hang on, we've actually got the chance at this today, probably coming in thinking Pirates XD would trounce them. I think that little bit of pressure could push Atomic to the next level. Hopefully I can say the same for Miss later.
Yeah, fingers crossed, right? Well, we got ourselves predictions to make, Bacon, and I would have normally said similar situation to series number 1, right? 3-0 or 3-1, and now I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, I don't really know. I mean, we got a really good showing from Mess, so I'm gonna stick with the form book. You know, going into this particular competition, I'm gonna stick with my faith for Pirates XD, but I am thinking that it is going to be a Game 5 situation. I don't know about you.
I think, yes, Game 5 again, and I'm going to go with Met on this one, just because I'm looking at Pirates XD, I feel like they need an upset to really propel themselves. They were too comfortable coming to that first series. I think, again, with Met, rivals they faced off against many a time before, they're going to be too comfortable once again. They need to be upset to bring out their true power.
The desk is split, Crafters and Tylacto. What about you?
I think we're on the side of Meh here, the two of us. I think we've been talking in the break, and I think Meh is coming in here with all the momentum as you've been talking about, guys. And Pirates XD sort of sitting, festering. I know, Bacon, you talked about maybe just getting into a couple of ranked games, and I think that's certainly what Snowy needs to have done since their series against MLGC Atomic. Otherwise, they're going to be walking the plank right into the lower bracket.
Exactly. I mean, I want Pirates XD to succeed, but the amount of expectation on their shoulders as we head into Game 1 is just so hard to deal with, and Meh, as far as I'm concerned, put up the way stronger performance, and this is a classic matchup from the South African region. All these players knowing each other very, very well, and it's fair to say that it was an incredible matchup before when they played each other in the first open qualifier. Of course, they ended up, both qualifying anyway, met through the upper bracket, but Game 1, hopefully we're in for a treat, because Game 1 of that best of 3, as it were, was a 5-4 scoreline in which Meh ended up taking it. Of course, they ended up losing 2-1 in the series, but there was a great air dribble from MT, there was an absolute boomer from Happy Meal. If they can find that sort of form, and if Pirates XD are still sort of living in the shadow that they've cast for themselves, then this series could be a really scary one.
And that game you were talking about did end up being the only game that Pirates XD would drop in the entire open qualifiers. And I think it was the very first game that they were playing as well. They completely 2-0'd the rest of their opponents to get themselves here to the closed qualifier, and now one series away from the grand final, and it's going to make a huge difference whoever wins this one here, Tylacto, because if you win, you're only one series away. You just need to win once in the grand final. if you lose, you need to beat whoever comes from Atomic and MSD Sports, and you have to win twice in the grand final in that lower in that bracket reset as well. And Verti opening up the account strong here for Matt.
And the aggression from Happy Meal to turn on that ball, you can clearly see it scared the Pirates defense there. As I was gonna say, they rode the waves okay for the first minute, but it didn't last that much longer as Met, as we say, are gonna strike first, and the favorites are down again.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Choppy waters for Pirates right now. And meh. Sort of sitting back and appreciating this 1-goal lead that they've found themselves in, because Pirates XD is still not quite there. You still feel that they're not quite clicking. They did manage to get past Atomic earlier on, but it felt very scrappy earlier, and it's feeling very scrappy here at the start of the series as well, Ty.
So hard to pull off though when you consider the situation that they're in. They're likely short of breath, shallow breathing. They're going to have their arms potentially physically shaking, whereas Met are probably so excited to be here. Yes, they know it's a close matchup. Yes, they know they absolutely have more than a fighting chance, but that same level of being the favorites just isn't on their shoulders, and you can see that by how they just look far more comfortable right now.
And the comfortable lead as well, you would say.
No.
I know 1-0 isn't necessarily quite comfortable, but the way the Pirates have been playing, it is a very cushioned lead right now for Meh, you feel, because Pirates, they have been creating these opportunities, but the final blow just isn't there, isn't strong.
I just can't help but reiterate that Meh only recently had a roster change as Darth.
All right then.
Thankfully, we did get the crossbar changed, or else that one would have just completely taken it off. But what a costly shot to not convert from that range. All three players were back.
No.
That's okay, because it's going to go in off of the defender anyway. Snowy's going to force it underneath one, and yep, maybe the less we say about that, the better.
Yeah, Snowy opens up the scoring for Pirates XD, but you feel that Meh you have to really be considered to scoring both goals in this game so far. MT, unfortunate for him, but Happy Meal, we know how he does on the kickoff, and it's going to be Verti following it up. 2-1 in the blink of an eye.
Immediately the jab right down the center off kickoff. What a dunk from Happy Meal. This man has been everywhere when Meh have been making the good plays. As like we say, the roster change, MT coming in for Falasa, who's probably here today watching, cheering on Meh. And this underdog story, not by a massive degree, but certainly when you listen to the desk and how much Pirates have been expecting to get through here, this is still early days. It's still a 1-goal lead in game one, but it is not far-fetched at all to say that they might have to find themselves making a lower bracket run and having to bracket reset.
And especially if they go against MLGC Atomic for a second time in that lower bracket, because me and you were talking off air, and I think if it is Pirates versus Atomic in that lower bracket final for a chance to go to the grand final, I would actually pick MLGC Atomic. We'll see how they play against Mist a little bit later on, obviously, but MLGC seemed to have the number of Pirates XD earlier on, just couldn't quite finish the job. And it seems like the same story here. Meh 2-1 up with a minute and a half to go, and they're keeping the Pirates at bay.
Yeah, they're making sure to keep two players in their own half at all times. You look at how passive Met are playing. You can't blame them, but will it end up proving to potentially be the wrong play? Who will know, as it's bouncing off that backboard, and again an orange wall in front of the net, but it holds perfectly comfortable, as likewise Pirates XD still, I think, scarred from the amount of counter-attack goals they conceded in their first series, not being aggressive enough. They've got a minute to find themselves an equaliser. This time the double commit comes out from Met as the ball is loose into the midfield, and Happy Meal will be the one to touch it just cheaply to Darth, and Worty isn't going to be able to reach that ball. It's off the backboard, but Darth panics, doesn't make contact, the backboard bounce. Surely Zebra is there, the falling save from Happy Meal, like an angel, is going to keep it there and keep the lead. The time is still ticking down, and Meh still have their lead.
Happy Meal just fell out of thin air and found himself in the front of the ball, in front of the goal, and denies Pirates XD the tie game, and right back downfield comes MT. Happy Meal now, the saviour for his team, might have just saved them this first game of the upper final. 20 seconds to go, and Pirates XD scrambling for any semblance of offense they can, and they finally get Met to push out a little bit too far and get the tie with 14 seconds left.
Oh, and that is huge. One shot, one chance with 14 seconds left. Darth has to find the bottom corner, but he is the father of that right now as he gets that huge goal. And this game one, we were hoping it would deliver, and I would argue it might be about to over-deliver.
Get ready for game number 5, ladies and gentlemen. But Verti, we were expecting overtime there as well. Verti wanted none of that, and it seems like CP Zebra will have none of that as well. But MT will just say thank you very much, delivered the ball straight to him and into the floor for the OT.
Oh, huge if Pirates can get themselves this game one after being down for so much of it, as demos are already coming back. CP Zebra whipped out the broom and tried to brush away the whole Meh defense, but he only found one, and now it's Meh through MT with the ball with the touch with no boost. Leaves a lot to be desired, and now Darth is able to make a touch, but this time he ends up
happy meal.
Previously, his whiff ended up leading to a goal. Will it prove a repeat of history, as this time he makes strong contact? He's looking for a second. He takes it over. He's there with the block, but Zebra is there, and he puts it in the back of the net.
And it's the two best players so far today for Pirates XD that make that play. Darth just slow playing it, everyone expecting for Met for him to shoot, but he drops it into the hands of CP Zebra, and Pirates XD take the first one in overtime. 32 seconds gone in that one. And Pirates XD really continuing their streak of winning, just seemingly to win it just in overtime. There's the only one game that they won in that series against MLGC Atomic that didn't go to overtime was that game number 5. The two that they did win was game 1 and game 2 in overtime. So what does this mean for Meh going forward, Tylacto? They defended for their lives. You felt they should have won that game, but where did it all go wrong?
And what a performance from Happy Meal as well. It's just painful that I think they were hoping they'd done the job. They let off the gas just a little bit much with that 2-1 lead, and unfortunately Darth, with that huge bottom corner finish you see there, punished them for it. But to be fair, Craftman, this is why we respect the Pirates so much. This is why they are the favourites here, as game 2 should be ready to go. I'm just excited really to see that. I think that comeback could really ignite a fire in the Pirates, and that's much better play from them towards the end of that game. And if they can keep that up, that is when they get that steamroller rolling.
Well, I think for Pirates XD, if they want to live up to the hype, they need to get that steamroller going from the get-go. Right out of the gate, they just need to be rolling down the road and flatlining Meh right from the get-go, because there were times where Meh just felt like, you felt like they were too under pressure and they couldn't get anything going. So I want to see that from Pirates XD. Just keep the pressure on, create those opportunities, and Meh might start to crumble.
Maybe so, as we could see them convincingly get back-to-back games, but maybe not if the double touch comes through. You talk about that. The instant flatliners come straight out from MT as he fires it flat into the back of the net.
Well, it seems like Meh are the ones with the bulldozers at their feet. MT right out of the gate, 9 seconds gone, and putting a worldie in from that left-hand side. Statement of intent from the Meh side. Feel like they should have won that first game. Obviously, that own goal sort of caused by Verti caused by Snowy in the early going. Might have dented their confidence a little bit, but they really should have held on when they had the 2-1 lead, and might have a 2-0 lead here as MT goes for net again.
Certainly so, but Snowy is going to be picking that one up and is going to be forcing a 50 towards the mid-line here, as Pirates needing to get themselves an equaliser. But we mentioned a comfortable lead at just one goal, seeing as Med did start the series strongly, but that 1-goal differential proved to not be enough in the first game. So you imagine that likewise, both teams looking to either equalise and equal or double the advantage in the case of Mares. They are looking to aggress into the Pirates half, and then MT is going to get it past the defense. But you have to say it was honestly a surprise for us watching, and therefore nobody from Meh was there to follow up.
It's all about creating opportunities though, and if you're Meh, you've really got to be aware of what your teammates are doing, and the ball following through like that, you've got to back up the guy who's going for the ball and trying to create the space in your opponent's half. But Opportunity missed there for Meh, but nevertheless, they do still have the lead. Maybe not for long, as CP Zebra has to follow up that shot from Darth. It was bouncing all over the goal line for what felt like an eternity for Meh, but they still hold on to the 1-0 lead, but barely.
The aggression now this time was coming out from Darth. A double commit that could be costly there, but Demo's certainly in the arsenal of what the Pirates are willing to do to get that net openers this time. Building from the back of the net, Snowy is going to take it there downfield and link up nicely. The Demo does come through again as it's getting a little personal. It's getting a little aggressive, and I wouldn't ask for any more between a match of these two teams. A classic, it really is. As hang on a minute, Zebra will get a second touch. It's going to be loose and dangerous, but Werty is going to be able to get the block, no problem. And Snowy, another demolition. This man, he's racking up quite the kill streak.
Having his own little virtuoso impression. And I mean, if Snowy's not performing at his best, he might as well let CP Zebra and Darth just play their game and then have Snowy clear the way for him. Just let them play as a duo and essentially play that third man, that virtuoso role, as me and you are very familiar with in the endpoint side of things. Maybe not anymore. Oh, is that off the post? Yes, just barely off the crossbar for Snowy.
It really is. I couldn't believe that shot, just absolutely flowing. It was practically a ground pinch. Snowy even just parked up and was like, if that's in, it's in. And that shot as well, nearly finding the back of net. But this time, Werty is the one to deny. And Meh have kept their 1-goal lead intact for a very solid amount of time at this point as we're into the final 2 minutes. Pirates XD left it late last time, but they did make the comeback. And because of that, Meh know that they're going to need a second. And what a better way to seal it by getting one for Happy Meal.
What a strike by Happy Meal as well. I think it was MT setting this one up just out of your frame there. But Happy Meal, seeing the only place for him to put that was that top right corner, and he threads the needle and puts Meh 2-0 up. And he said Pirates XD left it late last game to mount a comeback and send them to overtime. They're going to have to do it again, and a lot less time to find the 2 goals than they had in the first game.
It really is, as Happy Meal is up. And I have to say, for me, personally, I'm in love with Happy Meal right now.
Absolutely.
He's been the player of the day, in my opinion, but there's so much of this day left to play, and what a day it will be. He's going to disrupt again, killing time off the clock, as Pyrex XD just want time. They just want possession and get Snowy on the ball, get his confidence up, because this man is just so capable right now. He's using his ability to completely take out the Meh players, but if the shots aren't going on net, then they're not going to find the back of it unless more own goals are going to be coming through, as Happy Meal just killing more time off this clock. We're heading for the final minute, but last time it was just a 1-goal differential, Braffman. It's just added difficulty for Pirates, and do you really think they can pull it off this late again?
Goodness. MT, I don't think they're going to pull it off, especially when MT is setting up his team like that. Inverti's going to send it home 3-0. But make no mistake about it, MT did all the work down that left-hand side, beating the entirety of the Pirates side, and Verti just has the easy job of sticking it in the back of the net.
It's going to be 3 for Meh as we're headed for game 3, and it's almost certainly going to be an even scoreline here in the winners final here. Winner is going to have that second life and go straight into the grand final. These 2 of 4 teams fighting for just the 1 spot, not just to represent South Africa, but Africa as a whole at the EMEA finals. And you guarantee these games mean huge implications when it comes to who is going to be decided as the team that gets to do that here. Winners final may not be the grand final, but my goodness, is it a leg up in it? And speaking of the Happy Meal, he's just on a victory lap right now.
He is he's living up to his name right now. He is feasting and he is so happy about it. No defense back for Pirates XD, and Meh a 4-0 lead. This was on a knife edge for a long time here at Tylacto. 1-0 for most of it, but as soon as that second goal went in, it has just been a bloodbath, and Meh have been at the forefront of making sure Pirates XD are feeling the pain.
This is the series that will be remembered as well. You have to think, not just by us, but certainly especially locally in South Africa. These teams have been waiting for an opportunity like that. These players have been playing for 5, if not 6 years to get to this occasion. Finally, attention on the big Rocket League stage that they've been waiting for. And these are the series that get remembered. And when you think about that and the performances that are going to be shown here, the implications are just absolutely huge.
And as I said earlier, I mean, you're alluding to it as well. One step closer to the grand finals. That means one more series. If you get to that grand finals, you just need to win one series coming from this upper bracket. And it means a whole lot to this region to get to that grand final and get to the regional finals as well for EMEA, because $4,000 guaranteed if you make it through to the regional finals, and that is huge in the pockets of any African player.
Yeah, it really is. Just because you talk about regions being added to the RLCS, there's so much momentum and hype, rightly so, around the Middle East and the fact that they have been missing out for a while. And then there's Asia. They're like, hey guys, we're here. And then suddenly, like that meme with like the mum lifting the kid out of the pool, then the skeleton at the bottom of the pool is like the African scene in South Africa, who are sat here right now putting on a show just like, yeah, guys, we're here at the back of the room, but please, hello, this is what we have to offer, and really, it cannot be ignored right now.
And as the guys were, Iroleak and Bacon were saying at the top of the show today, with Africa being as you would say underdeveloped as it is, we've seen players like Itachi break out from Morocco and join European teams in the RLCS. That today, and obviously the regionals coming up in a few weeks' time, this is a huge addition for these South African players to maybe grab themselves a spot on a roster, or even starting to scrim with some of the RLCS teams in Europe, maybe even with the Middle Eastern teams, which we're going to see later on this week as well. It is a huge stage, and you cannot understate how big this is for all four of the teams playing today.
And how big this Game 3 is going to be to move on to series point, and Darth with an absolute lightsaber of a shot to the top corner just could not be kept out.
And could not have been placed any better. Werty does his best to keep that one out, but it just ricochets between him and the crossbar and wiggles its way in. I think when Werty went up for that and he got the touch on it that he did, he knew that it was going in. There was no chance of him recovering off of that. But good for Pirates right out of the gate, getting the first goal and maybe even the second goal as well. Snowy in quick fashion puts them 2 in front.
As Mr. Destructoid right now, hopefully things gonna get put right as the Pirates are trying to put this series right. They are not happy about that second game, and they are making themselves heard very clearly.
They're very angry Pirates right now, trying to make Meh walk the plank in this one. But Meh not living up to their name, or at least throughout the course of this series, they are living up to their name in this third game. But you've got to feel for Meh as well, because they have just been stunned at the start here, but NT looking to stun her back.
It's huge to restrict that lead back to 1 as a strange 50, an incredible force through. Zebra will be confused as to how that's happened, but there's nothing confusing about that finish from MT. Under pressure, had to make the read, and did so exquisitely.
I know Bacon was singing MT's praises on the desk earlier on. He's been a firecracker in this series so far. Self and Happy Meal, who I think everyone has fallen in love with Happy Meal throughout the course of today, and we'll see more of him as well. But Darth going towards net again. He has been outstanding for Pirates XD. Shots left, right, and center. But I mean, miscommunication there as him and CP Zebra both go for the shot. But that shot from Darth, he has been hitting the woodwork so often. He just needs to find target.
Does, as it was an absolute war zone in front of the orange net for a while there. We talked about their upper qualifying series being a 9-goal game 1. We could certainly be in for something similar if this rate of offense keeps up, as neither team willing to budge an inch. And what a block that is from Verti.
The read as well.
Isn't going to make that read, as it's awkward from all the Pirates XD players. They could easily have been counter-attacked there, but Meh, unfortunately for them, maybe gave that bit much respect, just sat back just a little bit too much there, and that chance is going to fall by the wayside. But at this rate, there's going to be plenty more to go around.
Certainly so, but you feel Pirates have a bit of a revigorated offense and a little bit of confidence on their side, taking the 2 opening goals in quick succession, putting Meh on the back foot. See how they go throughout the rest of this game, but you can see all 3 players from Pirates XD holding that mid line. That's kind of what they were doing to MLGC Atomic earlier on as well. but you saw when they got into situations that all three men pushing forward for Pirates XD, MLGC were just keeping back and then booing it downfield because there was no defender there. I think that's what Meh really need to start doing, but that's a great save from Happy Meal to keep Zebra out of the scoring column for this time around. Happy Meal, oh, it pinches off his car. Where's this one headed? Oh, just shy of the net. A little bit too far for Meh.
But it's dangerous for me. It was ball bouncing around and another whiff from CP Zebra as the shot from Happy Meal may not have been on target, but this man's going to get another gift. It's another loose touch into the back of an own net, and we're back at 2-2.
That is an excellent recovery from Happy Meal as well. I don't think he had any boost coming down from that aerial. Grabs onto the wall and finds the angle to put that shot in. Absolutely outstanding from the lads. And with 2 minutes left, we are tied at 2. Who is going to take the lead in this game, and who is going to take the lead, more importantly, in this series to go 2-1 up, 1 game away from the grand final? It seems like Meh maybe a little bit more revigorated after they felt comfortable for the most part here in this series, Tylacto, and I think the 2 opening goals from Pirates XD was a bit of a wake-up call to them.
Yeah, it really is, and we really can't talk about Happy Meal enough here as he's causing chaos down the right-hand side. He showed up in their first series, he's shown up in Game 2. Is he a 3-course meal, is the question as we're getting started here in Game 3. He's already shown up as a deflection.
Oh, what a doink
from MT. It was fantastic. Yeah, Zebra is going to make a huge save, though, to keep us even here, as the next goal could be series-defining here at such a close-held contest and so closely contested as it comes off the backboard. Only contest there is for Happy Meal, winning out that one once again. Just speed on this man, the lack of hesitation and
Happy Meal,
accuracy. He just doesn't miss.
He just can score from anywhere, can't this lad? Oh my goodness, beating everyone down this right-hand side, beating out Snowy no less. And Darth just doesn't know where to look for that one. You wouldn't know where to look, especially on that front post. You're out of position. Happy Meal just has all the net in front of him. What an outstanding play from an outstanding player.
Whoa.
And it puts them 3-2 up with 45 seconds remaining now. Pirates XD with it all to do if they do want to avoid going down match point.
Really is, and if you looked at the series so far, and certainly at this point, you would not know who the favourites were coming in as a big goal line save from Wordy. Another save now coming out from MT, as much pressure had been coming out from there, but this time they're the ones that are right underneath it as the demos continue to come out. Will there be a late equaliser for Pirates as they managed in Game 1, or will the Game 3 go in favour of Meh? The time continues to tick down, but a big win from Snowy. It's off the backboard again. The touchdown, though, no direct shot can come through as it's being forced around. There's no clear-cut opportunity. The ball is down, and Meh are 1 game away from the grand finals.
Unbelievable. And the chances that Pirates XD had at the end there, Snowy just couldn't turn on that ball right at the end and get a clean shot off. But honestly, that game was won by Happy Meal. Let's just get that out in the open right now. Happy Meal MVP, at least in game number 3, for me in the series, and for Meh as a whole today. He has been absolutely outstanding. I love watching this guy play because he can just score from anywhere, and you feel like he can make every single shot that's possible in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't entirely like singling players out to just sort of almost neglect their teammates, but we have to say Happy Meal has just been, he's probably over the moon. He's way more than happy right now with his performance on the biggest stage that South Africa have had today, and it's so great to see, and how momentous it could be if it makes them go all the way.
Let's not count out Verti as well, because I know we're talking about him coming into today. 3 saves in that game, kept Pirates out of the net. He has been outstanding as a third-man player, letting Happy Meal and MT really take the reins when it comes to offense, and they have just shone beams of light throughout the day today for Meh. And Pirates XD, they're running out of answers, and they're running out of time, more importantly, Tylacto.
Well, they certainly are. Their last life here in the upper bracket is Game 4. Could it be their last up here? We are about to find out. 5 minutes on the clock here. Will Happy Meal turn angry? Will he just find another gear and win the series by himself? I seem to think that might be a bit much of a stretch right now, as now the sort of realization will be hitting Matt. They'll be like, hang on a minute, we are actually doing this. We can certainly do this, and if they let that go to their head too much, that could just be the chance that Pirates XD need.
We'll see how they get on, because you remember back in the XD versus MLGC series, I think Atomic just got a little bit too full of themselves, and that's what let Pirates XD in to win that series. It was less Pirates XD doing well, and it was, in my opinion, it was more the collapse from MLGC Atomic. We'll see them taking on Mist in a matter of moments as well. The chance to face the loser of this, but potentially the loser of this game, but the loser of this series outright. But a minute in, and you feel it's going all Pirates' way right now. They're holding the ball, and this is seeming and feeling like the Pirates that we expected to see today.
But we do know that they have been vulnerable on the counter. Of course, if I was saying that MT had to scramble just to keep that one from going completely shore to shore. Well, let's not forget that Met have already done better than when they were qualifying. Of course, they lost 2-1 in that upper round of 16 when these teams previously faced as a goal line save again from Bertie. And it's just, if that sort of defense can be kept up, it's going to be so difficult for Pirates to believe that when they're truly taking that shot, that they're actually going to score. But damn right are they. It's bottom corner again, and it's Darth striking again.
And it has been the standout player again for Pirates XD. Darth just singling out that bottom left corner, threading the needle between Verti and Happy Meal. And you couldn't have placed it any better if you just picked it up and put it there himself. 1-0 for Pirates XD. Let's see what Meh have as a response for this. They're not going to have much of a response as it's right back into their half. Darth has a chance, but blocked away by MT in defense. But Meh just seem on the back foot. They don't seem like the team we've seen all throughout this series so far. They seem a little bit panicked and a little bit scared.
I mean, I guess so. The realization that they are so close to doing what they almost certainly have been dreaming of all last night, but their game plan seems to be around this, and it seems to be what Pirates have been weak to. So I will give them credit in that. I don't think they look too shook just yet. It's not like we're seeing whiffs taken out. I think this is very much their game plan. It just becomes a lot harder to execute when they find themselves as the ones behind, as they having to just take a few steps back here. Is Happy Meal, and the touch is awkward and difficult to make. As it was another beautiful pass towards Darth, but instead of finding the ball, he found himself completely demolished, and Snowy replied on the back end at this moment in time. It's going to be Darth running it down the line as he tries now for another demolition. This is so physical, and that may be the whiff that we're sort of looking for, but totally calculated. MT just recovers to the wall. It's 500 IQ. He had that in mind all along, right?
He knew that his teammate Happy Meal was just going to be there and just blaze it up to them. And it's those panic moments that you feel from there. Sometimes they're calculated, sometimes they're, not on purpose, shall we say. Now Verti looking to make a purposeful shot. And some purposeful offense here from Mez. Happy Meal goes to net once again. Off the post, couldn't squeeze that through the defenders. 90 seconds coming up in this crucial game number 4. If Pirates win, we will go to game number 5. If Meh get the one goal and go to overtime and eventually win, that series over. Pirates XD find themselves in the lower bracket. But Pirates XD, they have seemed like the better team here in game number 4, because Meh have just been a little bit lackluster here so far.
It only takes one chance for them to strike back and equalise, and if they do so, suddenly the wind will not be in the Pirates' sails. That is for sure, as it's dangerous in front of the net, but a nice pass, you could say, to MT, and a nice link-up play that's going to cause a dunk coming out from Werty. But Snowy holding this ground very well in the midfield. Their composure under pressure, he's going to perform well here, and Darth absolutely slapping it. He made a great save at the back post at the last big chance that Meh had when it was a scramble in front of the net. As a touch from MT is going to be dangerous.
That's a lovely touch.
A double commit, but the touch is easy enough to follow up on, and that touch out from MT a little bit too heavy, and if it's not perfectly placed right now, it's not going to cut it.
Certainly not, but it was a lovely touch from MT to at least set up his team up nonetheless. Snowy does get rid of Verti, though. MT caught in the front of the net here. Is he a little bit shaken by that, but downfield, Verti trying to turn that one in. MT with not a lot of boost, 15 seconds left on the clock. May have got to make something stick here if they want this series done and dusted right now. Snowy will clear it long into the path of Happy Meal, but Darth and the rest of Pirates XD holding this midfield line. It might be enough. May have to go the full distance. Happy Meal is there, could turn this one up. MT is there, but Snowy's there to send to the floor instead. And we will find ourselves in game number 5.
It's our second Pirates game of the day, and it's our second game 5 of the day. Are they going to keep that 100% win rate in them? We're about to find out, as it's coming down to the final game of the series once again between the Pirates and Met, and it's for a spot in the grand finals. And if they keep performing like this, I mean, Atomic and Mist did look great today, but right now the standard we are seeing, the angles like this one from Darth, you know, if this level of play keeps up, you have to imagine that it's written in the script for these two teams to meet once again.
It certainly feels like these two are going to meet in the grand finals, no matter what happens here. I think whoever I say whoever loses from here. I think if Meh are to lose here, they will find themselves back in the grand finals. If Pirates XD go down to that lower bracket, I think it's a coin toss. If they, especially if it's against MLGC Atomic, because they had their number, I think it's going to be a coin flip whether Pirates XD get into the grand final. So I think it's more important, in my opinion, for Pirates XD to win here than it is for Meh, because I think Meh should comfortably get themselves into the grand final either way.
Alright, well, I am looking forward to that Atomic Mist series, but nothing I am looking forward to right now compares to this Game 5 as the players ready up here on DFH Stadium. It all comes down to these final few minutes. Could we have a Game 5 overtime? I am crossing my fingers. Touch wood as we hear on kickoff, and Happy Meal is going to be the one who turns it out to the left.
Well, off we go. One game to decide it all. Who is going to go through with a series advantage into the grand final? Remember, bracket reset will be in play for that grand final, so whoever loses will have to win 3 series in a row if they want to get themselves into the EMEA regional finals and represent their continent. But CP Zebra, Darth will steal it, but it is an offensive blunder from Meh, will leave the open net.
It is, and how costly and memorable could that one be? Instead, we just compliment Darth's bad manners and his willingness to take that with no shame. CP Zebra has been completely robbed of that one, but I'm sure he won't mind if they get the result. And Meh, they've really wanted to get off onto the right foot, but that is such a sucker punch of a goal to concede early on.
Not what you want to see if you're Meh, because you've been so strong in the early stages of the games in this series, as we have a rule 2 in the corner. Verti and CP Zebra locking horns.
What, he broke it?
Quickly broke. I don't know who we can blame for breaking that. Oh, is it Verti? Meh are going to lose now. Oh.
Okay. I mean,
we saw from Justin did it in the World Championship.
That's true.
And he ended up losing that series. Well, he winning the whole championship, but never mind. Darth, he will try and make amends and go towards that top corner yet again. Darth has just been a shooting machine today, hasn't he, to beat Talato?
The placements have been absolutely fantastic. You're right, sometimes he has hit the crossbar, but they have been fantastically placed, and he's made an incredibly important block on the defense there, as Meh were just half a second away from an open net conversion. Can they carve themselves another chance, though, as they're all panicking, flipping back as Darth can't. He's hitting the woodwork, and somehow it's going to happen, but he's going to get the bomb. Gets it out, clears the way, get out the way, sir. A CP Zebra's shot is gonna go all the way.
Darth might not be able to turn that first shot in, but he at least clears the path for CP Zebra. Minute and a half gone in game number 5, and Pirates XD looking like a house on fire. And Meh just looking, well, Meh at this stage.
I don't know, they're still very much in this one. You look at the time left on the clock, but you have to say, Darth, we did not know his power there, slamming it off the post and then coming back from the dead to get that bump. But it's gonna be another open net. I think teammates almost bumping each other there, and Darth, he's there again, and it's 3 already.
It's Snowy winning that ball as well, and yeah, you're right. Merty and Happy Meal I think it was more Werty bumping out Happy Meal, and Darth will say, "Thank you very much, sir. You're doing my job for me." I cleared out the net in the last goal. I'll just let Meh clear the net for me this time. This one's going down. Oh, CP Zebra, good save.
Gets to 2-0 and suddenly Meh are like, damn, we need to get physical. Let's take a leaf out of Darth's book. And then suddenly, hang on a minute, not like that. We're bumping each other and suddenly it's backfired. It's the Cobra effect right now for them. And suddenly we need a miraculous comeback from Meh. The sort that would go down in history as 3-goal comebacks we have certainly nearly had. And in fact, we may have even had. I can't remember if memory serves me correctly. But right now, Meh are exactly where they don't want to be. And look who it is. You give me a blind shot and guess who's just scored before halftime? Yep, it's Darth.
3 goals for the lads. 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go, and we've been criticising Pirates XD for looking really flat when it comes to offense, but they have shone where it matters. Never take Pirates XD. We always say never take G2 to game number 5. Looks like Pirates XD are the G2 of the African region.
Yeah, it seems to be. Their game 5s have been convincing, to say the least. But Meh, I have to say they still have time, but they've looked just like a shell of them former selves right now. Darth just is winning every single battle he is taking across the field. His touch around the corner isn't even that clean, but it doesn't matter because he's forcing Meh to respect him so much, and do that they are, because they seem to know better at this point. But they just having to try and keep themselves and stem the bleeding for now, but the time is continuing and it's 4-goal deficit. Surely this is getting towards the outside of the realms of possibility right now.
And do you know whose name we've not said in a while, Tato? Happy Meal. He's just falling off the face of the earth. He's trying to let, I think he's trying to let MT and Verti do a lot of the work, and to be fair, they are doing a decent job, but Happy Meal has just fallen off a cliff after being the star of the show early on. Not just in this series, but their last one as well. He's been just taken completely out of the picture, as has Verti by CP Zebra, and Darth will get his 4th.
Oh my, he just landed and he immediately target acquired and just comes in for the napalm strike. And is that 4 or 5 goals for Darth? This is getting
4.
Absolutely ridiculous. And like you say, Happy Meal, I don't know where to find it. Is he in the cardboard recycling or something? Because Meh have just fallen apart. And to be honest, they've been blown apart in this game 5.
The Pirates have got the wind back in their sails. They'll not still to hear a lot from Snowy though, because it has really been the Darth show. CP Zebra has been a great supporting character as well. Snowy has played his part here and there, but it's not the hype that he's been living up to.
Yeah,
this overall today, really, Talato.
Yeah, the thing for me is that he may not be living up to the hype, and he may not be the sort of, carry that people would have expecting, but in a way, he's sort of impressed me even more in the fact that he's not really done anything notable wrong. A calm, clean performance is potentially exactly what the Pirates have needed, and he's done it here again in Game 5, quiet or not. It means that he's not being loud for the wrong reasons, and sometimes that's the art of the best players, seemingly in football. They just can't be tracked down. It's a big stage, and they disappear, but in a good way, and I think that's sort of what Snowy has done here in this series. I mean, credit to Darth, this man has absolutely stolen the limelight in all the right ways as well, but as much as I was so hyped for this to go to Game 5, a 5-goal differential was not exactly what I was expecting, Craftman, but what a convincing way for Pirates to send themselves to the grand finals.
It's certainly not the performance that Meh was expecting out of this Pirates side. Snowy, he may have only had 4 saves, but they are crucial saves. And Pirates XD, 4 goals for Darth in that final game. What a performance for the man. He has really been the difference maker for Pirates XD. They storm on to the grand final. They will either face Meh. I expect them to face Meh again, but we'll see who they take on in that lower final. We'll see MLGC, Atomic and Mist taking on each other in the lower round 1 after this.
Oh, me hearty was in me mouth. But don't worry, there is more of that where that came from, by the way. Pirates XD somehow managed to survive yet again. IRLeague joined by Digital Bacon, and we're quite not sure what we're witnessing right now. Again, we have to emphasize the favorites of the region just sort of ambling their way through 4 games and then again turning up in game 5.
I mean, like Croft has said, just like G2, apparently you don't take Pirates XD to game 5. Absolute madness there. We got some highlights, of course, playing over my shoulder here, IRLeague, but like this game was so much back and forth, like to the point getting into game 4, and I was pretty sure Meh had it, but Pirates XD made it on back, and it was a 1-goal game. Such a close margin there.
Not a close margin in the final game, though, was it? 5-0. And it all came through Darth, who, for me, certainly, if it hadn't been for Happy Meal's quite dramatic fall-off in the last couple of games, actually, for me, the guy that dragged them through the bushes.
Yeah, definitely. When you're looking at Happy Meal, not only there in game 4 was he getting demoed, and game 5 as well, demoed quite a bit, but you notice his rotation just fell off. He wasn't able to pick up the boost that he wanted to. Now, whether this is constructed by Pirates XD or just simply the rotation's not, actually matching up between the players over on Meh. It could just be, a happy little coincidence coming out from Pirates XD where they changed up their game plan a little bit, which turned that sort of effect to happen. But for me, you're looking at there and going, what is the real cause for Happy Meal to drop off? And this is where that team now, with this little break, need to go away, have a little look over the VOD, and come back stronger to figure out how to get Happy Meal back in the play.
Yeah, they've got a bit of time, of course. We start our lower bracket coverage now, of which we've got 1 game, and then we will see Met again. But another point that I want to pick up on, actually, I think Ty was really good to point this out, was Snowy. Again, absent in some ways, yes, but actually what I liked from him is, okay, he might have been a little bit too nervous or the plays weren't coming off from whatever the situation was, he decided to keep things simple, maybe told Zebra to move up, maybe told Darth to move up. I'll hang around at the back, I'll try and create what I can, and it really did work for them. As soon as he settled into that role, they seemed to settle as a team.
There's definitely strength in, when I'm looking at this team, I can clearly see that CP Zebra is the sort of pseudo captain.
Yeah.
They're working as a trio, they're working together, everyone's stuck into it, but CP Zebra looks to me like the actual true shot caller behind the scenes.
Yeah.
One lead in the charge. And the clear call coming into this series was, Snowy, you're having a bit of a bad day, bud, but Darth, oh my dude, he is absolutely stepping up, and there's no shame in being a defensive player in this case, because it's got to be said, the speed and defense coming on out from Pirates XD was the real difference maker for them, wasn't it?
You can tell a player's confident when he literally steals a goal. I mean, there's goal confirmations, and then there was that goal, right? I mean, it all pads the stats, doesn't it? And ultimately, he's going to be happy. The team's going to be happy. They got the W. They move through to the grand final. But now we move on to the lower bracket, of course. And this is Last Chance Saloon City. We have Mist and Atomic returning to your screens. And one more loss here, Bacon, and the trapdoor awaits.
That is it. It's a little bit of a difficult moment for these teams because they're finally getting hit with massive pressure right now where, they've not been on the main stage. There's not been on a big broadcast like this. It's always been a little bit of a community, in a bar or somewhere, like a little community town center, really.
Yeah.
And so here now, where they're on the main stage in front of so many thousands of eyes out there, there's a lot of pressure here, and they need to use that, turn it into strength, go, this is what I can show, this is why I'm such an excellent Rocketeer.
Now, the big plays are important, yes, and this is why we're actually going to take a little step back again to look at that previous series. You've got something for us, Bacon, and ultimately, when you are playing on last lives effectively, you need the big plays like this one to come on through for you.
Yeah, so let's watch this just run off in the background here. This was the only goal in Game 4 to come on through, and right now you can see the ball moving on into the box, and Darth reading this so well just to be able to catch it at the last moment, and a Happy Meal Meal not being able to get the save. But as we move on into replay, I want to break this down and really show how important reading the game is and reading the ball is, as I am going to stop it about here. Now, you can see so many different angles coming on out. For me, I'm looking at this and going, right, the ball needs to be hit away. It's got its last moment of opportunity right here up on that top left post. Now, when you're looking at Duff, he's going to look to swing on in and get it just on the back and drop it into that top left corner. If you're a defender, you need to make sure then that you're getting across and hitting this ball away. I'm looking at Happy Meal here because Werty is in a very difficult position. You can see him facing out the goal. The only way he's going to be able to get that ball is to just go directly up, but he doesn't have the boost. So use that momentum to jump across the net and then be able to get it away. But look at what Happy Meal does. He just stays on the floor. Werty's the one to go up. He doesn't have it in him. Yeah. Happy Meal's not in a place to back up, and that just leaks on into the net.
And I'm thinking of Atomic in particular, where Atomic against XD Pirates, their defense was really their prime tactic, was it not? Yes. And they were able to break on the counter-attack. And we were talking about it sort of, I guess, before the last series, really, where we were saying, okay, well, it gives an opportunity for both teams to try something new. Sure, Atomic know what worked. Are they going to be able to push up? Mist was a kind of here and there. Biscuit Galaxy, can he turn up in this series? So there's a lot of unknowns going into this, but it's all about getting the basics right. Again, when you are on this situation.
Which is so hard, and that's why we bring it up at this level, to make the right call at the right time. Within Rocket League is all about reaction time. I mean, when you're looking at players, you're looking at 0.2 seconds at worst. You know, that's probably your CP Zebra, who's that little bit older, so he's having to process those decisions a bit quicker, and that is being just so decisive. If you get that moment, like Happy Meal there in that example I showed, where he's just not quite sure where to go for, that's when you've already lost. You need to be already jumping out. You need to be preemptive. That's why we talk about pre-jumps so much in Rocket League.
I'm not good at those either, trust me. But we do know two teams who are heading over to our casters, Craftman and Tylacto, for this one.
Thank you very much, guys, and it is going to be Mist Esports against MLGC Atomic here in our first round of the lower bracket. Lose and it is go home time. Go and win this one time, Lacto, and you've got to face a hot team in Meh and MLGC Atomic. For me, these guys are the favourites coming into this one.
That is fair enough. I can see after that performance against Pirates XD, it doesn't really surprise me that you could bang them to make the run, and that's why it's so cool that we're now onto the lower bracket, because if a team does start winning series after series, we're going to get starting to see them back to back. And we mentioned earlier about the potential fatigue of that, but also the potential momentum. You really get into that flow, get into that state of mind where you just cannot stop yourself from winning, seemingly, as I'm going to hope that we're going to be able to get into the game here. It does seem to be setting itself up here. Of course, Mist up against Atomic. Oh, I mean, some in the South African scene would probably be quite happy if they went out here at the first order of calling, for more reasons than one, as Mist, likewise, they are so desperate not to be going out at this point. But unfortunately, one of them is going to have to go home early.
And the reason I said that MLGC Atomic are, in my opinion, the favourites coming into this one is because of the play of all three of them, and especially for me, wee Casper, right on that back line. He's been so solid in defense, at least when we saw him earlier against Pirates XD. But I'll see how he performs as well as the rest of the MLGC Atomic team when they come into contact with this Mist offense, because Mist had a couple of blunders, you would say, when it came to attacking, especially from Biscuit Galaxy. Just didn't seem right in the state of mind when he was taking on Meh earlier on.
Maybe, you know, that nice sky blue halo that Zero's got on can favour in some divine intervention here to sort of carry them through the series, as they are going to have an unfortunate double commit. The recovery is there from Daisy, though, and a beautiful pre-flip unlimited boost to make the best of that bad situation is going to keep us goalless so far. But wee Casper had some great plays at both ends of the field, isn't going to get the demo there, as we see here from this lovely overhead shot, and no opportunities materialising right now, as it seems the floater towards the backboard is going to be dealt with little problem at all.
First flurry of offense for MLGC Atomic. And no goal coming out, although Yopi's closing in very quickly on that one, and Casper able to pick that one up, but Daisy spies the danger and just takes him right out of the equation. But still, it's Atomic on the offense. And whenever they seem to have got rolling in offense, it was only a matter of time until usually Echo was the one to send in the shots when they were taking on Pirates earlier on, but we can never count out Casper as well, as he gets that shot right across the face of the net and missed. Still in a bit of danger here.
Certainly so, as it's going to be round the side for them though. Zero nearly got that backflip shot.
Oh, what a save.
In fact, the bicycle hit medal actually being awarded to him there, as it's going to be kept out of the net by nice defense from the side of Atomic. But they're going to get that block. Yopi Go gonna get a brave 50 into the midfield, I have to say. He's going to pick the ball up here in the corner again. Slaps that one away, understandably so, with limited boost, and a lovely touch driving on by from Echo. Nearly carved an opportunity out of nothing.
Yeah, I thought Yopi was in a decent position there, but the missed esports defense. Hotly contesting that one, know exactly where the shot's going to come from, and now Biscuit Galaxy taking out Echo on the equation. Now Zero. Oh, does he get it? No, he doesn't. Casper keeps it out. And is it going to go through? Yes, it is. From one end to the other, and MLGC Atomic in front.
Look, Casper, the perfect doink. It's beautiful. Frame it, put it in a museum, and Atomic are gonna strike first, and regardless of what happens next, that's just the goal of the series.
Certainly the goal of the series. Maybe goal of the day, perhaps. We've had a couple of... I wouldn't go that far. We had a couple of flip resets in here today as well, but what a start from MLGC Atomic. 1-0 after being caught back in their own half for most of it. And I think that's the story when they were taking on Pirates XD earlier on as well, Tylac. So they were on the back foot for most of the series and most of each individual game. But those breakout chances, they take full effect and full command of.
It does seem that it's going to be a poke around from the corner, but the shot direct from Zero there. Yopi Goaded going to touch it down, but no. Going to be whisked away, and possession is on the side of Mist, but like we say, they are struggling on the offensive end. I think they just get a little bit too clumped together on defense. Like, they're so desperate to do the right thing for each other that it's ending up in them sort of standing on each other's toes every now and then. When they're flowing in offense, things look great, but they're sort of boxed in now again and then again. You see their reflex after any play is to back off back to net, and when we're heading late in the game and they still need a goal, you just can't afford to be doing that, and that's a lovely link-up play that is much more like what we need to see.
Here comes Biscuit Galaxy trying to take advantage of the link-up play that was created for him. Is this one going to go in? Yes, it just trickles in. Whoa. Daisy will get credit, but the defense, where was it from Atomic?
I mean, look at this pre-flip, though, into early touch. The angle is incredible from Daisy. I agree the defender should have got the block, but fair play. I didn't expect Daisy to be able to work it in from there, and by the looks of it, the defense didn't either.
1-1 out of nowhere with a minute to go, and now Mist Esports have the chance. Biscuit Galaxy try to take this one right from the kickoff. Now Zero. Officially listed as the sub for Mist Esports, as we said earlier, but playing here today, playing through the open qualifiers as well. Must be gelling a little bit more than Bread has also on that roster. Yopi Goated now trying to make a name for himself. It's been really just Casper and Echo. They've been doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Yopi has been there, creating some opportunities, but still it is the rest of the MLGC Atomic team that has really stolen the show. And look at Daisy trying to bash his way through. Can't find Casper, although he does find the save in the third of his game here in the opener. Overtime looming. Echo now looking to find Casper in the middle. Daisy will just send it long into the midfield. Maybe one more chance for MLGC. This one might just hit the floor, and I think Atomic will happily take overtime here as we go into extra time for the first game.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Bread, though, legend of the South African scene. You damn well right here be supporting Mist here as they're playing to get themselves game one of this elimination series, and how much they'd want to quell them nerves, as I do feel they were a little bit shaky in their upper bracket series. And that's a lovely takedown from Daisy, though, who has been the difference maker so many times for this Mist Esports team, as Casper going to send it hopefully downfield. It's going to be a good block though, as you're going to see Daisy going to control it, going to pop it up, trying to go underneath, but Echo stands his ground, and the defense is held for now by MLGC Atomic.
Oh, but this boom downfield could open the door for Atomic as Casper now follows this shot up into the corner. 40 seconds gone in overtime, and the backboard defense for Mist is still pretty solid. As now Atomic have to regroup, revitalize their offense. Minute gone, or a minute almost gone here in overtime, and now Mist Esports treading water towards the orange side of the field. Zero will keep this one at bay. And it just feels these defensive touches going to the side, the slow plays, it's stopping Atomic moving down and fully committing their offense to a play.
It really is, but Daisy is the one who's been able to commit multiple players multiple times, and that's a lovely air dribble into 50 that's going to bring Biscuit Galaxy into it. Doesn't get the opposing corner boost. Is going to collect it now, though. Didn't have the boost for when needed to make the touches. The doink comes through, and so does the bump. It's confusion on defense for Atomic, but they are going to get the clear for now. The ball, though, still in dangerous waves, and that's just going to be cleared away, thankfully now. And Biscuit Galaxy, again, a scared-looking whiff as the overtime pressure is starting to sink in as a shot direct, not going to find the top corner there, as it's going to be so damn close. Strange that some of the MLGC Atomic with their ranks have had over 100% shot ratio, but they're not going to be able to find the top corner there, weirdly enough, as it's going to still continue this overtime is.
But Daisy looking to end it now, and he does, right into the top left corner. Makes the defense look silly. And Daisy will end it. Less than 2 minutes gone in OT, and Mist Esports,
incredible.
You feel they deserve that one.
There was no margin for error there as Daisy makes the difference again. A beautiful cut inside and the pop to get it over the defender but under the crossbar. There was a fine margin for success, but Daisy got it spot on.
Daisy made that look easy. That is by no means an easy shot from the right-hand side of the field over to the left into that top left corner. As we look at some of the replays here, it did feel like Atomic had the lion's share of chances, but I'm just looking back at the shots. I didn't realize how that Daisy actually had 6 shots in that game in total, 0 pulling out 4 saves as well. I talked earlier that the African region seems like a more offense-oriented region, and they put more emphasis on that, but just looking at the saves as well, 4 from 0, 6 total from the Mist Esports side. If I can do a quick cast, that's 8 from MLGC Atomic as well. What a defensive showing from both teams.
It really was just like no midfield player is end to end. Rarely we seeing much close kept transition game. Interestingly, we are seeing that though out of the 2 teams currently, furthest on in the bracket. Pirates and Meh doing a good job of not so much, nothing's necessarily wrong with a boom downfield when you want to get the ball cleared away from your net. But if it means giving up possession, sometimes you can push yourself a little further. Sometimes you can do even better and keep that ball close. But right now, in an elimination series, you cannot blame either of these 2 teams for wanting to pelt that ball away from their net as fast as possible.
And I think we saw that a few times, mainly from MLGC in that first game, Tylacto, that when they got, caught back in their own half and they didn't feel like their defense was going to hold up, they just boom it downfield. Yes, they're giving up possession, but it lets them recuperate their boost and just mount another play, because we know how well MLGC do on the counter-attack, and Casper looking to open the account here in game number 2 with a shot on target, but just off the crossbar. And I think Atomic just need a few more chances down this Mist half to make them feel a little bit more comfortable.
Just a pain. The suspiciously high ranks just cannot find the net sometimes. We get the shot under pressure is so difficult to take, to be fair, though. You get one chance at that aerial to hit the crossbar, to have it bounce down and not find the back of the net is just so frustrating when you're down in an elimination series and it feels like things aren't going your way. It's easy to let that frustration get to you, and then you start playing worse, right, Craftman? And then because you realize you're playing worse, it makes you more frustrated, right? It's a vicious cycle.
And I think the prime example of that, is this one going to get in? No, just off the post. But a prime example of players playing bad just getting frustrated with themselves. Monkey Moon over the weekend in the RLCS Championship Finals, you saw his player cam, like he was not playing well, and he was getting so and much more frustrated, and you could see it in his face, and he just played worse as that series and that set went on, eventually leading to Vitality winning. But here, Casper keeping cool under pressure and puts the first one in for Atomic.
Every time when the chips are down for Atomic, Casper is the man at both ends of the field. He's got that shot, and man, did he slam that to the top shelf. Going to be a tough job reaching that as Atomic, they begin to strike back.
1-0 on the board for them. Could be 1-1 if Zero was able to get to that one in time. We talked earlier about Zero and Daisy really being the linchpins in this Mist Esports side. It has been more so Daisy in this series, Tylacto, that has stepped up to the plate. Zero has had his moments, but he's not been as crucial, you would say, as he was in the series earlier against Met.
No, certainly not. It was when they were playing at their best, you sort of think Zero was the one who was getting involved, but maybe that was just that series, and this one is certainly a different one in this lower bracket. It's technically a round one, but you could say it's a lower semi-final at the same time here as Game 2 is headed for half-time. It's still just a 1-goal difference. Both these teams so closely matched. The players, friends, enemies, both at the same time right now, and you just do not want to be the ones who are remembered for going out first.
Playing for the pride of the region to represent South Africa, represent their continent in the EMEA regional finals coming up in a few weeks' time, doing battle with Europe and Middle East's best. We'll find out who the teams they will do battle with are later on this week. We'll find out one of them later on today as we take a look at Europe East, I believe we're going to see later on with Cole and Stumpy. 2 minutes left in this game number 2. Atomic still with the leads. Echo now getting that pass over from his teammate, and now Echo follows up his own shot. Casper got a touch in there as well, and it's 2-0.
He literally echoes in his own shot. The first one doesn't make it, but it comes bouncing on back to him. Zero with a very underwhelming clear, and suddenly that gap just doubled.
I wasn't sure if Casper actually got a touch in there. I'm just very surprised at that. Maybe it just came off the defender. I can't remember if Casper was actually the one to cross that into the box to begin with. Solid offensive passing play, but Daisy looking to take this one himself. Here comes Zero on the follow-up. Blocked away by the defense, and MLGC's defense is starting to hold strong, keeping Mist at bay. Yopi Goat again just right out to the side, and Casper adds to his defensive tally. 2-0 still.
He's broken the tally at that point. How on earth has Casper kept that out the back of the Atomic net? He's double touched it off the inside of his own post and got a great clear in the process. This is seconds after Daisy nearly scored a fantastic ceiling shot off kickoff. If you're Mist Esports right now, you're just sat there just like with your arms crossed, just like, what do we do?
Nothing's working. And like you said, if you're a team that just keeps shooting and nothing's working, you're going to get more frustrated and you're going to play a little bit worse. But I'm not seeing that from Mist just yet. I don't see them getting frustrated. Obviously, they might be, sitting there slamming their desk like, what on earth do we need to do? As Biscuit Galaxy tees it up actually for himself, and now Zero with plenty of boost going up for this one. Whereas Daisy, here she comes, but Echo just cool as a cucumber, plays out to the side and could even get the third from the side. No, off the crossbar and down and out.
A ceiling pinch. What an end-to-end play that would have been from Zero, but not gonna find the back of the net. It's not gonna matter. It's gonna be a 2-goal victory here, if not for a consolation in the final 5 seconds or so. It's looking like the ball is stagnant, and for I think in every single series we've had so far today, Craftman, it has gone 1-1 out of the opening 2 games.
You're absolutely right. This it just shows you how close all 4 of these teams really are. I know we're hyping Pirates XD saying, they're just going to be completely dominant and take this region by storm, but I think today has proved how close these players actually are together. and really any 4 of the teams that we have today could make it out of the bracket, could make it to the regional finals and represent their nation, represent their continent at that grand final. But here, right now in this game for MLGC Atomic, that gets them back in the saddle, back in the driving seat. And really, there's no real one standout player just yet. I know Echo's had his moments, but for me, all 3 players in MLGC Atomic made that victory happen.
Yeah, they really did. As you can see, Yopi Goated, actually the man at the top of the scoreboard with his 4 saves. Really was a team effort, as it almost is always at the top level here. And that 1-1 again, quiet game from Biscuit Galaxy. We don't want to bully him anymore, Craftman. We've had to get a restraining order for you there. After you, I mean, to be fair,
I know I've been quite harsh on him. I've been very harsh on Biscuit Galaxy. I'm more of a Dairy Milk man myself, but. But nevertheless, he has he's still put in a shift here for Mist Esports. He has been there. I think he's been playing a lot better as Biscuit Galaxy. Still needs to step up a little bit for me, but he has been a lot more key for Mist Esports than he was in the series earlier today.
No doinking own goals from the halfway line is always an improvement, as heading into game 3, he could be very much the one that ends up making the difference, as it's an early shot straight out the gates from 0 as the kickoff goes their way, and suddenly MLGC Atomic are reminded that it's not going to be that easy.
1-1 slogging out these victories are all 4 of these teams that we're seeing here in Africa today. And like you said, all the series that we've had so far, all 4 of them have gone 1-1 in the opening 2 matches. We've seen 2 game 5s and 1 end in 4. What do you think this one's going to go to? Is this going to end in 4 or is it going to end in 5? Oh, Daisy! Oh, big shot from him, but big defense from the Atomic side of the field.
I don't know how Echo didn't end up getting bumped there. It's incredible. He's ended up making the save on the goal line as well as missed. They could really have done with that early opening goal.
Oh dear.
Suddenly it's a scare of them conceding 1-0. Has to ferry that one away. Does so well and buys time. Biscuit Galaxy is going to be there for the bounce, but is going to whiff. And Echo looks like he completely expected that. Didn't even hesitate. Didn't even flinch. And that screams confidence on the contrary.
I was so sure that was going to go in. I think we saw that similar situation with Happy Meal earlier today, where he just had no control about this ball. He was out of boost, and he just had to watch it trickle by him and go straight into his net. We're going to see the same there for 0, following that ball back. But got to feel that Mist Esports, their defense is probably their weakest point here. They have been flourishing more on offense than they have been in the back half of their side of the pitch. A minute and a half into this one, they're just not giving Atomic too many chances, holding this midfield quite well.
Yeah, certainly, but Echo has been a problem maker at both ends already. So Biscuit Galaxy winning that one. So the race to the ball is going to open up a chance for 0. And it's not going to be saved at the near post. Too much hot sauce on it, and in it goes.
I think the power on this one just came completely out of nowhere. I was not expecting that to be as fast as it was, and I don't think Casper was expecting it either. I thought it was going to be more of a slow rolling bouncing shot maybe. And Casper could have easily got that, but the man just misreads it. And lovely play there from Mist to put them up 1-0 in this tight turn in game number 3. And that could have been a tight turning goal if we Casper could have just had it a little bit lower. There's no chance that was ever going to be saved, but he just bounces it off the crossbar so hard.
Wee Casper's been so good all day long up to this point, but that shot is going to be replaying over and over in his nightmares tonight if that ends up being the sort of miss that defines a potential loss for Atomic here in this lower bracket.
2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go. Mist still in the lead. Atomic so close to tying it up. Here comes Biscuit Galaxy. Now down to Daisy and does find the net. All 3 defenders there, but he finds a way to get it in the net.
That's just a beautiful play from Mr. Backboard bounce, and suddenly the dunk. That's rude. That's just terrible manners. You can't do that, Daisy. Echo was just minding his own business. Like, can I clear the ball? No, you can't. And just dunks it straight into the net. And another chance off the kickoff.
He's going to get kickoff.
Isn't going to quite now get the contact that he was looking for, but Mist have kicked it back out of neutral here, and with a whiff coming through are the cracks continuing to appear in the MLGC armor.
We said last game, Tylacto, that Mist were getting so frustrated because they were putting so much offense up and got no goals out of it. Now MLGC, they're the ones asking the question. They're the ones getting frustrated. It's like, how can we not get this ball out of Mist's hands? It feels like that Mist are getting all of the touches and all of the offense, and Atomic just have to sit there and take the punishment.
Yeah, this is exactly what they're having to do right now, unless they want to get back up and buck up their ideas real soon, because they are already on the timer. And speaking of that,
oh yes,
Casper making amends for a whiff earlier in the game. That is a high pressure shot, but what a shot it is.
Yeah, making amends for the earlier crossbar hit. And Casper with a cheeky wee shot there. And you said the shot earlier will be playing over and over again in his nightmares. I think that one is going to be in his dreams a little bit later on. But hopefully, well, if they can keep this shot out right off the kickoff, Zero gets a bump. Daisy there, off the crossbar, but down right into Daisy again, 4-1.
Well, a little bit of fortune is fair to say, but creating their own luck is Daisy. Gets it past two players, a very clean-looking double touch. Just scoots on by their wheels on the ground. Cool guys, don't look at explosions, and that's a stylish way to restore the 3-goal lead.
Dominance here from Mist Esports. Oh, Echo. Oh, that's a lovely little touch in the corner. Casper follows it up, but just a little bit too late, and Yopi tried to turn back on a dime. I think he was the one that had that turnaround run of 5 pence piece earlier.
Yeah.
Couldn't make the turn on that one before he got demoed and taken out of the play completely. But in your opinion here, Tylacto, what do MLGC need to do to turn the tide back in their favor? Obviously, they need to get downfield, but what is the one thing that is holding them back right now?
Right now, they've conceded a couple of the goals they've conceded this game have been sort of cheap at a very low price due to just whiffs that we haven't been seeing out of them for the majority of the day. But when they could now coming up to be just one game away from being eliminated from this closed qualifier, it's hard to tell them to calm down. But right now, I feel like that's exactly what they need, because they're panicking, they're getting angsty, but if they're running out of time, they dive in and the net is open again. Biscuit Galaxy gonna get a well-earned goal.
I think at this point, MLGC just need to sort of reset themselves and think about game number 4 coming up, because this game 3 is completely lost for them. 38 seconds to go, 4 goals to make up, and you see nobody just going for kickoff. They want this one over and done with as soon as they possibly can, because they know they've just let the game out of hand. They know they've just let Mist have all the opportunities, all the attacking prowess, and all the possession here in this third game. And for them to turn the tide of that here in the last 15 seconds, it just ain't gonna happen. So they might as well just spend their efforts, focus on game number 4. They might let another one in. Zero will be denied by Yopi Go. But it's all over, and a flourish of demos right at the end will confirm that Mist go on to match point. MLGC Atomic one loss away from being out of the Interworld Open.
Exactly as you say, Mist rising up to just one game away in this best of 5 from taking it as well. It's a dark mist that's descending down onto Atomic right now. They are on their last line. This ball is still being kept up impressively. So at that,
that's rule 1 of Rocket League. Keep it up. Go on. Oh, I thought they were going to get
down.
it.
It is going to go.
Shame.
That is the sort of haze surrounding Atomic right now. Their reputation isn't the cleanest, but they've got such a mammoth job to do here, not just in this series, but in the bracket as a whole. They're down, they're not out yet, but it's getting mighty close.
I mean, we could see another Game 5 situation, because MLGC Atomic, I said at the end of the game, you just felt they were holding back and just letting, letting Mist, maybe it's a bit of a mind game, letting Mist get into it and feel like they have all the momentum going into game number 4, and then they just get, I mean, we've seen a lot of complacency in teams today, especially when they've been going up against Pirates XD.
That's true.
But in this series, is it smart to do that? Let your opponents get...
No.
Okay, I wouldn't even ask the question. You've answered it already. No, it's not smart.
I cannot ever think it's advisable to deliberately lose a game. I mean, to be fair, at a time for BDS, it was advantageous for them to lose the first game. So maybe they'd be the only outlier. In that case, I agree.
Maybe.
maybe if you want to increase your chances of, winning a game 5, you can bait them in so you can take the game 4 just before it. But then I would say, how about you just win game 3 and 4 in the first place?
Yeah, just win long. That's a strategy, to be quite honest. But for Mist, all the momentum going into this 4th game, and you feel that Atomic just didn't really have any answers. Do you think they're going to come up with it here? Do you think they just need to have this reset, get this thing done, and get to game 5? I think Wee Casper is going to be the linchpin in this team going forward. He has to make some key defensive plays to keep MLGC in it.
That's a good word. He's already been the linchpin, the godfather of the team when needed, but he's needed more than ever right now. As a lovely pass back from Biscuit Galaxy. I have to credit Mist, who I'm excited to see move on in the bracket, but I would be even more excited if we get another game 5 for the day, as this touch going to be picked up by Echo. It's nice close quarters play, but he's ended up vacating the vicinity, and Zero is going to be the first one to pick that one up, as this one is engaged, but the center is a little bit heavier. I say that. A really good shot regardless.
Oh, what a shot.
Biscuit Galaxy, as the players are running over each other at this point to try and get a touch on the ball. It is going to be Wee Casper, but Wee Casper, yep, he's going to be dead.
Taken out of the equation and quickly back to the orange half of the field. Straight into Wee Casper's hand, but demoed immediately. He's getting cyberbullied in the corner, and that net is just completely on tap for Daisy right now.
Full-on report of cyberbullying right now, as it's a lovely delayed flick. Look at the precision from Daisy. That finish is world class here, making and putting South Africa on the map. That is a goal for the gallery. Is up. Are Mist Esports here in a potentially deciding game 4, but a beautiful save off the inside of the goal from Yopi Go.
Right, I figured out what MLGC need to do. Stop Daisy. Because Daisy is the one that has been making all the plays for Mist. They are just on fire right now, is Daisy. And making MLGC's lives absolute living hell here on DFH Stadium. Minute and a half in, and the first opportunity for MLGC Atomic to get back on equal terms. But Daisy finds Biscuit Galaxy. The 1-2 is there. But not taken. Biscuit Galaxy goes for goal instead of passing back to Daisy, which would have probably been the better play, and they might have been 2-0 up.
Big touch for Daisy to make there and not get dunked, but the chance is still dangerous. Cut out though, like a beautiful pair of scissors by Biscuit Galaxy there. Whips out the fax machine and files that one off for the book, as it remains 1-0 here. 3 minutes on the clock as Atomic. Maybe that's a double commit, I'm not sure. I can't tell hearing the multiple players jump. It was just a contest there. Atomic clearing the ball and holding their line and formation well. But for how long are they able to do that? Because they need to do more than that. They need to get their formation downfield and put the heater onto Mist Esports.
Oh, good touch from Casper. Tries to find Echo, but taken away swiftly by the Mist Esports defense. And Daisy, just shooting for net. Every opportunity he can get will be denied this time by the defense, but it was end-to-end stuff, as we have seen all day long here, Tylacto, and it was almost a coast-to-coast goal for Mist.
That's the second unbelievably close save off the crossbar that MLGC have made, and I can't believe that they're able to keep it up forever. I say that as Yopi Go gets another goal line save. He's going to slam it downfield as well, and that thankfully going to be off the... That's a really difficult save to make, of course. Yeah, getting it off his own backboard, but it's a hell of a lot better than the back of his own net. Could easily have been an own goal there.
Still only 1-0 though. MLGC are still in this. They need to get the next goal if they want any chance, but you've got to stop that man right there, Daisy. Wee Casper is starting to find his form in defense yet again. A couple of saves to his name already. I think one save, in fact, excuse me. But you just feel Wee Casper has been everywhere in defense that Mist Esports do not want him to be. But this man right here, Daisy, can just beat this entire team on his own. And that upfield pass from Zero will maybe just seal it 2-0.
Just scintillating play from Mist Esports. A demo is just all that it took, as it's actually a distraction demo, you could say. And the Daisy upside down, confident finish, poking it into the back of the net. And the timer is ticking for MLGC Atomic. They are 90 seconds away from being eliminated.
And as you saw in that replay, before the upfield pass came, all three members of MLGC Atomic were down in the blue half, trying to make something out of nothing. And the Mist Esports defense just spy that and boom it downfield and create that big opportunity. And of course, it was Daisy on the receiving end of it. Minute to play. 2 goals to find if you're MLGC Atomic, if you want to stay not just in this series, but in this bracket, in the Intel World Open. We will lose one of these teams. Once this game once this series is done, Yobi Go just keeps it at bay for the moment. 45 seconds left. They've got to act fast.
So many saves, but it just doesn't matter because there's been no clean-cut chances for MLGC. It doesn't matter how long they defend for. It doesn't matter how many savior medals Yobi Go gets, but they just can't get down the other end of the field. It's the slow. It's like watching the tide come in, trying to watch them get downfield as the timer is still ticking down. Wee Casper now with a touch, but it's too heavy. Zero with the totally calculated spawn, by the way, is just going to clear it back downfield, and it's bordering on the rounds of impossible right now.
And a third might make it impossible, and it will be. 14 seconds left. Daisy gets the third and gets his own third in this one. A hat-trick of goals for Daisy, the MVP for Misty Esports, coming alive here in this elimination series, in this elimination game, in it for MLGC Atomic, and they will be dropping out of the Intel World Open. 4 teams entered today for Africa. 3 still remain. MLGC Atomic are gone. Mist Esports will get a 4th and go on to face Meh in the lower finals.
Just absolute salt in the wound, but just beautiful sort of encore for Mist Esports as they, as you say, will be moving on to play Meh's. It's goodbye to Atomic. Goodbye. Unfortunately for them, they will be going home and have to wait until next time. I mean, credit to them, upsetting, you know, the potential favourites to qualify as well. Sox up, upsetting them in the second qualifier. They did a great job to get here, admittedly. They might even get a consolation goal for the road. They will. It's going to be 4-1. GG's all round as it's 3-1 in the series, and Mist, they survive for now.
That always happens whenever I write the score down on my notes here. They're always, I put down 4-0 for Mist, and then obviously Atomic are going to score one more and just change the scoreline on that. But a good consolation goal for them. They deserve to have a goal in that final game. But yeah, for me, they just did not play to the best of their abilities, and I think maybe the pressure of the moment got to them. They just did not seem like themselves when we saw them against Pirates XD earlier on. But it will be Mist Esports going in to that lower final to take on Meh, and we will see that match right after this break, after we see Irelic and Bacon on the desk.
Well, Daisy gave Atomic their answer due, and the fallout is pretty simple. They are our first team eliminated from the Intel World Open qualifiers. Welcome back, myself, Irelic, him, Digital Bacon. And well, Bacon, it's kind of sad in a way because, well, good for Mist fans, obviously, because they turned up in spades, in particular Daisy. But Atomic, all of that defensive play that we were praising, evaporated, gone.
Yeah, they just could not figure out how to play in that one effectively like we had seen before against Pirates XD, and it really goes to show the closeness of the region, right? Mist move on into the next round, and they're going to be facing off against a team they've already seen in Meh, and that gives us a whole new sort of flavor to this scenario. Both teams going into the day, getting more experience here on the Intel World Open stage, and now facing off against each other to then get the chance to go up against Pirates XD in the grand finals, in that qualification match. I mean, today's script, whoever's in the in the back room, you know, the typewriter key and that all in. I mean, good job, buddy.
I mean, you got the perfect grudge match, potential redemption story, especially with Mist coming off a win. Met their last result, obviously, the loss to Pirates XD in the upper finals. But yeah, we were looking at someone like Echo, and he was in particular the standout player for Atomic. And although he was doing well, I thought Yo as well had some huge saves. But overall, that star factor, that je ne sais quoi that we were seeing from Atomic up against XD, it almost felt like a flash in the pan moment as Mist finally getting up to speed, and as we said already, Daisy in particular looking brilliant. And there was this fantastic final goal from Zero, a cherry pick, quite literally a cherry on top of the cake moment for him as they smashed him in the final game. Game 4, of course. Just a brilliant outing for them.
Yeah, you're talking about Daisy giving the answer, but the entire team stepped up. Basically, Galaxy was very consistent, being able to hold down the midfield as well as just linking up with teammates. And Zero stepping up. Notice whenever Daisy's in attack, Zero's back in defense. Whenever Zero's in attack, Daisy's back in defense. Those two are working in sync with one another, being on opposite ends of the pitch. And then, of course, you've got Biscuit Galaxy being that link between. It's a great formation for the squad, and it is truly working.
And it was lovely to see in-game as well. There were a number of moments from Zero, certainly in defense. But the way that Zero bounced back, and shout out to him, a marine biologist, he dug into the depths of his mental strength, didn't he? And he was able to come out with, again, that beautiful drop-down goal as well. As if to say, you know what, whatever's happened, it's fine. We're back, we're good to go. And going up against Met now, they've got all of the momentum coming their way. And certainly, if I was a betting man, I'd be fancying my chances with them.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one, of course, because we already have the history between the two. We already have Met taking down Mist. Now, is it just going to be a repeat, or is coming in hot after that win, again, a 3-1 game, going to really bolster Mist, especially now that they seem to hit their stride, have that formation going, sort of have that feel-good factor? I don't know if that's enough to win, purely because Meh have been on the sidelines watching that series. Like, they're going to be fools to go away and just, have that cup of tea, have that coffee, maybe a snack, maybe dinner, whatever, and not watch that game, not get any insights into how to take a game off them once again, or how they're playing at the moment. I think this is not going to be clear-cut, and I reckon with the pattern forming from today, we're going to get another 3-2.
We did start pretty early, didn't we? And so if you are just joining us, first of all, welcome from wherever in the world you might be. Let's take a little reminder of our bracket to see how we've gotten to this position in the first place. As you can see there, Pirates XD. The huge favourites going into the African region, but really struggling at every corner. They've made their way through to the grand finals of today, which is to be expected. And as for Mist, of course, they lost to Met earlier in a 3-1. They were able to 3-1 Atomic, but going back to your reference to the script writers, Bacon, you had a 3-2, you had a 3-1. You had a 3-2, you had a 3-1. And the way that these two teams have been on a collision course to meet again, I would not be surprised at all if this ended up as a Game 5 as well, especially with that last step in sight before you find yourselves, I should say rather, in the regional final. Again, $80,000 prize pool up for grabs in that region. So even just making it to that stage, you're going away with some decent dosh.
So I've already made the prediction of the Game 5 already, but when we're in, the backstage room, we were just talking about that series and how this is going to be a momentous one, but you've already given me a little bit of a taste of the inside. Do you want to share that with the guys at home?
Sure. Are you sure? Can I do it? Really?
I mean, I'm truly throwing you in the deep end here because you've already spoke to me, but go on, let it be known.
It's the host gets to do analyst stuff. Oh my goodness me, this is what a treat. So for me, I'm looking at Meh, and I'm thinking, okay, you've come out strong in your first game, but when we looked at Pirates XD, they're such a hard kind of team to read right now because, as I say, every single turn seemed to be a struggle. I think the way that we were talking about it in the back was, it's almost like they don't want to win. And then they get to Game 5 and it's all of a sudden, oh, wow, oh, wait, we're actually really good, aren't we? And everything seems to click. So, it's hard to judge them on that performance in the upper finals because they did play well. Is this just the way that Pirates XD work? Whereas Mist, you kind of look at them in their first game and it's like, yeah, they look all right, they look okay. But then, again, really bringing it together, just taking a bit of time to build it up. So it's why I think it has to be a Game 5 scenario. Is it going to be? Who knows? I'm just the host, not your fancy analyst, but I tell you who does know something is our two casters, Craftman and Tylacto.
How dare you and how dare you accuse me of actually knowing things, Iroleague? I honestly, like, why am I here? Why are you here? Why are our enemies here? We're here to watch some great African Rocket League, aren't we, Tylacto? And Mist and Meh, we saw them play earlier. I think I'm agreeing with the guys on the desk here. I think this one is going to go the distance. This one will go to Game 5 because Meh, I think they're going to want to make amends for for essentially blowing the series against Pirates XD earlier on. But Mist, they're on a hot streak coming into this game.
Yeah, they really are. And like Bacon's saying, we're sort of due a Game 5. I don't appreciate you sparking an existential crisis in me with the who are we and why are we here?
I don't know.
I mean,
a giant floating head on a jumbotron, Tylacto. What do you think?
That is true. We are giant floating heads, and that is fantastic, because what would be fantastic if Mist don't have to have an existential crisis and they end up getting revenge on Meh. But you feel like it might be a tall task, right?
It's going to be a big mountain to climb for Mist, or excuse me, for Meh, I think, because Mist, they have, like, we've been talking about momentum a lot today, Tylacto, and I think if anyone's got the momentum, it's going to be Mist, especially Daisy. So I said that in the last one that MLGC Atomic need to take Daisy out of the game, and I think that's the same game plan for Meh. But right off the bat, they almost got a freebie.
It certainly is. I was pointing out that Iroleague mentions that, of course, Zero is actually studying a master's degree in marine biology. And studying marine biology in South Africa, that, I mean, maybe he'd correct us, but that sounds pretty awesome to me.
It does sound quite awesome. I bet he gets to go on, like the deep sea diving stuff, especially the waters around there. It must be absolutely beautiful. But let's see if he can pull off some beautiful plays here on DFH Stadium instead. What a segue.
I mean, if we were playing on Aquadome, it wouldn't be fair, right? Because he would just...
It would not be fair. That's his natural habitat. You just have to play on a neutral ground, like DFH.
It's sort of a nerf. I mean, do you think it's available? Can Mist contest that? Can they say it's an unnecessary nerf? I mean, we don't really usually have series played out on Aquadome, so maybe there's a cause for complaint there. I somewhat doubt it, though.
Possibly, yeah.
To complain about that shot from Daisy. That was an absolute bullet. And when we talk about standout performances so far today, there's certainly been the likes of Happy Meal and Darth, but the recent standout, certainly in the last series, of course, was absolutely Daisy. And speaking of standout performances, it's going to be an open net collection for that man Daisy right there. And how many goals is he going to get this series?
Well, at least one. That's what we know. Great insight from me, CraftmanRL, at CraftmanRL on Twitter. But Mist Esports, I'm just thinking about the series a bit more here, Tylacto, as well. And you mentioned Daisy and Happy Meal. These are the two titans that we're going to be watching very, very closely, because they've both had standout performances throughout the course of today. It's going to be the unstoppable force meeting the immovable object.
Yeah, it certainly is. But Mist up on the correct footing so far during this series. Let's not forget that they did fall 3-1 as Biscuit Galaxy, falling through the air with the ball, nearly found the top corner to double the advantage. As Meh, maybe, having not played for a series or so, I was gonna say, find themselves on a slow start. But look at this play from Happy Meal, faking the pass inside and immediately punishing at the near post. There was nothing accidental about that.
Yeah, you see that on the replay there. Daisy expecting that one to go into the middle to MT, but just a slow down from Happy Meal catches Daisy off guard. Not that we've seen that happen too often today. Happy Meal making it work, and now Verti try to turn this one in. Two defenders there to keep that one at bay, and now Daisy flicks it up to Biscuit Galaxy. Zero on the rebound on this one. It will come off the backboard instead. And Meh will be able to get the chance to clear up to Verti. Looking for this double tap. Doesn't have the boost to get into a decent position. But this is Meh starting to move forward and starting to put their authority down on this matchup.
Certainly so, and they need to. if they're going to continue to build up on this momentum and really shut down Mist, which is the most important thing that they need to do right now. With Mist coming off with the adrenaline of eliminating MLGC Atomic, they're going to be feeling like they have nothing to lose in this matchup. They are going to be feeling like they're playing at their very best off of their first series win of the day. So to really sort of, ride that sort of dangerous period of time that we're in right now where they have so much momentum and sort of see the coast out safely. How was Wordy saved that? Sorry, how has he kept that out?
I have no idea. I think he was just trying to bump Zero out of the net. He didn't even intend to. He didn't really know where this ball was going. He just saw Zero sitting in the net and thought, right, I need to get rid of you because I know how dangerous you can be. So very well played from Verti, keeping score still tied at 1. A minute and a half to go now. And both teams having their way, and now Daisy looking to get the dunk over. Happy Meal does end up clearing. Zero going up to meet this one. Uses all of his boost, but he does keep the pressure down in the blue half of the field. Biscuit Galaxy loses the challenge against Verti, and now MT turning this one upfield for an attacking play for Met.
Certainly so, has missed. Gonna try and just send it long, but really it's gonna end up giving up possession unless Daisy cuts it out nicely in the midfield. But MT up, doing his job no problem. It's gonna allow Happy Meal to be brought into the game as both players backwards there in that corner, having to deal with it but not able to keep possession in the process. And suddenly a goal is brewing and Bertie is up, but the crossbar is the only thing he's gonna hit, and that was a momentous chance.
And it could be their only chance before overtime, although Verti made something out of nothing here. Gets past Daisy and dunks it in. Making up for the past mistakes, making up for your sins, and he has repented 2-1.
How do you get the ball past him? Daisy nowhere able to put that ball. It was like bring on the wall, except there was no holes in this one, and you are not getting that through Werty. Literally able to force that one through for the 2-1 advantage.
Excellent play from Men. With 30 seconds, that might be all it. Because Mist have really not been able to get out of their own half here. Tylacto. It has been all Met. Although with that 1-goal lead now, could see them retract into a defensive style of play, but that one's going to be a freebie for Happy Meal. MT looking to redirect it on the goal line, but 10 seconds left. All they need to do is hold this one down in the Mist half of the field. They will take the first game of this series. Only 2 games away from a date with Destiny in the grand final, but Daisy, last opportunity. Do they have the boost? MT is there to take it away, and they'll just touch it to the floor. Met at the first.
Massive save on 0 seconds by MT there. Daisy was threatening the air dribble into flip reset, and in the form that he's in, nobody would have been surprised if he put that one in on 0 seconds. But the first game, importantly so, will go to Team Meh. I mean, just Meh in general. Not for them, though. They're feeling great about it, as it's going to be Mist Esports struggling now. They took back-to-back games before to win their previous series, but right now they're going to have to buck up their ideas again. The trend we noticed is that every series has gone to a 1-1 situation so far, but that one's got to hurt, and I'm actually kind of scared that Meh are going to run away with this. I got a feeling, and I hope I'm wrong about it.
It's got that air about it. It does feel like it's not going to be a close series, but anything can still happen, and it will happen because Daisy, I think Daisy still needs to get into his rhythm, get a few passes in from Biscuit Galaxy, and especially from Zero as well, who did have that, I suppose it was Verti just had that incredible save in the goal line when Zero was sitting in the net. And when you have a player in net like that where Zero was sitting, he can just be so disruptive to the defense, and it was so important that Verti got him out of position for that.
Yeah, it really is. The question is, can the massive plays that happen in the game, the pinnacle moments in that first game, all went in favor of Man? Those are the moments that can define how a game and series ends up being seen and ends up being played. That 0 second chance, if it goes differently, we're going to be talking about this completely and utterly differently. And the question is now whether, despite the luck not going their way, Mist Esports can be like, that's fine, we need to get up, we need to be better, put themselves back together and actually start to play more aggressively in a way that allows them to amass more than just a 1-goal lead.
We'll see how the cookie crumbles here in the game number 2. Happy Meal and the rest of Meh taking the initiative. going downfield early, though. Zero, picks that out of mid-air and slams it to the back of the net.
Absolutely, crab walking downfield here as MT not going to be able to get the block. Wordy too far forward. Happy Meal not able to win the race to the ball, and slammed in it is. Missed strike first again, but Craftman, we've seen this before.
Certainly have. Mist themselves have came back from worse, and so have Meh. Only 1-0. But we've seen it all day, Tylacto, that the first game the first goal in any given game is such a momentum swing, no matter who won the last game. If you get the opening goal here in any game throughout today, it's generally gone your way, and you generally have the momentum going through for the rest of the game. And here comes MT making a shot. Biscuit Galaxy does get a decent save there, and we'll have the dribble opportunity one-on-one with Happy Meal, but we know how good he's been in every aspect of the field, and gets a decent save there as well.
It does so. It was not as loud as previously, but he's going to get a great pass downfield there too. Verdi is going to have an absolute bullet, but the numbers are back for Mist, and it does seem like they want to defend this lead again, although as I say that, they do commit 2 forward, and they're going to pinch it downfield. Whether or not that's the right play, it has worked out nicely as a huge midfield challenge there from Zero, who I point out didn't have that much boost when he went for that block, but it's a hugely correct play for him to stay around there, and it's ended up leading to a goal as all the players on Meh scrambling out of net looking for boost, and Daisy's just gonna pick up another donation.
Yeah, you saw the double commit by Verti and MT in the corner. I think was Happy Meal. I think he was shunted over to the other end of the field. Either that, or he was just trying to get boost from the opposite corner. But whether he was put over there deliberately or just went there himself, not the right position to be in. And an open net opens this game up. 2-0 for Mist Esports. Will we see another 1-1 in the series? It's certainly looking that one, certainly looking that way, Tylacto, because Meh just looked flat on their feet. Although here comes Happy Meal over to MT. Can Verti follow this one up? Probably smart that he gets back here instead of aggressing and overcommitting.
Yeah, certainly so. But the question is, can the conversions rate still be kept up by Mist, as it's a lovely 2-touch air dribble from Biscuit Galaxy, showing the composure that at times from him has been lacking, as Daisy needs to get this clean fit reset, and this read pops it up, buys plenty of time, but no boost, and a clean shot for Happy Meal gonna be put into the floor. It had the power, but the placement less so, and you have to think, well, earlier in the day, Happy Meal, you feel like you'd have put your mortgage on him scoring that shot convincingly, as much as it was not an easy shot, but you do feel like the steam just isn't quite there for Meh right now, and if Mist can keep their sort of foot down on their neck, just, forcing them back on the back foot, even here Daisy, forcing them to make saves right on their goal line at their front post, it's exactly, if you're a Mist Esports fan, exactly what you want to see.
It's what I was saying at the start of the series as well, Tylacto, is this one's going to just dribble towards net. Zero does get the clear. Meh just seemed completely flat when they were getting beaten by Pirates XD earlier. They had that 2-1 series lead. They had a decent lead, and you felt the momentum was on their side, but ever since game 4 onwards in that series, Happy Meal has just fallen off the edge of a cliff. He's nowhere to be found, MIA. and he's certainly, you need to put his picture on a milk carton here in this series as well, because he is not showing up as of yet. They do have that one game win so far, although here comes the battering ram of Mist Esports offense, not able to barge the door down just yet, although Verti, he stopped before the bump, but it goes in anyway.
I mean, he stops thinking that the jump and the trying attempted dodge is going to come out from Biscuit Galaxy. He just stands there and stops, just looks at him like a club bouncer, like, yeah, not tonight, mate, no ID, see you later. As MT, see you later to the ball, it heads into the back of the net, and suddenly that advantage has been halved. Could Meh pull off the late comeback?
Need to be a little bit quicker, a little bit more, you would say, purposeful with their offense downfield, because it feels like Mist Esports have the defense locked down, although that fake demo from from Verti there was just incredible to watch. MT just a little bit wayward on that shot. Verti puts it to the backboard, and Happy Meal sends it home, 2 each.
Oh, there is Happy Meal, and suddenly, in the blink of the eye, Mist Esports' lead is just gone, and that is top shelf. Talk about confidence in the strike. Doesn't matter if Happy Meal hasn't been as on form as we have seen, because he is back. You can take his picture off the milk carton now.
He's been lost and he has been found. Happy Meal looking to make his presence felt here in this series. 2-2. Will we see Meh take a 2-0 lead? Not been done today yet in any given series. Verti almost made it happen. 3-2 was on the cards. Just a little bit wayward on that touch. And now Daisy will have an opportunity to bring this into the blue half of the field. Zero keeps it at least competitive down here in the blue half. 2 each. As now Daisy brings it round from that left-hand side. Zero and the rest of Mist want this third goal before overtime. Although I think Mel will be happy if the reset comes through. In the middle of the field, Daisy puts it neutral. MT now, just get it to the floor. I think that's what they want, but Mist has one more opportunity. Daisy saved away by Verti, and this might go down for overtime, and it will.
That's 2-0 second chances now that haven't gone Daisy and Mist Esports' way. Maybe that'll be the chance. Verti's going to get pinged back to his own goal with that kickoff attempt as well, as it's a dangerous shot. 2 players committed, but they save Biscuit Galaxy's dangerous shot indeed, as it does feel like DEFCON 5 here for Mist Esports. They're on offense, and that's exactly what they want, because if they give up a 2-goal lead to go 2 down in the series, which is exactly what is going to happen, because it's top shelf from Verti on the counter-attack, and meh, they have 2.
I thought that was going to be it from MT, but Zero goes to meet him in Verti. Great follow, great shadowing of his teammate. That's an excellent 2v2 play right there. And it would not be a miss in any EU 2v2 server, but congratulations to Meh. They're the first team today to take a 2-0 series lead in any given matchup, and they are 1 game away from taking on Pirates XD in the grand final.
Sending a message to them as well. They came back from 2 down in that game to come and win it in overtime, and if that's the case, why couldn't they come back from 1 series down in the grand final?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see, because remember, whoever goes through from this lower bracket final, they will have to beat Pirates XD twice in 2 best-of-5s, bracket reset in effect. As we were looking through the highlights of that game and just looking at this excellent play between MT and Verti, that is just beautiful. Yeah. You would see that anywhere in the RLCS.
It really, really was, as it's the pressure and expectation and nothing to lose at this point in the lower bracket as well, is just bringing the best out of these players, as they never know if that could be their last series to show the world what South Africa and Africa as a continent is capable of in Rocket League. As question is right now, are Mist Esports capable of the reverse sweep? Because it would be the first of the day, and I, for one, would be stunned.
If it's going to happen, it's going to have to be Daisy stepping up, because Daisy's had a few good plays in this series so far, but nothing stunning than from what we saw in the last series against MLGC. So, all down to Daisy. And him and the rest of Mist Esports fathom a comeback. At least get 1 on the board. That's all you need to start this reverse sweep. It's going to be tough when Meh is starting to fire on all cylinders.
Yeah, it certainly is, as Mist. The most painful thing is that even if they get that opener here, which they'd certainly want to, they just won't feel comfortable or confident in it. They gave up a 1-goal lead in game 1. They gave up a 2-goal lead in game 2. What's next? Surely they couldn't be throwing a 3-goal lead. I mean, at this point, the question is, will they actually get it? They are gonna get one, and it is gonna be Daisy following a whiff on the wall. An absolute clanger from Daisy. Ends up Happy Meal uncharacteristically again. That is gonna be a whiff. Calm, under the pressure there, Daisy taking the open net, and it does take patience to let that ball roll around. But yeah, you see, I want to be excited for Mist Esports, but after what happened in the first 2 games, I think I'll hold fire.
Yeah, I'm holding fire too. I just want to see maybe a 2-goal lead, like you said, maybe even a 3-goal lead for Mist Esports before I'm fully on their bandwagon. As Meh has mounted a couple of comebacks in this one so far. Happy Meal trying to tie things up as Daisy was taking that one out to the side. I think all the goals that Mist have scored have really came from Meh mistakes. You saw that one from Happy Meal on the side and Daisy just capitalizing on it. So Mist know when to come forward and they're reading the game and seeing where Meh are making those misplays and just taking full advantage of that. But if Meh want to take this series in a sweep, they've got to clean up those mistakes first and foremost.
Yeah, it really does. Biscuit Galaxy, that's unfortunately, they're trying to be a hero, ended up being more like Quality Street there, not quite getting the contact on that ball, but it doesn't really matter with the lead still intact for now. Hang on a minute, it's going to be loose for Daisy with the wave dash recovery. Going to get the boost steal as well. Pings it off the corner, but Happy Meal is going to spawn underneath it, and there's just too much traffic, too much congestion in that corner, and the possession returns to Meh.
It's very, we've seen it a lot here today, Tylacto, that it's been very possession heavy, like the Rocket League, end-to-end stuff. No midfield presence for a lot of teams, although Mist Esports trying to rectify that. Let's get Galaxy in the middle. Here comes a shot from Daisy with authority. And Mist, or excuse me, Happy Meal, in fact, it is them who, it is their save, and with a great shot from Daisy, that is in 99% of the time.
That's a big backflip reaction there. Had to be done in time, and it had to be flicked over the crossbar, and did so just in time indeed. So history stays the same. It's still that 1 goal deficit as Biscuit Galaxy just putting their body on the line to deny Happy Meal there. Well, I say vice versa actually, is the offensive chance there for Mist Esports. As hang on, that double dunk from Wordy. It's open up in the midfield. Daisy is up super fast, cutting off the angle, but MT there. What a drop down under pressure. The patience displayed there for a team down by 1 goal. That's still really encouraging to see.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if the Happy Meal was expecting that one to drop right into his lap, because the shot was a little bit lackluster, but MT has had some great setups to get Happy Meal into position. Like we said, Happy Meal still looking to find him in this series and have a standout couple of plays. He is starting to get a little bit back on the map. Still nothing outstanding. See what he does in the latter half of this game. Minute half to go in MT. Now over to the right-hand side where Verti and, more importantly, Biscuit Galaxy was waiting to win that ball away. Zero might just want to slow this one down, because if they can keep Meh out of their half, they'll have at least one game on the board. But Happy Meal, he's not wanting to slow things down. 1-1.
Look at the number of players between him and the goal, and he's like, I do not care. Finds the top shelf anyway. Happy Meal, we said he is back. He's back, and even better right now. Meh, they're threatening to sweep.
Well-ity. Meh on the precipice of something that we've not seen yet, but the pass out to Biscuit Galaxy from Daisy could not have been placed any better.
Happy Meal's axles just completely broken, and no hesitation from Biscuit Galaxy. Instantly knew that net is open and I am gonna punish there. Of course, carved the chance was by Daisy and the pass that we called out immediately, but missed. They strike back so fast, and the lead is back, and they haven't led this late in the game before.
60 seconds left. Can they hold on to this lead is the more important question here, Tylacto, because Meh have shown that they're able to come back from the most dire of situations. Verti trying to take it himself. He gets a shot off, but it's a little bit wide. Happy Meal is there, not great position, so MT picks it up instead. And now Verti making his way back to off defense. Pings it downfield. Happy Meal there to get it off the back wall. And now Verti following this one up. Happy Meal still in the backboard position. MT watching from afar. And decides to come in and try and keep this ball deep in Mist territory. It's certainly looking dangerous if you're a Mist Esports fan, but Meh still can't get a clean shot off.
Oh, they need this. This could be the start of the most incredible comeback, but Meh, They could shut it down here and force an overtime as two goalkeepers huddled in the net.
Oh, Happy.
Scared. The rebound is dangerous, but MT, no contact, Zero is going to run that ball away. He's going to run to another planet. He wants that thing away from his net. He's going to musty flick it down onto the ground, and it's still early days, but game one is on the board for Mist Esports.
Step number one in their comeback tour here for Mist Esports, because Daisy did finally step up in this game. Daisy had some incredible shots, only got one goal out of it, but they were shots with authority, and you could feel that Daisy wanted to make his presence known in this game and just remind people, saying, hey, I'm still here. Yes, Happy Meal is starting to come back on the map a little bit, but Daisy is still a key player in this series.
Really is. I love the comeback tour analogy. Now I'm starting to think, well, you got, is it Daisy, maybe the lead singer? You got Biscuit Galaxy there on the main guitar and Zero on the bass. Maybe that's a thing. Are we on to
the drummer? There needs to be a drummer here. Or maybe it's Bread. Bread's the drummer. Bread's drummer.
Yeah, he's the drummer.
He's the backup
from the back. That makes sense.
Exactly. I'd say. Well, you think of it in the band of a drummer. The role of a drummer in a band is to keep the rhythm, keep the pace. And I think, honestly, for me, that's starting to become Biscuit Galaxy. I think Biscuit Galaxy stepped into such a key role here and is keeping Mist Esports in this one. He's had some key blocks. He's made some great passes to his teammates as well. I was very critical of Biscuit Galaxy earlier today. I am so happy to be wrong about him in this moment. He has been reformed.
I mean, it is quite the comeback out there to be scoring the game-winning goal when earlier in the day there was a doink own goal from the halfway line. It is quite
wasn't a great start.
Reflection.
Wasn't the best start for Biscuit Galaxy.
That doesn't matter.
It
matters when it does indeed as well. It will be game 4 afoot, and Verdi is immediately threatening.
Certainly are, and that's kind of what we've seen a lot in maybe even the later stages of the games. It's usually been Mist taking the upper hand early on. Now back into defensive position, just slowing things down. Biscuit Galaxy was there to make the dunk down. Couldn't make the shot drop. Here he comes again. Big miss there. Daisy is in tow, but will decide to get it himself out of there as Verti now dribbles it down that side of the field. Happy Meal towards net. Maybe have MT coming in. He did. Here comes Verti on the follow-up, and Meh take the opening goal.
Missed so many times. They're so closely clogged up on defense, and Met are gonna punish. Biscuit Galaxy had to cover the whole net and parked in the middle nicely if you're in a supermarket car park, but not so nice when you need to save that bottom corner shot, and well placed it was from Verdi, and that's their first opening goal of the series.
It's important to recognise that as well, because Meh have been on the back foot in the opening stages, now taking certainly the opening lead in a game. Could stand them in good stead to go forward into this grand final and take on Pirates XD for a second time today. They have to win 2 best of 5s if they want to find themselves into the regional finals. Happy Meal will dribble this one through. Verti actually gets the demo and opens the door. Zero out of the play, and it's a 2-0 lead for Meh.
Happy Meal and Wordy, just the absolute demolition squad. I mean, Happy Meal didn't even get the flip he said he was looking for, but it didn't matter one bit. Air dribble from the halfway line, and Meh double the advantage, and they could just be 3.5 minutes away from the grand finals.
Could be their crowning moment. Still work to do, especially on the side of Mist Esports, because they have just been a little bit lackluster when it comes to offensive pressure. Happy Meal, that's very dangerous and very panicked in front of net. I'm very surprised that nobody from Mist Esports took advantage of that and tried to steal one off the bonnet of Happy Meal.
The question is, are they shell-shocked? Did they get ahead of themselves after proving to themselves they could take the game, or are they just, sunk into reality that it could just be another 3-1 again. The desk and us were hoping for a game 5, but right now it's looking more and more unlikely as a loose ball is touched out. Verdi is there, maybe faking the pass backs, just backing it up, making 2 players commit there. Happy Meal is up towards the backboard, surely not. No, Daisy is there, but the clear contact is just not ideal, and now Biscuit Galaxy required in front of the goal line. All 3 players, the orange wall is back there, and it's being forced to stay right now.
Nothing's dropping for Met, although it does for MT. Right as I say that, I cast across the defense. I was about to praise Miss for keeping it close in the context of things, but MT just fires from afar, and it's all said and done there. 3-0. Met looking really good right now.
Such a clean shot from MT, though. He knew all the players would be scrambling for boost on Mist, and that the net for once might be open. And what a shot to potentially win the series. Made it look so easy.
Has it been anything but for Met? And that's kind of what we've seen from Pirates XD as well, who they would be facing in the grand final if they were to get there. And it certainly looks like they're on their way to that. That Pirates XD didn't come to life until they really had to. Met is starting to fire on all cylinders, and they've still got a game to spare.
I mean, that's 4 in game 4, but that's the pick of the bunch so far for me. Happy Meal jumping up like on the monkey bars and popping it past one defender, and just again, no margin for error. The preciseness of that shot and the execution was just flawless. Right now, Mare just stepping up massively to try and win this series, and Mist, they've just disappeared from the stage.
There's not a lot Mist can really do. They're trying to get downfield, they're trying to create these opportunities, but Mare is just too strong when it comes to their back line, and you saw the bump there, and Happy Meal's just like, I'm just going to stand here. I'm going to wait for the ball to come to me, because there's going to be no follow-up from any of the Mist players. It just seems like you get the pass in, and that's all you get. You have one player passing in, you have one player taking the shot, there's not really any follow-up, and you see Biscuit Galaxy and Daisy double committing on that one, and that could have been a perfect opportunity if Daisy just stayed on the floor.
It really did. That net was open for way too long for Mare to get away with it, but get away with it they will, and it looks like they'll be taking it all the way to the grand finals. This is just pain being piled on for Mist, and Happy Meal is just adding another one to his collection.
And you got to be thinking Pirates XD are just watching this game thinking, wait, we need to deal with this Mare? This isn't the Mare we thought we had to, we thought we got rid of them. Into the lower bracket, but they have been revitalized here, Tylacto. And if they can keep this momentum up into the grand final, they could give Pirates XD a lot of issues, and they could even reset that bracket.
And let's not forget that Pirates XD won't have played in 1 to 2 hours at the least. They may be coming in cold. Yes, you could say they're going to get a break, and they could mentally prepare for this, but can you prepare for this Met team? The execution they are pulling out on both offense and defense right now today is hard to rival. As I mean, a nice save from Daisy, but it just doesn't matter at this point unless we see the most impossible comeback ever. I'd shave my head bald if they managed to come back at this point. I think my hair's...
We've got that on camera, we've got that on video, Tylacto.
Yeah, we've also got 15 seconds left.
A goal every 15 seconds. I don't think it's... Or every 15 seconds I will do one goal.
Has to be every 1 second at this point. It is every single time you try and say it, it's changing. As unfortunately, Mist Esports are going to be the second team to be sent home. A beautiful goal to finish it out suitably by Daisy, who has been the star of the show for them. But unfortunately, the show must go on, and it's going to be without Mist Esports as we head to our grand final.
I'm glad Daisy got a goal in the end, because he has just been incredible to watch. It's so sad that we need to lose 3 of the 4 teams today, and we have lost yet another one. Mist Esports will head out of the close qualifiers of the Intel World Open. Really, it's almost the final hurdle. They had one more step to go to get to that grand final. They just could not make it. But I think, Tylacto, this is the grand final I think a lot of people were expecting. Maybe not in the manner that we would have got here, but we are here nonetheless. We're going to have Pirates XD taking on Meh right after this break, and Ireleak and Bacon will break it down on the desk.
is to be realized. And Bacon, given the form that Met was in by the end of that series, a repeat result, of course, against Mr. Esports. Well, anybody's game on this one, right?
Well, that's it. We were looking at Mist coming in hot after that game against Atomic and thinking, well, Mist, they're going to do some absolute damage to Meh. But Meh going away, like I said, taking that time to really look over that previous match, maybe even scrolling back through the VOD every now and then to see very key, crucial points, and came back looking even tougher to the point now where we're moving into this grand final right now, this qualification matchup, and going, perhaps that bracket reset is going to be a thing.
There's a lot of dollars on the line as well, so you want to make sure that you're running into the grand finals with as good as form as you can get, and for me, just everything clicked together for Meh in those final couple of games. Sure, you had Daisy trying to continue that fantastic form, but Biscuit Galaxy, was the form ever going to really stick? Zero, we mentioned those couple of mistakes in the series previous as well, starting to refer to old form there. MT, Werty for me, really stepping up and being, what a big difference they made in that series, yeah?
That's it. MT today has been such a key player for the Mess side, but Werty well and truly stepped up during that series. And it's sort of like they're working in tandem with one another so well that, I mean, I feel bad for Happy Meal. You know, he sort of didn't get looking. Whilst he had some great moments, he's not really the highlight-worthy player. But that's, you know, when you're doing your job, no one's talking about you, because you're silent. You know, there's nothing to complain about. Happy Meal never put a foot really out of place. And so he's just there supporting his teammates, probably giving them directions, you know. Oh, you've got so-and-so on your right, you've got so-and-so on your left. No one's coming at you right now. Go, 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 go. He's still being a director to a movie.
You know, we've looked at so many teams in RLCS seasons past, and indeed the most recent one, and the worst thing you can do, even if you're a superstar, is to do what we like to call backpacking, getting the rest of your team in your pack. You're going to do everything, you're going to carry everything, and to be fair, Happy Meal does have the mechanical chops to be able to do that, but that is not an optimum scenario.
No.
You know, you want to rely on your two teammates, you want to give them some leverage, you want to help support them. Actually, I think Top Bloke's probably one of the closest teams in this regard. You've got Archie, one of the best players in the region. You've got Flame and Cassio, great players in their own right. Of course, Flame also the captain in that regard. But the team only plays really, truly, outstandingly well when they're together, when they're a unit. And this is where I'd like to bring in Pirates XD into the conversation, because man, how this team has managed to get to this grand final, I'm actually not quite sure, because we were talking about Snowy, best player in the region, perhaps, maybe minus Itachi, who's moved to Europe. Very, very quiet. You've got his two teammates in Zebra, who's got the experience, had a couple of odd whiffs. You've got Darth, really the outsider of this particular duo, and it's like, he's coming in and doing really good things, really stepping up in that second best-of-5 match against Meh. But I mean, we've talked about this pretty much for the last couple of series, actually. I didn't know whether it was Meh, whether it was Miss going to go through to that grand final. But I think we're going to see Pirates, again, really struggling. I think they're going to win the region, but I think they're going to struggle.
They're the team that wins, but don't want to win. It's sort of like this weird air aura about them, where, I mean, with Met beforehand, you know, being 2-1 down and then coming back to take the win was just absolutely ludicrous. And now I'm looking at this thinking, well, Met could quite easily take the first best-of-5, but going into the second one, that's still so open. And for me right now, I'm looking to Darth, who truly is insidious. He is scary on that pitch, because he has just been that difference maker coming on through for the guys on over at Pirates XD. And I just want to sort of see him take even more of a demolisher role, near enough pick it on up. Snowy's already falling on back. CP Zebra is just looking to sort of be a wingman, set him up, a playmaker. I just want that even more, because whilst you're talking about Top Blokes and all of that previously, the best mentality for a lot of players, for a lot of teams, for a lot of coaches is a Three Musketeers role, where everyone has to do a piece, everyone's got to get stuck in. But when we're looking at this team at the moment with Pirates XD, it's got to be said, Snowy's not performing, Darth is, CP Zebra's just doing enough, but Snowy looks comfortable in defense. So if it's not your day to shine in attack, fall back to defense and do the work there.
The rules are pretty simple, folks. You got one best-of-5. If the team from the lower bracket, in this case Met, win, we're going to another best of 5. Are we going to go the distance though? Crafters and Tylacto, over to you.
Well, I can't wait to find out, Iroleak, if we are going to go the distance. And to be honest, it's entirely possible here, Tylacto, because as the boys have been saying, as we've been saying all day long, Pirates XD have not performed to their best. Particularly Snowy, yes, Darth and CP Zebra have been outstanding. But when you put it all together in the entire package, Meh right now look like the more complete team and could take this first series in the grand final.
It really does. You can see it's sort of happening with the amount of momentum it does look like they have. Yes, we're being critical of Pirates XD, mainly I think because we just hold such high standards for them, and I know they hold such high standards for themselves as the grand final is going to begin to get underway. And what a final I think we are in for, Craftman. The best of 5, of course, in the winners final, when all 5 games, 20 goals were scored in it, and I could see us having a bag full available here too.
It is going to be high-flying, fast offense, I feel. And these two teams who have met before in the bracket, Meh blowing that 2-1 series advantage, or 2-1 game lead advantage that they had, dropped down into the lower bracket. Pirates XD with that series advantage now, and Snowy might have the first goal if it weren't for Happy Meal shutting off right in the early stages of this one. It seems like Pirates XD have come to play.
Yeah, and a little bit of awkwardness in the midfield from Meh. I do agree, Pirates XD, the question mark above them coming into this one was, will they have gotten cold in the downtime between each series? And I do not think the answer to that is going to be yes at all. I say that Snowy has managed to clear Zebra downfield following that double commit, and which one was in the wrong doing, and nobody really knows, as Snowy is going to get a last-ditch save there, and all stacked up, I say. Maybe a bit of cold feet will be the case for Pirates. It's very, very awkward on the defense, but they are going to find the clear for now. No breakthrough in the first minute, which is, given, like I was saying, so many goals in the first series, maybe a bit of a surprise.
There's a little bit of surprise. I mean, you had Snowy with that one chance, try to sneak it in, but great save by Happy Meal, and now Pirates XD starting to mount their offense on the middle of the field. We've seen the passes be very, very key for them going forwards, and starting to look for those infield passes again. Here comes Darth. We've seen how fantastic he's been. But like we said in the opening there, Tylacto, if it's going to come all together right now, Snowy needs to step up to the plate, but he has been having a couple of good chances here, and he set up Darth beautifully here, one-on-one. CP Zebra could turn this one in. It's only Darth in the net, and Snowy will confirm it.
Such a vacant defense from Meh. The last man being forced to commit. Poor Happy Meal left out to dry, as CP Zebra kind of thought the ball was going to be more infield. Had to scramble his position, and usually at the top level you'd think that chance had surely vanished, but nobody back in time for Meh. And yeah, absolutely, just going to completely collect the 3 goals. I see Verti has lost connection. Exactly not what you want to happen in the grand final. It's not the first time this has happened today. It was a person of Atomic that it happened to last time. It's once again Orange Team. Maybe is Orange Team on DFH cursed, Craftman?
It could very well be. They're just not a strong signal. They haven't got their 5G installed yet in DFH Stadium, so the signal's been a little bit spotty. But like you said, we have seen 2v3 situations already today. Echo on MLGC Atomic was able to hold ground in late stages of a game, but losing a player straight off the bat, I mean, 1 goal's gone in. We can't stop the game per se.
Yeah.
So with two and a half minutes gone, 2.5 to go. That's a big miss from Happy Meal, especially when you're a man down. You've got to be hitting everything, and just being trapped in the corner like that is going to allow Pirates XD to go 2-0 up.
Yeah, I mean, no criticism to Pirates XD. They're very much entitled to play on, and why wouldn't they? $4,000 minimum on the line for qualification through here, as I'm sure if Woody does connect back, he will be allowed to rejoin, but it's just nothing really that Meh can do. It's a nearly impossible situation. They nearly get a kickoff goal through MT, and to the credit, with there being 2 of them, they are going to have more boost to share between them. But I feel like, yeah, definitely better off having the 3 players on the field.
Yes, I mean, you get those situations in online ranked games in Rocket League where It's 3v3. You'll go maybe 3-0 down or something, and then a guy will forfeit, and then he'll just leave the game, leaving you 3-on-2, and then all of a sudden you make a comeback. So it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility that Meh could have the wondrous of all game ones here. And in the grand final, it's not a particularly great position to have one man down, but hey, this is the top level of the African region. This is the upper echelon of Rocket League esports, and to be a man down is no mean feat. And as Snowy puts in his third, and I think this is Snowy's highest scoring game so far.
No, exactly. No, probably not the one he would want it to be in. To be fair,
no, I mean, yeah.
I mean, it could continue. In fairness to Matt, the more goals that go in is the more time for Wordy to, restore his connection. So maybe there's a strategy in that. I think game one is pretty safe to go in the books at this point.
Yeah, I'm just going to write this down as a Pirates XD win. Although Meh, I said earlier, like this happened at the end of the last game. I wrote down 5-0 for Meh, and then Mist ended up scoring 1 on 0 seconds, so I had to stroke through the 0. But good save by Happy Meal. 3 saves for him as well. Good performance despite being the man down, and I think this is going to be a test of character for Meh as well. You know you're up against what is considered to be the best team in the region. When you have all 3 players, you have a great chance to fight this team. But to stay in content and not let them blow this out when you're 3v2, that's a great test of character, and shows the resolve of this Meh team.
I think it's going to have to be such a tough back. I mean, like, the amount of pain right now. I'm not even going to acknowledge. I just can't even acknowledge this goal. Like it's so painful. But Wordy has rejoined.
Yeah.
In fairness, he is going to be able to rejoin, but are they able to score 4 goals in 40 seconds? I mean, I hope so. I hope they make it close, as this game is pretty much a donation to Pirates XD, which is, given the fact they already have a series advantage in this bracket resetting grand final, that is probably the least thing they need, but can't blame them at all. They'll absolutely take it.
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate situation. There's not really much you can do if you're Meh. You just got to keep calm and carry on. And I think looking towards game number 2, they'll think of game 2 as really the start of the series, and they'll try and take back control from there. But the opening game is much of a gift as it was to Pirates XD. It is a game nonetheless. 1 on the scoreboard for them. Happy Meal maybe trying to get 1 for luck. Snowy will deny them, but yes, it was a one-man advantage for most of the game there, Tylacto for Pirates XD. But what I've got to say, Snowy, that is the best performance I have seen from him so far today.
Yeah, I feel bad on the side of a Happy Meal, though. I know you mentioned it earlier, but in case you weren't here, in the qualifying to this closed qualifier, there was some load shedding that happened to Happy Meal and one of the other players on the Meta roster as well, which meant that just before that qualifier was to be played, they had to organise a place to actually be able to play them with about 4 hours notice, and they only got it done with about 30 minutes to spare and get their setup done. So they're no strangers to having to play in absurd and unideal situations. But the timing of this one, I mean, even for me, it's hard to watch. That has got to leave such a bitter taste in the mouth.
Certainly so, and like I said, I think Meh are just going to go into game number 2, think it's 0-0 in the series. Let's just play our game, let's not get ahead of ourselves, let's not make this any bigger than it is, because this is, you got to put this in context as well, and I know we talked about it a lot today, Tylacto, but for the folk joining us just for the grand final here, this is huge for not just South Africa, but Africa as a whole, because like the guy said, if you get through from this series and go into the regional finals for EMEA, you're guaranteed a minimum of $4,000. And for a region that has got, $50, $100 prize pools here and there, this is absolutely monumental when it comes to developing this great region.
That's the thing for me. The most painful part about that is the team that comes second today in this very grand final goes home with nothing. Like, the stakes are truly epic.
It is an enormous task here in the grand final. All the pressure on both of these teams. So far, the pressure's only broken Verti's internet for just a brief moment. All 6 players back in the lobby and back up to hopefully full internet strength. 30 seconds gone, and it seems like Pirates XD taking early control here in game number 2. And we were talking about Pirates XD. They seemed a little bit disjointed. Do you think that free win in game number 1 could really solidify them? But oh, look at that. Snowy gets a great save off the shot of MT. Verti on the follow-up. Happy Meal into the corner. No follow-up will come off of that one. But what I will say is Pirates XD do look a little bit more together than they have been all day, Tylato.
Yeah, it certainly could go either way when something like that happens. It could just reaffirm your confidence, as it does undeniably improve your situation, but you could also get a bit of imposter syndrome and think, you know, sort of second guess yourself, like, do we really deserve that sort of thing? And looks like they don't seem to be inside their own heads right now, as they are 1-0 up and 2 wins away in this series from heading to the regional finals. But meh, they'll have a fire lit under them right now and feel very much an injustice, and understandably so, as CP Zebra is going to cut that one out, though, in a big defensive stop from him.
As much possession as Pirates XD had in the opening minute of the game, it has been all meh for the past 30 seconds or so, just holding this ground down in the blue half of the field. But big relief there by Darth. He's been fantastic today, and he sets up Snowy for the first goal of game 2.
He was never going to miss from there, and Snowy's definitely got his goal-scoring boots on today now, as MT just couldn't save that. The post has been so cruel to him by having that bounce inside. There's no mercy being shown in this grand finals to Mare. Like I say, the shooting boots on for Snowy. He was just taking a little while to do up his laces.
Yeah, he's really saved all his offense for the grand final, really where it matters most. But hang on a second, Happy Meal, he's had his shooting boots on all day, and he's finally donned them for the grand final.
The double touch off the ceiling. Snowy wasn't even close. Snowy was in a different continent. That's how far ahead Happy Meal was on that shot, and what a response off the kickoff.
Great for Meh, being a man down in game number 1. Now you find yourself even footing. 1-1 here in game 2. You got to hold off this offense, because CP Zebra can just bend the ball to his will. It will be classified as an own goal as it goes off the hood of Verti's car as he went up for the save just a little bit too late. Unfortunate circumstance, but CP Zebra, you got to give him credit for putting it in that position to begin with.
Yeah, you do. Just a little bit too quick. And oh, that's a very big sort of catch from Happy Meal to lock wheels from Snowy there, so that Snowy couldn't get around that ball in order to shoot it onto what was temporarily an open net. As we're not going to get an immediate kickoff goal again, but this certainly proving to be a shootout of a game 2, and much more like what we expected from this series.
Big downfield from Happy Meal, and the rest of Meh will follow suit. 30 on this right-hand side, 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go. 1 goal to find for Meh to tie this thing up. Maybe, just maybe, try and take the lead in the series. Happy Meal will leave that one for Verti. I say leave as if he did it deliberately. Darth now just wrangles that ball away from the Meh offense, and now Snowy will follow up. Double demo on the right-hand side, 2v2 for the moment, but MT able to hold his nerve and fire downfield to see if he can hook up with Happy Meal. But I think it was CP Zebra just coming over the top there, just denying that play. And I think that's what Pirates XD have been lacking in the games that they had lost. They were lacking the read of the game, and now they're starting to read these shots that Meh are putting forward.
And certainly so, as Darth is going to be sending it hopefully downfield. Snowy. This time Snowy's the one burning the defense, as that loose ball may have been further away from him, but the speed of this aerial shot, that's a little bit of revenge for Snowy there.
Yeah, and a bit of a mistake from MT as well. I think he was expecting maybe the pinch off the wall and booming it into the other half of the field, but great awareness from Snowy to realise that that shot's going to bounce favourably for him, and puts the third in to extend the lead to 2 yet again. MT now trying to find a place under Snowy. The snow will descend upon him. And this is looking very panicked and scrambly for me. I think they just need to calm themselves down a little bit, remind themselves who they are, and really who they're facing as well, although I think Pirates XD have done that job for them. But I think they just need to get settled back in this grand final, because they're not making it easy on themselves.
A huge block from Happy Meal. I thought that was maybe still going to stay under the bar, but over it does go, and the 2-goal deficit remains. But time is not something that Meh can afford right now. They do not want to have to be in a grand final situation, having to reverse sweep, but that is what they're staring down the barrel of right now, as Darth with his own double touch off the ceiling there, taking a bit of a leaf out of Happy Meal's book. As look at the passing play from Pirates XD. It is absolutely stunning.
And this is the Pirates XD we were promised when we started today, Tylacto. Passing plays out the wazoo, and 4-1 here in game number 2. May just look completely baffled by what Pirates XD have pulled out of their rucksack. It is dominating from the Pirates, and May are just looking a bit meh.
I mean, it's a what a hell of a
Come on,
rucksack that has to be. There's a double touch from Wordy though, potentially going to get a quick response, and they will. The game is not over yet here. This game too. Happy Meal is going to bring the scoreline back to reachable lengths, but 19 seconds. This would almost certainly be the game of the day if this one's pulled off by Meh.
Yeah, clutching at straws here a bit, Tylacto. I think this one's done and dusted. Unless we see something magical from MT, that had to be towards net. You couldn't let Verti come in. I think the time has gone, and that's clear by Snowy. Is pretty much going to do it in this one. Pirates XD, after all their struggles today, Tylacto, they have came out here in the grand final where it matters most, and they have put on a show to prove why they want to be crowned the best in the region, and they are now 1 game away from going to the regionals.
What a painful way to just sort of put them even more salt on the already gaping wound that Meh have right now. That save on the goal line from Darth as well. Like you say, 1 game away are Pirates XD, and what a way to do it in game 2 there with I'm saying my favourite goal of the day. An incredible team play as we run back through the goals here. But it's just like, it's easy to point at Pirates XD and go, they've had a couple disconnects go their favour in terms of their opponents struggling. And yes, there's not much they can do about that. They haven't chosen to do that. They have to take their chances, and when they've got an even game in this game too, what a statement and what a performance that was.
And like I said, it's the Pirates XD that we were promised we were going to see. This team was hyped as being the best in the region, and I think that passing play that we just saw in the replay there, that just proves why they are called the dominant force that they are. And I'm excited to see what's going to happen in game number 3. But for on the other side of the things, let's just look at Mez side of the ball right now, Tylacto. What have they been missing? Is it Happy Meal? I know he got 2 goals in that game, but is it him? Is it anyone else? What can you pin this down to anything other than Pirates XD just playing out of their minds?
Yeah, I mean, Pirates XD are playing incredible. Sometimes, Mist Esports have been missing a player, but in that game too, not entirely sure. It's just like it does seem like the Pirates sort of found a step above the level of gameplay we have been seeing all day. I mean, a great advert for South African Rocket League, but what would be even better is if Meh can reach and equal that level as well, as we see it immediately opening up a nice air dribble from the backboard, but MT is going to be all out of boost by the time that's complete, and suddenly they're on the back foot again.
Well, Meh have 5 minutes to answer back and take a game off of Pirates XD, just like they did in the Open Qualifiers, and just like they did earlier. They took 2 games off of them, they blew the series, but Happy Meal, that's got to feel good for him. Meh take the lead.
That is absolutely what Meh needed right now to just completely insult Pirates XD. We are refusing to get down right now. 2 goalkeepers in the net, and not a single one had a chance at reacting in time. As you see that Happy Meal right there for the kickoff. It's going to be a strong one, followed up strongly so by Meh and MT. There's going to be challenging that ball. No problem. He is. What he comes across. Are trying to just force this ball to stay in the Pirates side of the field, but Snowy has definitely got other ideas as him and Darth combined send it deep back into the Meh half.
Meh just need to hold on to this ball for as long as they can, because if they give Pirates XD any space whatsoever, I think they're just going to get punished for it. Now Snowy trying to create that space. Happy Meal will shut him down, but he doesn't spot Darth just lying in wait. And it's luckily enough for Happy Meal that Verti was staying in the net right there. Kept the Pirates at bay for the moment. Here comes Darth over the top now. Not really seen much from him because it's been all Snowy for Pirates XD for the most part. Darth has started to slip back into that secondary role, which I imagine he has most of the time, because Snowy is now playing at the highest level we know he can play at. Very uncomfortable there.
That was a pass down in front of your own net. Ended up working out okay for Meh, but this is not where they want to be playing at all. They do, though, undeniably, have the advantage right now, and maybe MT could double it, but the shot lacking power, and Snowy was always ready for that one. But the loose ball is out to Happy Meal, who takes it patiently back into that corner, but can't really force it out favourably, such to avoid CP Zebra, who buys plenty of time for Pirates to rotate back, as likewise in the midfield, the ball is high, but read correctly by Snow. It looked like a close read, but what a read it ended up being.
Team from Pirates XD, particularly on their defensive side of the ball as well, their rotations are just exquisite right now. No one's double committing. Everyone knows who's going for the next shot, who's going for the next touch on the ball, and it's been played to a T. Now CP Zebra trying to follow up on that shot, trying to get back into this one. Still one goal down, could be two, but a good save from Zebra will send this one into the right-hand side. Oh, the follow-up from MT was there, but not on, well, was on target, but just a little bit wide. Hits the post with 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go. Pirates XD still trying to find their first.
It was a blazing shot from MT as well. There's been plenty of chances for Meh, and likewise we could have another here as it bounces dangerously off the backboard, but Darth is able to clear it away to the corner, and Meh are threatening a second undeniably. We give so much praise to Pirates XD, rightly so, but Meh are refusing to get down, and after all that's happened, you have to give them massive credit here for keeping their chin up, and right now, if they're going to go down, they're going to go down swinging.
They're certainly showing their worth, proving why they are here in the grand finals, because I don't think anyone was really wanting this to be a complete sweep in the finals. Meh starting to fire back and starting to look a little bit stronger than they were in the first couple of games. Yes, they didn't have all of their players in game number one, but even in game number two, when they did have all three, they just looked a little bit weak as MT gets his third save of this third game. The defense has been doing bits at the back here. With a minute 20 left, still holding on to this 1-0 lead.
But intercepted nicely at the midfield here. As you can see, the Pirates are edging closer and closer with their challenges. They're starting to ramp up the aggression, and what a pinch, by the way, from CP Zebra. Another day, that could even have been on target, but MT, a nice, just taking Snowy out the play there as it passed infield as well to his teammate, but no clear chance just being created here in this crucial game 3 that Meh have to take just to keep this grand finals going. And could it catapult and launch a reverse sweep? Of course, time will have to tell, but this is exactly the first stepping stone that they need right now.
It's quite tense right now. You just feel something's brewing on the side of Pirates XD, and also Meh is starting to ramp up their offense and looking for this 2-goal cushion. MT, the only one back there, is very dangerous and very aggressive here from Meh, still with the 1-goal lead. 20 seconds left. They're starting to hold this Pirates XD side in their own half. Now Happy Meal sets up MT, and that might just do it. Meh looking to get a game on the board.
A virtuoso performance from Happy Meal in those few seconds. A double touch and popping it past 2 players. MT's going to get the credit for the goal, and he probably felt bad about putting that one in the net, as what an effort from Happy Meal to see out this game 3, as we very much have a grand final on our hands.
Well, we thought it was all over after 2, but Meh have fought back valiantly, and they take a game off Pirates XD here in this grand final, just like they did in the open qualifiers. Can they take 2 off of them? That is going to be the most important question here, Tylacto. As they did earlier, obviously they blew that 2-1 lead in the series earlier on, but looking to pull off a potential reverse sweep, and I think now they have the momentum on their side. They've found their footing. They've found themselves in this grand final. MT and Happy Meal starting to gel once again and be the outstanding duo that we know they can be.
Yeah, exactly. So I just feel like ever since and every time their backs have been against the wall, Meh have done a really good job of showing up. And of course, this is the last and final time they have to do it. And if they don't, then it's going to be GG's all round. But I think we could have another game 5 at least in us.
Could you potentially see this going to the second series? Would you say if it goes to game 5,
I would love to.
are going to win it?
I would love to have a second series. I'm going to try and wish it into reality, so I'm going to say yes, just for the injustice that they'll feel no matter what over game one. As much as Pirates, I think on paper and over the day have been the marginally better team, Meh could be about to put a performance in to remember.
Well, I think for me, it's going to fall on the car of Happy Meal, because he has been the scorer for that side so far. But if he's going to have an impact on this one, I think he needs to score early, maybe within the first minute, to give Meh that advantage. And it was only 1-0 really for most of that game, and the 2-0 just sealed it right at the end. So for Meh, I think take the lead early, maybe through the boot of Happy Meal. Maybe even of MT as well, because he's been having a great game. A great series, rather, and a great day overall, to be quite honest with you. Let's see if he shows up here in game number 4. Remember, Pirates, if they win this one, they are through. If Meh win and we go to game 5 and then they win the series, we play yet another best of 5, all to do for Meh.
I think if the weight on the shoulders of Pirates XD, if they get pegged back to this game 5, staring straight at the reverse sweep that they'd be so desperate to avoid, you think about that, what a save from Happy Meal. You think about that being on their shoulders. Ever since they came into this under pressure, we've doubted how well they can perform under it, and that might be exactly what Meh need, and what they already have so far in this game 4 is some great saves.
We've got some great saves, but they need to get some offense in as well, because Pirates XD are just going to pepper this backboard for all they are worth. So he does take out Happy Meal, so that might nullify any offense that comes forward here, although MT and Verti will try and make something work. Happy Meal, oh, the last man in defense. Verti does get in. Snowy down to Darth. Can he cut it back across net? CP Zebra is up, but it does go to the side and safe for the moment for Meh, but that was a very scary moment for them.
It was, the net was begging for a couple of seconds, but Snowy didn't have the boost in order to get over the ball to hit it down towards it. Painfully had to send it to the corner, and the angle was just too much for Darth to work with, as MT not going to give the space to Snowy that Snowy's so desperate for. And the pre-flip from Darth likewise. The defense continuing to hold for Meh, but how long can it really hold and keep this up for, as it's continuing to do so 2 minutes into game 4, and they're scrambling, trying to make it out, but there's just a big omelette over their half right now, and nothing is getting out, and the Pirates may be about to carve another chance.
That was a very scary moment for MT as well. He missed off the backboard, and the Pirates XD offense were just like sharks in the water, smelling blood. And they saw the opportunity to take the first goal here in game number 4. Verti and MT, another double commit. There's been too many of those, in my opinion, for Meh. But they are still getting away with it. It's only a matter of time, in my opinion, before Pirates start realizing that and start punishing these mistakes. But it's a shot for Happy Meal, and it's off the curve and Snowy and in. Oh, disaster on the back line for Pirates.
I cannot believe it. The chance looked like it could come at any moment, and yet Darth does a great job keeping it out. But unfortunately, Snowy's going to do the absolute opposite, and Meh have the lead again. And you can imagine it's pumping through their veins right now. The excitement and adrenaline will be hardly able to control. They need to make sure it doesn't backfire on them. But look at this play.
He got
He's going to get the dunk into the top corner. Who is this guy?
Oh, Happy Meal coming to life where it matters most. Dribbling this one all the way down the right-hand side by himself, beating the last man and pinging it into the top right corner. Meh might have been down and out, but they have fought their way back, climbing up the ropes, and they are ready to go again. 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go. Meh on the precipice of a game 5.
And we talked about this exact situation as well, and how it could affect the Pirates, but CP Zebra, when these two teams played, they got a fantastic equaliser in the upper bracket, and he's trying to equalise up this game. He is the man of clutch goals, and he could have just got one here.
It's safe for now for Meh, although Pirates XD starting to mount the comeback right now, although that's in a very scary position. CP Zebra, the only one back off of the kickoff. Meh not able to capitalise on it though. And CP Zebra has done so well to win that ball into the corner. He's been great at winning those 50-50 balls, especially putting the Darth and Snowy in great positions. He's been a fantastic second man, although a wayward touch from Snowy off the backboard. Here's Happy Meal. doesn't have the angle to make the shots. He will just take it into the corner and try and waste some time off the clock, just drain this clock dry, because they still have the lead. And if they have it in a minute and a half time, they'll be going to game 5.
And they certainly will, but 90 seconds is a very long time in Rocket League, and they'll be hoping that on the side of the Pirates, but Darth couldn't really angle that touch in the midfield the way he wanted, and Werty's able to punish with 2 1-out challenges. The big clear from Zebra is going to force Happy Meal back to that mid-line, and MT isn't going to get the redirect that he's looking for. Unfortunately so for Meh. The loose ball goes in Werty's favour, and these 50s, these high-flying, floating balls with little clean-cut opportunities are exactly what Meh need. And yes, no, he's not going to find contact, but is going to be allowed to get a second contact, and at second attempt will get a good hit over to CP Zebra, who's going to try and work it around the corner. Has made one commit, but Darth cannot get the ball past Happy Meal as Snowy flies across as fast as he can to try and keep the offense up, but the ball is barreling towards his own net. The clear cannot be reached, and Meh have another 2-goal lead.
And Pirates XD just overcommitting like we saw at the start of the game, at the start of the day against MLGC Atomic. They just got too full of themselves, too far forwards, and they paid the price on the back line. No one there. Meh spying that open net, and now take a 2-goal cushion into the last 40 seconds. Meh, a reverse sweep on the cards in this first series of the Grand Final. I'm going to start saying the first series of the Grand Final, because if Meh keep this up, we will be playing a second.
We certainly could be right now, as Pirates are desperate to try and see this out in 4, but it's getting less and less likely. Meh have defended like champions in this game for another dunk into an open net. This is way more than Happy Meal. This is ridiculous. Meh are gonna be taking us for sure into game 5 again.
3 on the board for Happy Meal, 4 on the board total for Meh. I said if Meh are going to make this comeback, Happy Meal needs to step the hell up. He is definitely starting to show his worth yet again. And Meh, I mean, we were saying earlier that Happy Meal was a little bit lost. He had his face on a milk carton. He has been reported back in and not missing anymore. Meh force game 5, and Pirates XD might be backed into a corner here.
And what a way to do it. You say Happy Meal needed to step up. He's gone up the whole flight of stairs there. 3 goals, an assist, and 3 saves. This guy has got so much bling. He's like the guy on the playground who just opens up his jacket and he's just got everything on the inside as he's ticking all the boxes right now. Is Happy Meal, but it's not going to count for nothing unless they can do it again in game 5.
Just got to keep their composure. I said in the first couple of games where they lost, they just didn't seem sure of themselves. They didn't seem composed. Now they've got the 2 wins under the belt. They've got the momentum going into this final game of this first series, Tylacto. They seem like the more composed team to me right now, because Pirates XD, you saw at the end there that the goal to make it 3-1 for Meh, it came from an overcommitment from Pirates XD, and that has really been their weak point all throughout today.
It really has, and they sort of just forced them into that position with, forcing them to chase the lead so desperately in the final minute, as you see here. It was just a 1-goal deficit, but the Pirates were forced to chase it, and once again, that weakness reared its ugly head as we have potentially the final game of the day. Or will we have a bracket reset? Nobody knows. It's game 5 again. Of course, the last game 5 in the winners' final between these 2 teams. It was a 5-0 win for the Pirates, and something tells me that it's probably not going to be the exact same now.
We are about to find out, Tylacto. One of these teams will make it through and qualify to represent their region, represent their country at the Intel World Open regional finals for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Pirates XD win this one, they will be the team to hold that moniker. If Meh win, we go again, run it back, another best of 5. To find out which one is going to go through. Meh feel they've got all the momentum on their side. They've got the vigor behind them. It's certainly a vigorous start here for Meh, keeping this ball deep in blue territory at the opening stages.
both their back-to-back wins have come with them getting the opening goal, and I think that's huge in order for them to keep their momentum, but also huge for Pirates to get it, to stem that momentum, to completely turn it on its head here. This is going to be so tense the longer this 0-0 goes on, as they're scrambling on the Pirates defense here. Not going to get the ball is Darth, but certainly going to get the player as nearly a direct shot allowed. But MT with a big important block is going to get another in the corner as that one steals down the shot, but the save from Darth denying Happy Meal from close
Here comes
range.
Verti on the ball.
Another one, but there's no denying that.
You cannot deny Verti if he tries that hard. Excellent defense from Pirates XD, but Verti just picks it where they aren't and sends Met into the lead and their fans into a potential frenzy. Only a minute in though, Tylacto, and right off the kickoff, Snowy goes for net, but denied by MT. Here comes the follow-up from CP Zebra, and the blink of an eye, we're tied back up.
Another huge goal from Zebra. He has one strike at this volley, and boy does he hit it. The connection. Happy Meal's just stunned like, yep, I'm gonna just have to watch that one go in, and that is exactly what we did. And in the blink of the eye, it's tied up all again. Game 5 is back and forth, and we've got another 4 minutes of it.
I'm just really surprised at Happy Meal there. He just stood static on the front post, watching that one sail over his head. Maybe a lapse in concentration, maybe a lack of boost as well, maybe a lack of confidence as he just saw that shot firing, rifling towards that top right corner.
What happens? Under the pressure, you don't want to be too slow to a ball, so you edge too far forwards, and if it's shot behind you, you just stand there stunned. It takes a lot of confidence and a lot of composure to hold the correct position, which is sometimes under pressure way further back than you think, and far back is Werty in the back line of Mare right now, but they've done a great job of getting it downfield. Happy Meal could not respond and shoot that one in time, but has slammed it off the ceiling to create the shot, as the woodwork was kind last time to Werty, but it's gonna deny him there. So close were Mare.
Both these teams taking shots, but it's been Meh coming close, but no cigar so far. 2.5 minutes gone, 2.5 to go, 1 apiece. It's teetering on a knife edge, Tylac, so I have no idea where this next goal is going to come from. But right now, it feels like Meh have all the offensive power behind them, but Pirates XD are just so good at clearing their lines.
And what a series it has been. To think that we might be in for another is an absolute treat, but the save is going to come through from Snowy. MT threatening again. He's been growing into the series all day long. This man so consistent. He's going for a double touch off the ceiling. We've seen one before, but this time Zebra stands tall in the way of it as the rebound Happy Meal turns back on. Not confident enough, didn't think he'd get the win on that challenge, and smartly so collects possession at the back, buys time for his team to rotate back, and there it is. The 50 comes through. The aggression from Pirates XD, but now Werty is the one to clear it from the backboard. We still sit at 1-1 in this decisive Game 5, and oh my goodness, it could just be one goal left that decides it, and will this be the scramble on defense? Is gonna be able to keep it out, Pirates. Oh, that nearly opened up for them.
Nearly, but nearly's not enough. MT try to fire that one downfield and down off the backboard. Still no idea where this next one's going to come from, but it might come from CP Zebra, and it will! Excellent pass through from Darth, and Pirates take the lead.
He is the captain of the ship right now. The touch inside, though, was absolutely audacious from Darth, pre-flipping over the ball to tuck it inside. And Zebra, who has been the man on the end of all the important shots right now, could have just sent the Pirates on a voyage to the regional finals.
And Darth from the left-hand side will make it a 2-goal lead. On that previous goal, I was going to say that we weren't sure where the goal was going to come from. I was 100% sure it was going to come from Darth on that last one, but he passes it inside to CP, catches me off guard, catches the defense off guard, and right off kickoff, Meh is looking stunned right now with 1:10 left. They need to find 2.
That was a disaster. All three of them caught parallel next to each other, backwards, facing their own net, and Darth did more than punish. And right now, Meh are on the ropes. They need 2 on a minute, and 2 inside a minute, I should say, as Snowy is going to deny one at the other end, and it's do or die. Meh really want to force this bracket reset. In any sense, they sort of feel like they deserve it. I'd say the series has deserved it, but Pirates, they want it, and they want it now. $4,000 minimum on the line for making it to the regional finals, and that's if they don't win a single game. And boy, if playing like this, they certainly could, as we're down to 30 seconds now. Meh will have to go home with nothing from Ember Craftman. If they can't find 2 miraculous goals, literally nothing they go home with.
The time is slowly draining away for Meh to get back into this one. 15 seconds, they've got to make something happen now. But that clear from CP Zebra, oh, it was looking goal bound, but MT touches it to the side. It's not gonna matter. Pirates XD slow things down, and they are your African champions. They go on to face off against the best that Europe and the Middle East have to offer. They go through to the regional finals.
Representing an entire continent, and what a way to do it in Game 5. Flawlessly, Game 5, Game 5, Game 5. They go through the upper bracket, and they were down. After the start of that, you'd have thought surely the reverse sweep is happening, but that man, CP Zebra, a mountain of the South African scene, has been here for years and years, and boy, is he here to stay. He has won it for the Pirates when it matters, and we're break it down after this break.
To pay with Visa. It's that fast. Visa, everywhere you want to be.
Hey, Pirates fans, it's okay. You can come out from behind the sofas now. They made it. It's okay, I promise. Intel World Open Africa, by the way, Ira League, not Jar of Jam, it's Digital Bacon. I mean, he's been Digital Bacon for the entire thing, but my mind's frazzled. Pirates, what's up with Game 5? Is this just a love affair? Is this your thing? What? Bacon? Please, put my mind at ease. Why?
I don't know. No one knows. I mean, it's entertaining nonetheless, but guys, like, you know, you could have taken it free. You could have a sweep. You could have gone home early, be secured, you know, at least $4,000. But Pirates were there like, nah, people are tuning in. We're going to give them a show. And I mean, what a show it was. The replays going on up, the highlights, and well, I have to say, this series definitely was the highlight series of the day.
Yeah, there's no more pirate jokes anymore. I think it's fair to say that it wasn't so much snowy as an avalanche heading down onto Meh. But then they somehow managed to get the flamethrower out, managed to dig their way through the avalanche and find some sort of second wind, and in particular Happy Meal finally rising to the forefront again. I feel so sorry that we're not going to see this team progress. It's such a savage bracket, such a savage system, isn't it, with only one place for Africa in that regional. Of course, it goes to Pirate, but fair play to Meh, fair play to Happy Meal in particular. He had a pop-off series, but ultimately not enough to deal with the over-exuding qualities ultimately of Pirates.
Yeah, now after watching all this action today, like we were talking in the back room where it's like, I want to see MT, sorry. I want to see Echo, and I want to see Happy Meal on the same roster. That'd be crazy, just going up against this current Pirates XD roster. But yeah. I mean, again, Snowy finally showing up in this series, not just in the last game, but the whole series he was there, which is great to see. Meh showing up as well, really strong. And this is a region now that I think is going to be begged for. No longer is it just, you know, happening going, you know, by quietly. Now people are going to be wanting to see what's going on with Pirates now, what's going on with Meh, what's going on with Atomic, and of course Mist. Everyone's going to be wanting to know how these guys are playing. And Intel World Open, I think you've just opened the Pandora's box on us.
Oh, very much so. Captain Zebra as well, really earning his stripes in this one, I think. 30 years old, one of the oldest people in this competition, but really showing the experience when it mattered. I mean, you go 2 games up, you lose 2 games, the momentum's completely against you, rallying the troops together and making that final game count. Of course, shout out to the likes of Worthy as well, who did pretty well, MT as well, but, you know, this is, I guess, although it wasn't the dominant Sandrock in Middle East-esque performance that we were looking for from Pirates XD, the simple fact of the matter is that they were able to get the job done. Yes, it took them 15 games in the upper bracket, but they did get the job done. And I was talking about that over-exuding quality. Well, Bacon, we arguably have one of the goals of the entire Intel World Open to show everyone.
Yeah, we need to start there, so I'm getting this play underway already because, I mean, this could have been pulled off by BDS. It could have been pulled off by Vitality, Space Station Gaming, NRG, Envy. It don't matter who. This is a world-class goal, and it's coming out from our boys over on Pirates XD. Got it in slow motion just so that you guys can see it all take place down, but it's off of some great attack. Does get cleared, but Snowy in the back line's really prepared for this. The pass on over to CP Zebra, and then Snowy to finish it off. And the point I want to make, going back to decision making earlier, and I'm just going to literally, you know, take it from here. The back pass comes from, and he knows that net is covered, but Darth is free. Darth, seeing this, just wants to put it back in the box. It's a little bit hard, but CP Zebra is there, and let's just pause it, bring it back. CP Zebra, what are your options here? MT is covering net. You've got nothing to shoot at. But what he does have is Snowy directly below him, and what a layoff it is. Snowy's just got to hit it. Happy Meal, don't get me wrong, right here is covering as much of the net as possible, but he does not have that window of opportunity right in front of him. So once again, Snowy to finish it off, and that, I mean, is already a contender for the goal of the tournament.
Oh yeah, and it's actually worth mentioning as well, something that I just picked up was Werty actually on that left-hand side, looking to pick up the mid boost as well. Meh didn't really do much wrong there. They had their outfield player ready to pick up a counter-attack. but ultimately, as I say, that quality just too much. And so the expected tournament favourite, or at least for the particular region favourites, are the ones that progress. Let's take a little recap then at the bracket, how it all progressed, and how somehow Pirates XD managed to get away with it. I think that's probably the story of today. They saw off Atomic, they saw off Meh able to drop to the lower bracket, fend off a resurgent Mist Esports heading into that grand final with a lot of momentum behind them. We were looking at that Game 4 into Game 5 situation and thinking, oh my word, it's actually happening. We're actually not just going to have a reverse sweep. We're going to head into the bracket reset. But Pirates XD managing to show their steel. They have earned themselves a place in the EMEA regional final. Now, how well they do there, that is a question for another day. There are